A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to race day for the 24-hour cars, certainly, but also the second race of the week for the Road to Le Mans event. This is the annual visit from the Michelin Le Mans Cup to the Circuit de la Sarthe and the full circuit. Thursday's race, we hoped for 13 laps, we hoped for 55 minutes. We got barely a third of a lap, and then eventually a red flag after a huge crash for Louis Rossi, who was able to walk away, thankfully, but that did an incredible amount of damage to the Armco barrier coming out of Mulsanne corner. And, yeah, somewhat of a damp squib, sadly, for those drivers that had built up all week to look forward to a race start. So they've got another stab at it. Again, we're going to aim for 13 laps or 55 minutes. And actually, this race has been brought forward by 30 minutes. We're still trying to establish precisely why. It might be because once these cars are finished with this venue and the Armco, the tyre walls, it might need another 30 minutes to clear everything up before we can get raring to go for warm-up for the 24-hour cars at midday this afternoon. But Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, live from the Ford Performance Studios, will take you through it and also try and delve into the race earlier in the week. Because there's now been an official decision as to who won that race. We were trying to establish precisely which way it had gone and thought there was going to be a dream story at the end of it, Bruce Jones, in that 3 GT3 cars would win overall. But that was the result after 6 laps. In fact, the officials wound it back a further 13.5 kilometres to 5 laps completed. And that saw a win for WTM by Rinaldi Racing, Leo Weiss and Torsten Kratz.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly some confusion in the pit lane afterwards. They were trying to guess, but we thought that the ultimate story was that GT3 class win. And for a driver with so much 25 Le Mans under his belt, for Manu Collard, who we talked in the preview about how he was such a safe pair of hands, and for his teammate Jean-Louis Samani, he just was hopping up and down. Alas, that was pulled back, but right now, track conditions are absolutely perfect. It's just fingers crossed. This is a race that has many moments where things go slightly wrong. The cars are now being led around by the safety car. It's a huge, huge field of cars. As we mentioned, 40 cars in the LMP3 class and 18 cars entered in the GT3 as well. It really is a question of how it all gets mixed together.
You're talking away to my right-hand side, but to the listener, not reaching them. So we will try and solve that in a moment. Your fader is open, and but all the buttons are red. So a mystery to me at this stage, but we'll get to that in a moment. Fabien Michal will start the number 85 RACE GP car from the pole position, which is the Duquesne. And Michal starting this race meeting as the joint championship leader with Adrian David, Adrian Schiller and David Drew. And RACE GP are new to the championship, car number 85, having done a couple of races already this year. But let's bring the third voice to this segment of the day, because Joe Bradley's providing the CrowdStrike pit reports. What have you got before we get going?
Well, I've got a very shaded and chilly pit lane, but up at pit out, it's quite bright and sunny, and this is where CD Sport have plotted up, and their driver is Christian Short in the car, which gives me an opportunity to speak with Franck Chapard. Franck, the race one was like chaos, wasn't it? It wasn't really a race at all, really.
Yeah, it was really strange, even for the quali 2. Like, the bronze driver didn't make a lap, so it was a bit difficult for us, but now we started P14, it was nice. So I hope that the race will be at the end. So,
as long as everyone gets some drive time, that would be great and much better than the first one.
Yeah, for sure, because we only made 1 lap for us, and it was not even a lap because it was red flag before the Porsche curve. So, but it's a pleasure to drive here. So cool.
Thank you for talking to us, Frank. Hopefully you get a race. Franck Chapard, everybody.
Thank you, Joe. And Franck Chapard will be in the race a little later on. It's a minimum drive time of 20 minutes for each of the drivers. Fabien Michal will be starting from pole position because the driver choice is entirely free. And remember, the grid for this race is taken from actually should have been taken from a second qualifying session. In fact, that was cancelled in the end. So I don't actually know how they form this grid up, but nevertheless we have one with some very key names at the sharp end, including Steve Parrow that will start the number 66 car, and Jens Moller for High Class Racing number 20, Bruce.
Yeah, it's a mixture of Duquesnes and Ligiers at the top. Numerically dominant in the LMP3 class is the Ligier, but in terms of performance, it really is equal across the years, the last 2 or 3 years between the Duquesnes. We've got the Duquesne on pole position, the RACE GP. Duquesne, Fabien Michal, as you pointed out, and then a cluster of Ligiers in the mix. But right now, as they're going around the circuit, trying to get the heat into their tyres, it's quite a cool morning. It's a crisp morning, lovely morning, frankly, at Le Mans. But for a lot of the drivers, with a bit of a brisk breeze across the circuit, will just be maximising, thinking, I've got to have grip, because the first lap is going to be completely crazy. It does seem to be the history of these races. But right now, the main concern is simply there are so many cars out there. And again, with this mix of multi-class racing, with the GT3 class as well, something a lot of these drivers, when they're aiming onwards and upwards, so maybe competing in the European Le Mans Series in years to come, they've got to become accustomed to it. But right now, those in the pits trying to keep warm, those on the track trying to get their tyres up to temperature.
Just scanning back through the second free practice session, yeah, that's where we've got the times from. So these are free practice session lap times that have produced a grid. And incredibly, we had a 3:46.651, which I'm sure was an Adrian David time. And then 0.005 of a second slower was Daniel Kylevitz in the number 66 Rinaldi racing car. So 0.005 separate the top two. But remember, it's the bronze drivers starting this race in the form of Fabien Michal, Steve Parrow. They'll do their 20 minutes or maybe a little longer depending on where they are around the lap when that 20 minutes runs out, and then dive in, I'm sure, to get the quicker drivers on board and trying to get them a good result. The normal scenario is in these bread and butter races that actually the bronzes want to have as much seat time as possible. But I think they'll forego this, particularly as the other race on Thursday was a bit of a non-event. Everybody wants to win at Le Mans, and particularly on Saturday morning, the same day as the 24-hour race. And yes, for the main part, the bronze drivers are funding this to actually get the car out on track, but I think they'll happily do just 20 minutes, the bare minimum, in favour of a very good result here. Yeah,
and I think we also have this sort of element that some of the drivers are here only for the Road to Le Mans races. They're not part of the full Michelin Le Mans Cup season. Others most notably are. So, maybe keep your powder slightly dry in this rather than hang it out there. But I think some lessons would have been learnt on Friday, and it's all about getting the most out of their Michelin rubber on this opening lap and staying clear of the trouble. Certainly in the first race, the first 20 or so cars got through the chicane at the Dunlop curve very nicely indeed. It was then one car going sideways and everybody else concertinaing. But, lessons will be learned. But one thing that always strikes me about this race is all the drivers coming from all around the world with one aim, to compete here. Just seen George Nakas, one of the Australian crews. There was a late call-up for Garth Walden, so lots of interest from down under in the race here. In fact, from absolutely everywhere. We've got a Paraguayan driver on board. We have many, and with 58 cars coming out to play, it is going to be a lot of nationalities. But the growth of P3 over the last half dozen years and more, in fact, about 8 years now, has been absolutely mighty. And it's one thing to say you've raced on the hallowed track here at the South, but to do it in a prototype is something very, very special. And that's why the numbers are so incredibly high for this race.
Looking down to the GT3 result, if you can call it that, after only 4 laps on Thursday, it was a victory for Kessel Racing. David Fuminelli was the only driver because although he did hand over to Fred Chaussee later on, those laps that Fred did weren't actually counted in the final result. So Fuminelli won it by 5 seconds over Matthew Kurzajewski. And then Custodio Toledo in the Ferrari 296 for AF Corsa. So 3 Ferraris, 2 from the Swiss outfit, and 1 from the Swiss outfit that won, and 2 for AF Corsa. Blackthorn Aston Martin, it could have been a much better result for them because at the time of the red flag, they were running second and third behind Emmanuel Collard in his zebra liveried AF Corsa Ferrari that he shares with Charlie Samani. So we had that 82 Ferrari leading from the 91 and the 92 Blackthorn, the 91 and the 90 Blackthorn Aston Martins. And although there was a lead change then later around, they crossed the line under safety car and after that there was then a red flag, but the result wound back to just 4 laps completed. So it's a grid to remind you for this race, taken from free practice 2 after the scheduled qualifying 2 session could not happen. That was cancelled fairly last minute.
Yeah, and one car to really look out for. It's going to be starting just outside the top 10, 11th place. Cool Racing. James Sweetenham is going to take the start as he did in the first race, but his co-driver, Adrien Clomenil, a 17-year-old French racer, put the car on pole in the qualifying session that was completed. Unfortunately for James, fighting over second or third position, there was a side-by-side contact and damage to tyre and car, and he had to pull out. But that looks like a well-balanced pairing. But let's wait and see. We've got some real stars up and down the field. A lot of people just so keen to be racing here. And right now we're being led around by the Porsche parade safety car. That should be withdrawing soon, and then we'll have the rolling thunder as the cars come round to take the start.
The other point to make is that championship points were awarded to those that finished, that are regular championship runners. You'd normally get 15 points for a race win. They only awarded 7.5 points. So it was actually quarter points because we didn't reach the 50% distance on Thursday. We're hoping for a lot better today as the sun shines here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And for the second time in 2024, we're about to go racing for the Road to Le Mans. This is race 4 of the Michelin Le Mans Cup. And the lead car from Porsche will peel off to the right, and they're under starters' orders. It's a very measured pace, and then all of a sudden Fabien Michal starts to accelerate up the hill, but going right with him is Steve Parrow in the black, red and white colours for Rinaldi Racing. High-class racing not that far away either, but Tony Wells, somebody's locked up though, and we'll go straight on. That is the Thursday winner, Torsten Kratz, which very nearly piled into a few to his right. Kratz gets through in 4th position as the GT3 cars scatter at the top of the hill through the Dunlop chicane. But Michal leads from Jens Moller in high-class racing's number 20 and Horst Felbermeyer with a good getaway. Reiter Engineering's number 50, Ligier, running 3rd.
Yeah, the first 3 actually making their break. It was very fortunate the lock-up from Torsten Kratz was on the left-hand side as the driver turned into the left-hand part of the corner, and he got it together off the curves, back on the track. And as always, it gets concertina down the field, and it was the GT cars that had to scatter most. They were starting, I think the best place of those was 32nd on the grid. But our race leader is now starting to stretch his legs and pull clear. The Tête Rouge has been disposed of, and really starting to run down the track. And we've got a massive, massive lead at the moment, and that's Fabien Michal. It's his teammate Adrien David who've been the fastest in both the practice sessions, but clearly they've got that car beautifully sorted. So well done, Race GP. Their Duquesne has got the sort of lead you'd expect after 2 or 3 laps, not a third of a lap.
Fabien Michal cut from the mould of Alexander Matschul, and you might even argue Ben Keating as well, because he is a superstar bronze, so I'm not surprised to see that big lead. There is already, though, a car off in the gravel, and that is the MV2S racing car of Georgios Kolovos, dropping down the order. A Duquesne straight line the chicane as well, that second chicane, who was Pieda de Curtens in the Hegerle by T2 racing car. But we're under safety car already, folks, I'm afraid, because of the MV2S racing car that went backwards into the gravel. Christoph Cresp drives number 29. He'll be handing over to Max Meyer, hopefully, later on. And also, the 62 car has got not much further than the second chicane. That's the Breton Racing example for Roman Inieta.
No, that should be Simon Ladniak, Polish driver.
Oh, the silver started in that. Okay.
Yeah, no, a lot of them. Yes, there's no guarantee the person who started the first race would start the second. It all seemed to be mixed around. Certainly James Sweetenham was doing 2 starts. There was a car off on the inside of the first corner before they got up to the Dunlop chicane. Then Torsten Kratz went right across the nose of the high-class racing entry. Jens Moller had to come off the power. And then the GT3 runners, one of them was off long before they got to the Dunlop chicane in a Mercedes. Was that the Team Motor Park car? Car number 65. Have to look down. Once the dust clears, you get a chance to see these things. But Team Motor Park, so that was Heiko Neumann, who shares it with the team boss, Timo Rumpfkiel. But actually, when said and done, cars here, cars there, but no comings together, I don't think. At that point, the problem seemed to come down at the first chicane.
I didn't like the rejoin from the Motor Park 65 car. I think it slammed into the side of the Get Speed Mercedes, so 3-pointed star on 3-pointed star as they were turning into the left-hand element of the Dunlop chicane. Others, though, kind of running off the road for cover, and then there was contact to nerve Christophe Cresp into a spin. That came from the 31 Euro International car, which is in the dark blue colours of the American/Italian team, and car 31, Jean-René Defournay, starting that. But you're quite right that it was Ladniak who began in the Breton racing car, Simon Ladniak, and it looks like the 62 is already out of the race. As opposed to Christophe Cresp, who's actually been taken out of the gravel by the marshals. They either pushed him or lifted him from the stones back on the hard standing, and the MV2S racing car is at least running again. It's got at least one sector to try and catch up. Race clock still ticking by. We're up to nearly 4 minutes, and this is towards the end of the first of potentially 13 laps, but surely we're going to be time limited by this point. You might be wondering why on earth we're racing this early with the Road to Le Mans race. Well, that's because the Lamborghini event had been cancelled, so this brought forward by 35 minutes in the morning and started at 10 instead.
So maximum 55 minutes or 13 laps, whichever comes sooner. We think the 55 minutes will be the mark we go towards. So let's hope that all has been cleared up in time for the safety car to pull off its left arnage. It's working its way back with the field of cars behind it. Hopefully that will have the lights go off on its bar across the roof of the car, and then the drivers will be able to go racing all over again. So the first racing lap not yet completed. The order, as we just pointed out, Fabien Michal leading for the race GP Duquesne team, that's car number 85. Then Jens Reno Moller, High Class Racing, avoided the incidents at the first corner, so his Ligier car number 20 is in second place. And WTM by Rinaldi Racing, their number 22 Ligier, Torsten Kratz, is the car that sort of almost triggered all of that, but seems to have got away with it. That's in third position. Horst Felbermayr, good to have him back racing on a regular basis. His number 50, Reiter Engineering Ligier, fourth in the queue, but the queue that wants to go racing. Maybe it will, just fairly soon.
Well, apart from the Breton racing car, everybody else is running again, and yeah, the pace car, the safety car, is now picking up the speed and about to head back into pit road. So we should be racing by the end of lap 1. There are 12 to go, or if you prefer another 50 minutes, 49 and a half, you want to be picky. And the GT3 class lead is in the hands of Custodio Toledo in his number 88 AF Corsa Ferrari from Charlie Samani. And they will be really feeling so frustrated to, they thought, have won Thursday's race, crossing the line, and then the red flag was shown on the very next lap, but they weren't in front at the end of lap 4. But they could definitely win today's race. We are green again, but you're not allowed to overtake until you cross the next line. And in fact, Fabien Michal, I think, is going to make everybody else look a little bit average here, assuming the 85 car can scamper away again. Jens Moller's desperate for that not to happen. And Torsten Kratz is again a very capable bronze, as first of all, Ricardo Gracia will get ahead of Tony Wells, and that through the right-hand kink at the Dunlop curve.
And he got the braking done for the Dunlop curve. I worried that move might have him going a little bit late. As the cars were coming through the final corner onto the start-finish straight with Fabien Michal looking to get the hammer down, the safety car had pulled off. He almost dropped it off the circuit. There was a real twitch and adjustment. I thought that would lose him momentum, but he's kept enough of an advantage over Jens Reno Moller to not let him get in his slipstream. He's now trying to make good his escape, but unlike the first lap, they're really running one by one by one. This is rather better than 2 by 2. 2 by 2 is more fun, but it has its moments. One car in the pits, unfortunately, at a standstill, maybe for a penalty, Team Virage, and that's shared by Raphael Narak, son of his father, and Jacek Zielonka.
Raymond.
Exactly, I lost it for a second.
Down the Mulsanne they go then for the second time and towards the right-left-right chicane. There's also overlapping further back as the second of the Virage cars in the order. That's Jamie Falvey is under pressure from the dark blue of Tony Wells, trying to get that position back again. Auden Gudmundsen's just ahead of him, in fact, in the 77 as well. So Gudmundsen, Falvey, Wells, Romano Ricci in this little arm wrestle, and Ricci set to pick off a couple of them as they come out of the second chicane.
Yeah, we had a change for second place. Torsten Kratz, between Tete Rouge and the second chicane, moved up into that second place. Fabien Michal starting to break clear already, but the real cluster is from about 8th place to 12th. 5, 6 cars all over the top of each other, heading for the second chicane. What could possibly go right?
Well, Goodmanson thought about a move down the inside of everybody and then thought, no, I better slow down for the corner first of all. So the dark blue of Euro International, that's Mika Panu. And then behind him is now a Virage car, so deposing Tony Wells. And now Ritchie on the inside. He's not even on the track, but that will be okay, I think. Straddling that hard shoulder of the public road and ducking underneath the Middlesbrough man. Still level pegging, though, with Tony Wells. Jamie Falvey is free of this battle. Wells on the outside. He's not going to be able to turn into Mulsanne quicker than Romano Ritchie, and that means Ritchie moves up to 9th position.
Lost one of the Ferraris from the GT3 class, and it's the Biogas motorsport car the Ferrari shared by Josep Mayola and Marc Carroll. So unfortunately didn't see what happened. The car is off at the side of the track. No damage visible, but going nowhere. Right, it's how you use the slipstream, how you stay on the black stuff, because certainly in that overtaking manoeuvre we saw with Goodmanson and Wells. No, it was Mika Panu, that's right, alongside Falvey. He got his wheels in the dust down at the side of the circuit, not on the black stuff, and was heading to Mulsanne corner, where you did a little bit of grip, it said.
And the gold and black car of Racing Spirit of Le Mans, that's Christophe Lapierre, no relation to Nico, by the way. Ferrari's scrapping a moment or two ago. Now, there is a slow zone on the Dunlop curve and the chicane, and you've mentioned the Biogas Motorsport Ferrari being stranded at the edge of the circuit. It had gone through the gravel trap, number 23, and is stopped there with Josep Mayola at the wheel. So as you come into Ford chicane now, you have to have dipped to 80 kph to go by that recovery scene. The next slow, as it's called, is at Marshall Post 35, warning you of the slow zone, and the slow zone itself kicks in to the first bit of the lap, so from the start and finish line.
So Fabien Michal, best part of 3 seconds clear. It's 2.8 seconds. He's coming through the exit of the Porsche curves, stepping up the order. We're going to have a couple of place changes further back, but Michal for Race GP is suitably clear. Everybody else behind him, the next dozen car, behaving beautifully through the Ford chicane. Onto the start-finish straight they go. Certainly the driver who's entertaining almost the most is Mika Panu, who seems very happy to run anywhere near the edge of the track and beyond, but the cars have suddenly had to slow right down. The slow zone greets them as they come across the start-finish line and go up to the Dunlop curve.
Well, Panu nearly piled into the back of Ricardo. No, what do I mean, Gracia? It's well, the two Virage cars now are maybe the wrong way round. And again, the GT3s, one Ferrari, I think, did touch the back of another. So having to be so careful heading into this slow zone now that everybody is paying attention. But if you are line astern with other runners coming through the Ford chicane, it's so easy for you to be unsighted and have missed the next slow. But that is pretty obvious, though, the next slow indication. Now out of the other side of the slow zone is Fabien Michal, and again he's building a lead over Torsten Kratz, 3.2 seconds over the German in his WTM by Rinaldi racing car. CD Sport number 11, that's Christian Short, dicing with the 5 of RLRM Sport. These are both Ligiers, and Ian Aguilera, who is the quicker of the two in the number 5. Ian is the silver, joined by Garth Walden for the weekend.
Well, it's a place gain for Christian Short so far. The Martin, so many runs here in the 24 hours at Le Mans, will be very, very pleased with that. And certainly Christian working his way forward through the pack, which is exactly what the doctor ordered, now up into the top 12. But those first 3 cars, Fabien Michal, he's 3 seconds clear of Torsten Kratz, who's in second place. So it's the Race GP 85 entry from the 22 Duquesne that are pulling clear, and then a similar gap back to third place racing and high class racing.
But what happened to Charlie Samani? It was already some damage on that car, bits of bodywork flying off, and also caught up in the moment at the Dunlop chicane was the 51 Ferrari of Matthew Kurzeszewski, who is the championship leader in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. But there was already damage to the 82 car, bonnet clips failing. I think that must have been as a result of going into the slow zone and nose of Ferrari into the rear of another GT3 car, and that has then caused damage to not the engine cover, because the engine's in the back of the Ferrari, but the nose top there dispatches itself from the car, and then it's spinning as well. And in fact, Charlie Samani just drives straight into retirement through the overlap by the Marshall Post.
So talk about the yin and yang of sports. Yesterday, 2 days ago, thought he'd take an outright victory in the race. It was taken away when the red flag brought the official results back a further lap backwards to after just 4 laps, and today out of the race. So for Manu Collard, no race today. The bonnet, if you will, has now been removed from the middle of the track. That'll be rejoined with that 296 GT3 at the edge. The racing at the front, though, is really, really stretching out. I haven't talked too much about who's leading in GT3, and it's Custodio Toledo over from the States. A really, really strong driver lineup for his AF Corsa Ferrari. He's got Riccardo Agostini to do the second part of the race, and the important thing from his point of view, that he's got a tidy margin, nearly 5 seconds over Steve Jans in the Get Speed Mercedes. They are respectively 27th and 28th, 29th in a Porsche. Manuel Lauk, German racer. And they're going very well in class, but all along, Custodio Toledo is going to make this transatlantic trip very worthwhile indeed.
Yeah, he's not just here for the Road to Le Mans either. He signed up for the full season in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. One of the LMP3s running a touch wide into Indianapolis. As you say, he runs in this race with the American flag next to his name, but has some heritage in Brazil as well, Custodio. So it's certainly some undertaking, some commitment to be in this championship once a month or so. Now into Porsche Curves, the Uri International car rather, getting the place on the number 10 of Racing Spirit of Le Mans. So that's Miku Panu picking off Christophe Lapierre for 6th position into Porsche Curves. Breathe in certain areas, because there's really only one line into that very fast sequence of corners. And now heading through karting, the left-hander, and towards the Ford chicane. Jamie Falvey starting to shape up Christophe Lapierre for maybe an overtake into this double chicane to end the Lau. Falvey's lost it though on the brakes, and that will allow Lapierre through. He gets a clonk on the nose for company for the number 5, and even more damage now as somebody runs right across the splitter of Jamie Falvey's Virage car.
It's very difficult. You're sitting halfway across the track, and the car that actually collected Falvey when Falvey spun is now stopped just out of the final corner. It's going over towards the start of the pit wall just to keep out of the way, but the car that spun is still sitting side on the track with the nose in the middle of the circuit and just being clipped by sundry cars as they come through. For the first half dozen, though, that's Fabian Michal, Torsten Kratz, Jens Reno Moller. They are clear of all that action. 3.3 seconds now, the advantage for race leader Michal. But a driver that's really worked his way towards the front is car 59 of Team Virage, and that's Riccardo Graziafio. But it was an unfortunate moment. There was, I think, a little bit of a push for Jamie Falvey, and then he was collected by first one, then 2, then 3 other cars.
Yeah, but actually Lapierre didn't touch Falvey at all. I think it was running over the curbs at Ford chicane, which cut the engine out, and then he was left on the main straight with no power whatsoever. The Euro International car, number 31, having to straight line as well, and the Virage mechanics absolutely apoplectic about what has happened there. Falvey trying a late braking manoeuvre, but losing the car, and I think he has rejoined Jamie Falvey. Running in 17th, though, now, when he was actually going for something like 6th position. Romano Ricci was there to benefit, and Ivan Muller, very happy about that, who's looking after the M Racing car, M Formula, incidentally. That is in 6th place, but we're going back to safety car because of a couple of problems, including at the Ford chicane. So double waved yellows at Marshall Post 35 right at the end of the lap.
Yeah, you're unfortunately not quite right. Jamie Falvey has not continued. He is sitting across the track, and his position is now falling down the boards. As
Agreed.
Those
yeah.
Further back, in the background of the shot, still sitting with his nose in the middle of the circuit and the tail out on driver's left. The biogas Ferrari has made it back to the pit lane, and someone's taken a chomp out of the side of that. So Ferraris that seem to dominate in GT3 in this series have had a bit of a rough race thus far. One of them, of course, is leading. That's AF Corsa Custodio Toledo with 88. And in second place in class is Mercedes Get Speed, Steve Jans. Third in class, a Porsche, so plenty of variety. But it's the Ferraris that have been taking the tumble in GT3.
Also off the road is the number 17 EDEX Sport entry, and drivers for that, Patrice Lafargue and Dino Lunardi. That is the reason why the slow zone, or the safety car I should say, is in place. There were initially double waved yellows at Marshall Post 35, and tending not to use slow zones in the Road to Le Mans, instead neutralise the whole of the track. It is Patrice Lafargue who's sadly in the gravel trap, and he's too far into that kitty litter for it to be recovered, or for him to drive out there under his own power. It was actually a spinner right behind Patrice Lafargue that caused the problem. Oh, but no, I think contact, and that's maybe burst one of the radiators on the flank of the left-hand side of the car, hence why the 17 cannot go any further. And for a time, car number 6 was facing the wrong way. That is Clement Moreno for ANS Motorsport. And that also was in the vicinity of the Ford chicane, right at the start of this long straight, which turns into the Dunlop curve and heads uphill into the Dunlop chicane itself. But the biggest problem is Patrice Lafargue, stranded in the gravel and awaiting recovery. How much time have we had? Nearly the 20 minutes necessary for the starting drivers. And the safety car is heading for Porsche curves. It's just coming out of Arnage now. So it may well be by the time they get to pit in that certainly some of the cars behind the safety car will be able to pit. Will that be the case for race leader Fabien Michal, though? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, let's wind the clock back 2 days to the first race. We had the pit window open when the final handful of cars were coming through, and that's why the GT3 runners dived into the pit lane and had an advantage. They got the pit stop done while the others were running behind the safety car, and thus they emerged in the lead, but the red flag fell. They didn't get to keep their spoils.
Still the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car needing to be recovered as well. That was looking so quick. Racing Spirit of Le Mans with good pedigree in this championship, having won titles. And Marius Fossard, sadly for him, looking like he will not get a drive today. And the same might be said for Dino Lunardi, unless they can get Patrice Lafargue out of the gravel. But it's going to be far more difficult to get the number 10 going. I think something crucially inside that car has failed or broken, so it just does have no forward momentum. And as we discovered just the other day with the Inter-Europol competition car, that was the 34, wasn't it, on Thursday, of Alexander Bukantsov, what appeared to be an innocuous run over the curbing at the Ford chicane. Then when he hit the loud pedal, one of the wheels was absolutely torn off that car because of some suspension bits that had broken. So the race leaders will head across the line. Yes, they're doing so now, and only at this point do the 20 minutes are completed. So those behind could potentially dive into pit lane now, having done their 20 minutes. I can't see anybody else, though, that is making a pit stop at this stage, however. So they're all staying out for an extra lap.
Okay, just looking down who may gain in this. There's a pack of cars only in the Porsche curves now being led by Adrian Chila. He can come in. He's one of the quick top guns. Adrian Chila sharing with David Drew. We know enough about him. They're in the Cool Racing Ligier, car number 97. This could be a massive advantage. The race leaders are only now approaching Tete Rouge. They're going through the Forest S's behind the safety car, but it does seem that the gaggle that are going through the Porsche curves now could have a very nice little advantage handed to them. Yeah. And their drivers standing in the pit lane, hopping up and down from foot to foot, down with Joe Bradley, waiting for their turn. Their turn could be coming very soon indeed. But still, that Edex Sport Ligier facing the wrong way in the gravel trap, out of the exit of the final corner, right in front of the grandstands. Only now is the Manitou lifting vehicle coming to hook it up and tow it away.
Now, in a European Le Mans Series race, in a World Endurance Championship race, the safety car automatically closes the pit lane for the first 3 laps, but that rule, as far as I know, does not apply. It certainly doesn't in the 1 hour 50-minute races for the Road to Le Mans that support the ELMS events. So I can't quite work out why cars are not pitting at this stage, but we're not seeing any cars peel off just yet to get their pit stop done nice and early. So I just wonder whether there is something in the supplementary regulations which is preventing cars heading down pit lane, although there are no messages on the screen to suggest that the pit lane entry road is closed. Car 13, there's going to be a 10-second time penalty added to the next pit stop. Car 13 is the M Racing Romano Ricci car. Was that overtaking off the track, or indeed was it slightly bad behaviour coming into the slow zone that we had at the start line a lap ago? Because Romano Ricci very near. Here we go. So confirmation that the pit lane entry road is not closed. You have got some takers, Joe. We'll get to you in just a tick. Certainly a couple of GT cars, but Fabien Michal has stayed out, and that second batch, as you were calling them, Bruce Jones, about the leading the that second sequence of cars, they've not come in either, being led at the time by, it was the teammate of Tell me who was leading that second batch of cars that you were pointing out.
Well, it was Adrian Schiller. I noticed
Adrian
it down
Schiller,
to the second pit stop. I couldn't work out why he was so far down in the pack. He's obviously come in for damage at the end of the first lap, but actually this race could be bringing him back into the mix. And so Joe's probably got about half a dozen cars in the pit lane. So it seems quite spacious. Next time around, it's going to be quite the reverse. He's going to have nearly 50 coming into play with him.
Yep. So this is the calm before the storm, we reckon, Joe, but there are one or two takers to get their pit stop out of the way nice and early.
Yeah, it's nice and calm at the moment, just one or two. I think Bruce was on the nosy there with half a dozen. There might be 7. The 57, just a little bit further down the pit lane towards pit in. That's the Kessel Racing Ferrari. I think Lars Kern will be the second driver into that car. Everything all ordered. The 76, the Team Virage car. Zilonica, I think, is the driver in that car who will be handing over to his teammate, Narak. That car is now just pulled up in front of me. However, there are plenty of spaces in the pit lane to fill, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be filled very soon.
That's Joe Bradley with the CrowdStrike pit report, and we'll get a few more of those in the next probably 6 to 10 minutes. It is a minimum pit stop reference as well, so you can't do the pit stop as quickly as possible, like you might get in Formula One, like we'll certainly get for the 24 Hours of Le Mans this weekend. You have to spend 2 minutes in the pit lane from pit in to pit out, 120 seconds, and if you are beneath that time, quicker than that time, then you'll have to come in again later on in the race to serve the extra. But of course that's very, very costly because it involves a whole run down the pit lane and stopping with your team for what might be less than a second if you've just misjudged it. But these pit stops are also timed to 3 decimal places, so you have to make sure you are slower, but only a smidge slower than the 2 minutes.
And other drivers have to watch for other elements. Quite a few are being warned for abusing track limits, and among those ranks, Jens Reiner Mollock, the third place High Class Racing Ligier, he is one who's been picked out. I think there's a potential 10-second penalty for Jamie Falvey, but I think that's rather immaterial because, of course, his was the car that was sitting sideways across the track in the middle of the Ford chicane, triggering a fair degree of trouble all around them, but I think that's rather academic. But right now, Fabien Michel leading the race, but when he was 3.5 seconds clear just before this all happened. Every time he's been asked to release it and make his escape, he's made his escape, but the safety car has removed all of that. Torsten Kratz sitting behind, looking menacing in that Duquesne, trying to put another one over, of course, the legions of Ligiers. But this race, bear in mind, at the very start, at the first corner, effectively, Torsten locked up and must have been thinking, oh, my word, as he went into the Dunlop curves, got it back onto the track. Not too much trouble for him, but his heart certainly would have beat a little bit faster. Up and down the pit lane, the drivers are hanging around, waiting to have a go. Anthony Bartone, over from the States, he's racing the entire season, comes from a drag racing family, but decided not to be, as he described, heading up a quarter mile with a sort of nitroglycerine bomb attached to his back. He thought he preferred a few corners, and really going very well, the 24-year-old American.
Yeah, looking forward to taking over in due course. Joe caught up with Steve Yats, his Luxembourgish teammate, earlier in the week in the number 14 Get Speed Mercedes. I can only assume that car is still relatively straight, despite me thinking that 2 Mercedes had got together with one another at the Dunlop chicane. Motor Park was certainly out of control, but Steve Yants is in second position in GT3 as those cars that have just pitted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them are now back in the race. So that includes the Biogas Motorsport Lamborghini. That has a huge hole in the side of it, though, but it is currently on an outlap, amazingly.
Okay, just to give you a geographical element, we were talking about the cars that have pitted. The first few of those have already gone through the Mulsanne corner. They're catching, as they approach on that fabulous run towards Indianapolis, they're catching the pack that is led by the safety car that only now is going out of Arnage.
Yeah.
They've been handed a gift.
At the T-junction, this is huge because if the safety car comes in at the end of this cycle of the circuit, everybody else will follow it in, but of course will have to do their pit stop whilst those 7 runners, let's call it 6 because it was 6 true pit stoppers, those 6 can carry on now to the finish and have done their pit stop under safety car conditions. So they've been bought a huge bonus there. You know, you'd sooner get a pit stop done with everybody else restricted to 60, 70 kilometres per hour rather than going at race speed. And this could very easily waive, well, the MV2S racing car into a race lead. And remember, the 29er Christophe Cresp was in the gravel not too long ago at the first chicane. Rear wheels buried, it needed outside assistance to get back onto the track, which is permitted in the regulations. I noticed as well that I thought that might have been the helmet of Manuel Collard. It certainly matches the paint scheme of his Ferrari, but I reckon the 82's out of the race, so that was somebody else favouring the zebra colour scheme. 82, yes, confirmed as stopped, so we're not going to see Emmanuel Collard, sadly, in today's race. We did see him on Thursday, and in fact we saw him cross the line in front of everybody else, but that result from lap 5 was not the final classification. Instead, 4 laps was the distance we managed 2 days ago. RACEGP, Fabian Michel, surely about to head into pit lane and bring with him Torsten Kratz in second for WTM. High Class Racing's Jens Moller in the 20 car. Team Virage, Ricardo Gracia, number 59, and Mika Panu, and the rest as well. 20 LMP3s, and they're all heading down pit lane. We're not actually going to go back to green at the end of this lap because the safety car lights are still illuminated, but we're going to go straight to Joe Bradley for this CrowdStrike pit report, because you've got so far 10, it's going to be 15, it can easily be 20 LMP3s all pitting on the same lap.
Pace car just about to come past me on the track, and it's a very lonely sight because it's got nobody to keep it company. That's because everyone, literally everyone, has peeled off and is now ploughing into the pits. There's a very, very crowded pit lane. The number 5 has just stopped in front of me. That's the RLR M Sport car. The number 7, that one, the Nielsen Racing. Now Tony Wells is at the wheel of that car, and he was well in amongst it. A bit of a fist fight going on out there. He will hand over that number 7 Nielsen Racing car to Wayne Boyd. How has Wayne Boyd not got a steady drive in the World Endurance Championship? I do not know, because Wayne Boyd is one of the superstar drivers in this series. Just to my left, the number 8, that's the Virage car. That one's in. The number 44. Now the number 44 is the sister Virage car. And again, because of the 2 minutes mandatory stop time, it's all quite calm. You get this feeling of like chaos, and then everything just calms down when the cars are just sat there. The drivers, I'm not going to say leisurely, there's still an element of neediness to get out of the car and get the next driver bolted in. But when these cars clear off, guys, I'll dive in. I want to try and get a chat with Tony Wells just to see what it was like out there, because I think at one point I saw him 4 wide going into that second chicane, if I'm not wrong. So when these cars clear off, and as you can hear in the background, already fired up. So 2 minutes might seem like a long time when you sat there. It kind of isn't. It's only 120 seconds, and we're about to click by that as cars begin to peel off, the ones that pitted at the pit-in end of pit lane, and we're already clearing these cars off, guys, so I'll give you a shout when I get a driver.
Excellent. Thank you, Joe. Another CrowdStrike pit lane report there, and keeping you up to date with what's going on with so many cars in pit lane. But the one car that hasn't pitted so far is the bright pink number 83 Iron Dames Lamborghini of Celia Martin, and Celia Martin, who has so much experience around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, deciding maybe to take some exposure as being the car right behind the safety car. But unfortunately, we're doing 7-minute laps around here. By the time she gets back, her 83 car teammate Karen Gaillard will not be able to be at the wheel for 20 minutes. So I'm sure they've worked that out, but the car will lead the race for the time being. Let's get back to Joe. Who have you found?
Yeah, well, it's the situation with the Iron Dames car. They've got a problem with the pits to car radio, and they're trying to get a message for the number 83 driver. That is Karen Gaillard, who's waiting and has been suited and booted and waiting for ages for Celia Martin to come into the pits. We've got the old style pit board being waved at her the last 2 times through, and she's just not seeing it. And I'm not quite sure what's going to happen now, because she's surely going to be getting to the point in the car where she's thinking, surely it's about time I pitted. Karen Gaillard has been stood here for, 20 minutes? ready to take over, but it's just how they're going to communicate that to the driver, and at the moment that seems to be not working. The pit board hanging over the wall is just not working.
Well, sadly for them, there's only 22 minutes and 35 seconds still to go, and Karen needs to be in the car for 20 minutes to have a result, so that is not going to happen, sadly. They may well get the 83 car into pit lane at the end of this lap. That will obviously take it out of the race lead, but they could very easily be disqualified, or at least Karen Gaillard taken out and not able to score championship points because she won't have done the 20 minutes required.
OK, let's take you through who is actually leading the race. We can remove Celia Martin, that's leading the field around, as you mentioned, has not made a pit stop. It's MV2S Racing, Maximus Meyer, an 18-year-old Spaniard. How's that? Leading at Le Mans when you're 18. His Ligier is the best place of the P3 cars. He's got a GT3 Aston Martin tucked in behind. Young British racer Lorcan Hannafin is second in that, well, second in the realistic queue. Clement Moreno, he had his moments early on, but yet he's up into effective third place in the ANS Motorsport Ligier. We saw that spinning earlier in the race. Kessel Racing Ferrari, Ore Fidani is in 5th and 6th place. David Drew, that's the car from Cool Racing. The Ligier, I expect to be propelled to the front. This massive foot up they've been given, but of course the other cars that have pitted subsequently are now almost onto their tail as the field, led by the safety car, approaches the second chicane.
Yeah, so Max Meyer, who's come through the ranks in the Ligier European Series, you're right, with ties to Spain, but he's English schooled, so you wouldn't know he's not from England when you speak to him, and his dad's a very nice fella as well. Hello to Max's dad, who always says hello to me during ELMS weekends. Let's get straight to Joe. CrowdStrike Pit Report with you.
Yeah, we're with Tony Wells, just out the number 7 Nielsen Racing. Tony, there was at one point in the early laps, I think I counted you were 4 wide going towards one of the chicanes. That looked like a complete fist fight.
Yeah, it was very difficult. I wasn't used to being so far at the front. I normally start from about 8th or 9th or 10th or something, and you can go forward from there easier. So, but yeah, I got a bit. I got behind Steve Parrow at the start, and I got such an aero wash trying to get past him into the chicane, and then there was kind of a mess, and then a couple of guys cut to the right, and then the restart was somebody was in front, and yeah, it was just kind of chaos. But there was people spinning, and then in the full chicane 2 people crashed, and then you're trying to figure out which way they're going to go, and yeah, that was definitely not my best start.
I've just got to tell everyone, Tony's got a big massive smile on his face when he's telling us this. It was great entertainment from our point of view, Tony, and thankfully you guys got a race today.
Yeah, well, I'm pleased that we've entertained everybody. I mean, that's, it's a big crowd, so that's cool. But yeah, and we're racing sports cars at Le Mans, so that's pretty cool. So, and we're still in with it. Wayne's got pace, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne Boyd, I said on the pit wall, how has Wayne Boyd not got a driving World Endurance Championship? You teamed with a superstar there, Wayne Boyd.
Well, yes, and I'm very happy about that.
I know. Well done, Tony. Great to talk to you, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, certainly he needs to drive at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Wayne, and has driven LMP2s in the past with United Autosports, but now with Nielsen, so switching English-based teams from Yorkshire to Northamptonshire in the middle of England. And Sven Thompson, or David Thompson, his given name, but they all know him as Sven, as he looks a bit like a bit of a Viking with the blonde hair, and he looks after Nielsen Racing. Karen Gaillard, he's being consoled here because nothing to do with her. She has been raring to go, as Joe's made the point, probably for the last 2 potential pit stops that car could have made. But Celia Martin's just not been getting the message. The radio clearly not functioning at all. She needs the old signalling pits to be cranked back into action, because that gave you ample warning down at Mulsanne corner to say pit at the end of this lap. But so far, she's not got the information required.
One feels the penny may be dropping. Maybe we'll get to see Karen Gaillard have a go in this race, but she may be told you cannot do it, you've missed the window. You can do it, but we'll give you a big penalty for missing the window. That's the more likely course of action. So approaching the Porsche curves, it's still Celia Martin leading in her Iron Dames Lamborghini, but she does owe us a pit stop. It's really the car in second place behind the Porsche safety car. Max Meyer, 18-year-old MV2S Racing Ligier driver. He is going to be all intent on that light bar on the roof of the Porsche safety car. When the lights go out, that's the signal. It will be withdrawing. To my eye, that should be this time around.
Yeah, I can't see any other problems on our tracker. The yellow flags have been removed from all of the hot spots. How long that will remain the case, we'll have to wait and see. But Max Meyer is certainly capable of winning this race from here, and he'll be delighted to see a Blackthorn Aston Martin right in behind him, which will mean that the overtaking for Clement Moreno in the ANS Motorsport car will have to be delayed. Clement will not be allowed to overtake Lorcan Hannafin before they reach the line. Here comes Celia Martin to follow the pace car, the safety car, into pit lane, and she can finally make the pit stop. But there's only now 17 minutes and change left for Karen Gaillard to do her drive time. The advantage of such a long track, of course, is that even though there's 17 minutes left, it might be that the final lap takes 3.5, 4 minutes. Maybe Karen can still get her drive time in. It will be timed to the line and the checkered flag, rather than the time it takes on the clock. We'll get to Joe in a moment, but let's deal with the restart, because Leo Weiss is now going to run off track. Karen Gaillard's about to jump into the bright pink Lamborghini, but amazingly the GT3 leader, with a pit stop already done and dusted, is Lorcan Hannafin. He runs third overall, because remember, he came in that leading half dozen, the 90 Blackthorn car, kind of utilising the same strategy as they did on Thursday. Get the pit stop completed as early as possible.
Yeah, very soon though, Lorcan is going to have a bomb blast of LMP3 cars coming. At the moment they're being delayed by Ori Fidani in his Kessel Racing Ferrari. He has now sort of been swept to the side. 1-2, the Biogas Ferrari is also in the mix as well. It's looking very, very busy indeed. But the P3 cars in a straight line are powering past on the run between the first and second chicanes.
Adrian David is the meat in the sandwich. He can't go left because there's a Kessel Racing Ferrari there. He can't go right because he's being overtaken by the 20 machine, and David has to give up and straight line part of the second chicane. So that will put Tommy Foster now ahead of Lorcan Hannafin and Adrian David. Well, not quite ahead of Lorcan Hannafin. Foster, David, Leo Weiss is the next car in the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau Duquesne. And now jinking to the left, sort of driven there off the road, was Adrian David, but he coped with it incredibly well. Very, very bumpy out there, and he gets the place back again on Tommy Foster.
Yeah, Foster and David, two of the absolute stars in this race, actually with a clear piece of track ahead of them. They're about 5 seconds down on Lorcan Hannafin's Aston Martin. It's the 85 Ligier just in front, Duquesne just in front. And the place has been gained ahead of Tommy Foster. Tommy Foster's not going to let him go, though, and who's tucked in behind them as well? It's Leo Weiss, the car that was started by Torsten Kratz, also in the mix.
Once again, the M Racing car fully off the road and trying to deal with 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe other LMP3s, looking to be late on the brakes. So it was certainly off the track there, the wrong side of the curb, the number 13 car. But it might work if that was a legal manoeuvre on the brakes for Alexandre Cugnot. And now he can concentrate on that section of road out of Mulsanne Corner and down towards Indianapolis. And only 2 days ago we had a huge crash for Louis Rossi in this area of the circuit. The track staff did an incredible job to repair all the Armco barrier, and it meant that the hyperpole session could still happen just 30 minutes behind time. I was expecting that to be at least an hour to be shunted further down the schedule. Max Meyer leading from Clement Moreno, but David Drew now for Cool Racing, their 97 car in hot pursuit.
Slightly confusing, just up the track ahead of them there's another car, but it's the number 68 entry from the P3 class that's had a long pit stop for repairs, Hagley by T2 Racing. But this little lead battle, Max Meyer, Clement Moreno, David Drew trying to catch them, all three of them covered by 1 3/4 seconds. Then comes Lorcan Hannafin trying to keep out of the way, but leading GT3 comfortably. But he's got a trio of P3 cars on his tail. He's got Adrian David, Tommy Foster, Leo Weiss, and Garth Walton. Last minute call up from Australia. RLR by M Sport sharing with Ian Aguilera has made the price of his air ticket pay very nicely indeed. He's getting closer to them as well.
Lorcan Hannafin got to be going through the Porsche curves in his big GT3 Aston Martin, but it's not as quick as the LMP3s would ordinarily be in the clear air. They can now find a way by Lorcan and into the braking area, both sneaking through. Adrian David and Tommy Foster, and those are moves for position, remember, to take the Aston Martin back to 6th place. But the yellows are out on track because of the number 50 car of Nicholas Bourne, which is the Reiter Engineering Felbermeyer livery car, and that car is somewhere in the final sector. Double waved yellows, maybe into Porsche curves, or Porsche curves out, quite possibly. Now, Porsche in is clear, but it's the left-hand part of Porsche curves just after that road bridge section.
So at the end of that lap, Max Meyer leading by 1.6 seconds. He got through the Ford chicane better than chasing Clement Moreno, but Clement was under real pressure from David Drew, who's pushing in third place, and certainly a crew that can come through. Big lock-ups into the Dunlop curves. We've had another spinner. It's sitting at the side of the track on the tarmac, but not in the gravel. That's important. Hopefully that can get going again. That doesn't interrupt our lead battle. They are catching the car that's almost a lap down, that number 68 Hagley by T2 Racing. It's dark green. It's right in front of the orange-flanked Max Meyer's car for MV2S. Then comes that battle for second place. Clement Moreno and David Drew right on his tail as they enter the first chicane.
So causing brief yellows at the Dunlop chicane, Louis Hamilton-Smith in the P4 Racing number 27 car. Louis sharing with Andrew Ferguson. But you are allowed to go at racing speed all the way down the Mulsanne Straight. And leading the way is Max Meyer from Clement Moreno, but David Drew taking chunks out of him. And obviously, once that car gets into the slipstream, it will start to home in yet further on the number 6 for ANS Motorsport. So the grey and blue of David Drew in third position, ahead of then a more distant Adrian David. He's a further 4.5 seconds back, but he is setting absolute best sectors. So David and Foster may be working with one another now to get involved in these podium positions.
Yeah, you would wonder. We've got just over 11 minutes remaining. We have these slow zones that's not going to help their flow at all, but certainly both Adrian David and Tommy Foster capable of going forward. The fact they're ahead of Leo Weiss, only just in the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne, shows how well they're going. But it's clear track now for Max Meyer. He's got past and lapped the Hagley by T2 Racing number 68. That is now out of his way, but it's right across the nose of Clement Moreno in third place. Helping him or hindering, can't quite tell. David Drew, though, is not pouncing. I thought he would be.
Louis Hamilton-Smith's going to have to get out of the P4 racing car. He's assessing the damage on the right-hand side. There's certainly a Michelin ring which has been scrubbed onto the side pod, effectively, of this LMP3 Ligier, the right-hand side, to indicate to me that there was another car at very close quarters prior to his what looks like retirement. And it is going to be a proper slow zone now. Only at this point were the double waved yellows turned into slow zone number 8. So from Marshall Post 30, or Porsche curves in, where the newer track departs the old, and that old run down to Maison Blanche. But instead, these days, you turn high speed right, but it's not high speed at the moment. Oh, David Drew's misjudged it and briefly overlaps with Clement Moreno. He took out a floppy marker board as well, but does then slow down to the 80 kilometres per hour. Let's hope he's not done for illegal overtaking. But you're going past Marshall Post 29, where it clearly says the next Marshall Post will be a slow zone. And this is where these drivers have to be clued up if they want to ever one day be in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, because it is so crucial to know that the state of the track the next time you're entering corners on the previous time were green.
Communication with the team is also absolutely vital. For a driver of David Drew's experience, that is a really surprising thing to do. But I think he just was on the right side of the law. He had his left-hand wheels just kissing the white line of the edge of the circuit. Well, the fact he collected that floppy cone indicates he was a little bit over, but I think he would have got away with it. The marshals are holding out yellow flags, waved yellow flags, of course, and 80 kilometres an hour, slow, big signs for all the drivers to see. Then, of course, they clear the slow zones and off they go. And Max Meyer's had a really good blast to get clear of Clement Moreno. He gained about half a second just on that. It's not a restart, it's getting out of the slow zone and accelerating away. He's got just under 9 minutes left on this in this race. He's got to hold this lead, and he's doing a very good job of it at the moment. But can David Drew recompose himself and start attacking Clement Moreno for second place? Can they all be caught by Adrian David? He is now only 6 seconds down on the race leader in fourth place, coming through with Tommy Foster in fifth place, tucked in behind.
The other thing that Max Meyer's going to have to be very aware of is another slow zone on the track at Tête Rouge. So he'll come tearing through Forest S's, and then we'll have to slow down. The other thing, of course, that may well benefit Clement Moreno or David Drew is there's nothing to say that you have to keep that gap that was a couple of seconds before you go into the slow zone. You can potentially close that up, although you're all hitting the line where you must be at 80 kph. at roughly the same point. So you've got to be slowing at Marshall Post 5 and down to 80 kph by Marshall Post 6 in time for the Mulsanne itself.
It's absolutely the equivalent of drivers maximising how close they can get to the start of the pit lane. We've seen it in practice, in top drivers locking up. You think, what are you doing? But of course, they're seeing how deeply they could brake. But what happened at Tete Rouge is that Max Meyer, his advantage, the advantage he gained after the previous slow zone came back. It's down to 1.1 seconds again. Certainly, Clement Moreno learnt from his earlier error, if you will. And David Drew will be still thinking, do you think I got away with that down at the Porsche curves?
Yeah, that will be ringing in his mind, but these sportsmen and women are so good at just parking that for the time being, not affecting the concentration further. If you've made a slight error, you can deal with that at a later point, probably at the end of the race, but don't let it affect your performance in the remaining 7 minutes. Now, bear in mind, this is not a full safety car. It is 2 of the 9 slow zones that are currently neutralising. In fact, one of them's just cleared, so it's now only zone 3, which is 80 kph. That is from Forest S's through to the exit of the chicane. The rest of the racetrack, you can go at full racing speed. A safety car lap around here was taking north of 7.5 minutes. We should get to the end of this lap and one more, I reckon, in the allocated 55 minutes. And Karen Gaillard will be having the shoes and socks off thinking, have I got enough time in this race to do my 20 minutes? Because I really want a race result here. Although the 83 Lamborghini is actually circulating in 16th position in GT3. It could have been a lot better than that. But they could not get the message to Celia Martin. Back up to racing speed again down the middle bit of the Mulsanne between the 2 chicanes with Max Meyer still leading.
Another very good escape by Max Meyer. He suddenly doubled his lead. 1.1 seconds when they went into the slow zone, 2.3 when they exited. It got to the next point where the gap is measured, and now suddenly David Drew is all over the tail of Clement Moreno for second place. So David Drew, the Cool Racing Ligier driver, car number 97. Clement Moreno, the ANS Motorsport Ligier driver, car number 6. Best of the Ducades, 4th place, and closing in, it's Hadrian David, the driver who set the fastest time in the first free practice session, the fastest time in the second free practice session. Fabien Michal started the car, but the driver who I think is going to deliver, but he hasn't got too much time left to do that, will be Hadrian David. Can he get a podium? I think on this lap he might gain a couple of seconds, then he's going to have to do exactly the same next time around to catch second and third.
Clement Moreno ran way too deep into Mulsanne. He dragged a couple of tyres through the gravel trap, and it was a cleaner exit for David Drew, so he's got a very good run indeed now on the Frenchman up ahead of him, and he's going to try around the outside is David Drew. Through the kink, first of all. They've not got to Indianapolis just yet. Now, is there the room for the Cool Racing car to swing across the nose? There certainly is, but can he get it stopped in time for Indianapolis proper? He's fully locked up, but he keeps it out of the gravel trap, and into second place will go David Drew in car 97.
Wow, Clement Moreno had to be complicit in letting that move happen, because suddenly there's that huge twitch just as the drivers straightened the cars up between the right-hand kink on the approach to Indianapolis and getting into the corner, and then David Drew washed right across the track, right across the nose of Moreno, but somehow with a good degree of help from Clement Moreno, there was no contact. But I guess to go around the outside Indianapolis, you've got to be committed, and that's precisely what he was.
Yeah, but also it was opportunistic because he'd seen the mistake from Clement Moreno. Moreno was being harassed and harangued in the braking area for Mulsanne, and that spooked him, and he couldn't get the car stopped sufficiently or efficiently enough. And it was an untidy exit, and those things, that butterfly effect then means that you're not at full speed as quickly as the chasing car behind of David Drew. So worked perfectly. Is this too much of an ask, though, in the remaining 4 minutes to close a 3.4 second lead on 17-year-old Max Meyer? Not really raced at this level of sports car racing before, Max, but needs to be careful not to get lost in the moment and think this is a big deal. It is a big deal, but you can kind of realise that after the job is done. 3.3 seconds the lead now for MV2S Racing. I will remind you, after, was it 1 lap, 2 laps, that car in the hands of Christophe Cresp was in the gravel trap, buried, and needed marshal assistance to get the car back into the race. It was only because we went safety car that MV2S Racing and then pitted. They got their stop out of the way very, very early, and incredibly now lead by over 3 seconds.
Can I throw something else into the mix? Hadrian David, the driver chasing in 4th place, he's going to have to chase a whole lot more. He's just been handed a 5-second penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. There was a bit of bodywork just early in the lap, just on the approach to Tete Rouge. So someone's obviously run over the curbs on the exit of the Forest S's and left. Looked like one of those little triangular, what do you call them? The little,
I call them
cheeses.
Bullets.
Bullets at the back of the car.
Well, as they're known in the trade. They're the cheese wedge or door wedge shaped sections, boxes of carbon fibre that sit beneath or behind the rear wheels of each of these LMP3s, but they're very vulnerable. Just a little bit of contact will tear one of those off the car. And if this was a longer race, 2 hours or so, they would be instructed by race direction to come in and fix that. But we're only 2.5 minutes away from the race end, so I cannot imagine that car will need to have running repairs, unless it is, well, certainly the race winner, because it will need to be scrutineered, and normally those boxes need to be present. But Max Meyer's got both his bullets in place, and he's also fully focused on the road in front right now. It's a sterling effort, although that gap again is closing back to David Drew, Bruce.
Well, it's the last lap. He's halfway round the last lap. He's just got to defend. He's taking it down to Mulsanne corner right now. He needs an attack from Moreno back onto David Drew's tail, but already David Drew has left the ANS Motorsport Ligier in his wake. The car in fourth place, Adrien David, his RACEDAY Duqueine, the best of the Duqueines, is closing on them, but he has a 5-second penalty. And at the moment, that would drop him about 4 positions. So Tommy Foss will move up to fourth place. Leonard Weiss in the WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duqueine will move to fifth. And Team Thor, Colin Noble, up to sixth. And look too for Adrien Clomenil, the driver who was fastest in the first qualifying session. He is rocketing up the order for Cool Racing, so it could be a good result for them. Second perhaps, and another one maybe just getting into the top 6.
So Lorcan Hannafin in the GT3 category leading by a decent margin, as now 2 cars arriving into Indianapolis absolutely together. Adrien David in the 85 in the colours of RACEGP with ANS Motorsports Clement Moreno. And the key thing now for Adrien David is to get 5 seconds up the road from the number 6 car to make sure that that penalty doesn't affect the 85 from being on the podium. And they're going to get another lap here. So David, but it's the last lap for the race leader, isn't it? Who's crossed the line? No, we're going
to. Not yet. This is the last lap.
Okay.
So here we are into the Porsche curves. No slow zone now. Negotiated very, very well indeed by Max Meyer. He's just got a few more twists. Easy for me to say, but he's keeping that Ligier on the track for MV2S Racing.
No, he's
I
not.
shouldn't have said that. He just ran far too deep off the circuit. It's rejoined in a full twist. Well, there's something for his replay reel. Oh, my word. There we were saying he's done the hard work. Thank goodness he got it back on the track. He will take the victory, surely, unless he gets it wrong at the Ford chicane. The pressure's coming right on. David Drew is, half a second down in second place.
Track limits are a bit of a question, but I'm sure that will be overlooked as if Max Meyer is neat and tidy on the exit of the Ford chicane with 1 second left on the clock and now 0. So that was the final lap. You're quite right, Bruce, but it was nip and tuck throughout it all. And Race Direction realised that we could get the thing finished just before the hour of 11 o'clock. And Max Meyer in the MV2S racing car, and probably a guy who cannot believe that whole situation is Christophe Cresp, because he was sitting for about 2 minutes in the gravel trap at the second chicane thinking my day is done and I might not even see a bit of time behind the wheel for my 17-year-old co-driver. And then everything spun around because of the safety car that effectively the MV2S racing car caused, but it did it a massive favour. Now the GT3 winner will head across the line. That's the number 90 Aston Martin of Blackthorn for Lorcan Hannafin and his Singaporean teammate Martin Berry. And a terrific result for the British squad. They brought 2 Aston Martins to the party this year, the 90 and the 91, and it's car 90 that takes victory ahead of Alessandro Balsan, which is great for championship points because the 51 car that Balsan shares with Matthew Kerzhashevsky came here after 2 race victories, and they will get another 15 points before they head to the next 1 hour and 50-minute race.
And apparently all incidents will be investigated after the race. That's quite a few they're going to be having to work their way through. But I mean, the real story was the bulk of the field was behind a safety car going around, but then the pit window opened and those at the tail of the field were able to dive in and get a huge advantage.
So let's get some reaction then to that result. Here's Joe Bradley with a CrowdStrike pit report.
Incredible, Christophe Cresp. You were in the gravel trap and now you are going to be on that podium.
Yes. It's incredible because after with the safety car, I have problem with the car. When I tried to follow the other car I can do, I was in 80 kilometers. I box, and after we restart the car, it was ready, and we are in front. It's incredible. This is a special race. There is a lot of crash and so on, but we finish, and it's incredible to be to win this race.
You have discovered a superstar with Max Meyer.
Yeah,
17 years old.
He's
Incredible.
fantastic. He's a fantastic driver. He's happy. We are happy to be together. Yes, it's a nice team and a nice teammate.
You mentioned the team, Christophe. That was a team effort to get you back at the front. The team put you at the front.
Yeah.
That was a team effort.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
Brilliant. I'd like to shake your hand. Well done,
Thank
man.
you very much.
Well done.
Christophe Cresp and Max Meyer. I think he's actually 18 now. His birthday in September. So, but he joined the Le Mans Cup, Michelin Le Mans Cup, when only 17, and has been with RLR M Sport last year for the Ligier European Series, and that was in the JS2Rs, so it wasn't even the prototypes, the JSP4s that also run as part of that category. So he's moved up from GT-derived cars now into prototypes, and the 18-year-old could be a big star of the future. He very nearly let the pressure get to him for that final. I think that was all your fault, to be honest, Bruce.
It was. I'd take
He's keeping it on the track beautifully, and then the next minute he was leaving stage left, but controlled it, thankfully, kept it out of the tyre wall on what is a very fast section of track and to the flag, and won in the end by just less than a second over David Drew in the number 97 car. But again, that is good for Cool Racing's championship points. Tommy Foster with an awesome drive for high class racing. He was dicing with Adrian David through a lot of that. They've now incorporated David's penalty at Alcamel, so that would drop the 85 car, although it finished third on the road, drops back to 5th position and will promote Tommy Foster to 3rd, and therefore the podium in the number 20 car with Jens Moller. And ANS Motorsports number 6 car for Clement Moreno and Nicolas Schatz, the multiple French hill climb champion. Blackthorn take the win in GT3 for Lorcan Hannafin and his teammate Martin Berry, and completing the podium, the 51 Ferrari for Matthew Kerzhezhevsky and Alessandro Balzan, and the high-class racing GT3 car, which is the number 18 Porsche for Sven Müller and Nick Jones. So they'll be very happy at high class as well. My word, I have to say that the Road to Le Mans events never cease to disappoint, or rather never cease to amaze, and we certainly are never left disappointed coming away from them, because sadly Thursday's race kind of didn't happen after that big crash for Louis Rossi, but thankfully he was okay. This time it did run the duration of 55 minutes. And we have a winner in the form of NV2S Racing. Thanks to Joe Bradley for providing the CrowdStrike pit lane reports. Also to Bruce Jones. From Johnny Palmer here in the Ford Performance Studios. Join us for warm-up for the 24-hour cars very soon indeed.
17. Antonio Giovanazzi sur la Ferrari Racing numéro 51. Deuxième ligne de départ après avoir réalisé le troisième tournant. Quatrième tournant pour l'autre Ferrari de la Force, la numéro 50 avec Niklas Nielsen. C'est le tournant qui s'élancera. Deuxième ligne de grille de départ. Troisième ligne de grille de départ avec l'Alpine de Charles ici en 3.25 713. Une troisième ligne de grille de départ avec la BMW de Marco Humann. Une voiture qui avait été fut un temps la plus rapide lors des séances de qualification, mais qui a raté loin vite avant la BMW jusqu'à l'excellence en troisième ligne de grille de départ. Mais c'est ça qui a réalisé le meilleur temps lors des qualifs. C'était la BMW numéro 46. Quatrième ligne de départ avec la Cadillac numéro 2 d'Alex Nin. Cadillac numéro 2 qui a réalisé le 7e chrono en 3.24 782. Elle s'élancera pour la quatrième ligne de départ avec l'Oreca Airstream Jota de Will Stevens numéro 12. La Porsche en 163 du Airstream Jota numéro 12 donc, qui a réalisé le 8e chrono lors des qualifs. Cinquième ligne de départ avec la ligne de Nicolas Lapierre, numéro 36, Nicolas passé en 3.25 278, cinquième ligne de départ partagé avec la Porsche numéro 5, Frédéric Macopetti au départ, un chrono de 3.25 307, sixième ligne de départ, la mieux placée de Toyota, c'est la Toyota numéro 8, c'est la deuxième ligne en 3.25 446, Toyota numéro 8, 11e chrono, sixième ligne de grille de départ partagée avec la Ferrari de Honda Pisa, la F-Force, la numéro 83, septième ligne de grille de départ, la Lamborghini Ironix numéro 63, avec Eduardo Mortara au volant 325 973, septième ligne de grille de départ partagée avec le Proto Competition numéro 99, c'est la Porsche 163, et Robert Kubica qui s'élancera pour le relais de départ, septième ligne de grille de départ avec la Lamborghini de Ironix, donc la Proto Competition numéro 99, huitième ligne de grille de départ, un Peugeot numéro 93, Nico Muller, réalisé le 15e chrono, 16e temps pour la BMW numéro 20, et 9e ligne de grille de départ, on retrouve avec le numéro 38, les couleurs de la Porsche 963 du Airstream Jota, 17e temps, donc une ligne de grille de départ partagée avec le Cadillac 311 de Will Stevens, la 311 qui a été montée Cadillac du CFR, voiture qui s'élancera en 9e ligne de grille de départ. Dixième ligne de grille de départ, Felipe Nasser avec la Porsche numéro 4 qui a réalisé le 19e chrono, dixième ligne de grille de départ partagée avec l'autre Peugeot, la Peugeot numéro 94. C'est Paul qui restera, qui sera au volant pour le Merci Thomas, allez-y, continuez de parcourir cette petite ligne. Nous sommes encore avec 17 minutes. On va bien présenter les voitures passées devant les 252, mais c'est un passage par je dirais bien aussi pour en effet faire contact ou reprendre connaissance avec les commentaires de cette émission.
On est juste sur les arrêtés, on va aller soit de la direction de la sortie, soit de la on va aller vers si vous voulez bien vers la sortie de cette équipe, on aura deux voitures, une Style Jota, on rappelle, cette équipe qui a fait ses débuts en IPFR, qui est l'une des équipes qui a connu le plus de succès dans la catégorie. Elle est depuis au cours des dernières années, et qui surtout la
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Let's get straight to the weather before warm-up. Some sun turning cloudy and breezy with a brief shower or two with a high of 18 this afternoon. Tonight, more wind this evening, partly to mostly cloudy, a shower in places, low of 13, and then into Sunday, 20 degrees, but rather cloudy and showers all day, 94% chance of precipitation, and into Monday, if you're leaving and packing up, 22 degrees, shower in the morning. That's your weather from down at the bottom of the Bugatti circuit, where the current temperature is 14 degrees. Just like to let that music sink in a little bit. You know you're getting close to race day when we start playing that on the airwaves of Radio Le Mans. 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world on RS1 and on Studiovision at Facebook as well, on the Listeners Collective and a variety of other places. Hello. Johnny Morlam, John Hindorf, Paul Truswell in that order. Actually, I might have been waving at the wrong camera there, so I'm going to wave at that one as well and at that one. Who knows which one was live at that time? I could probably have, if I'd looked behind me, we could see the monitor screen over there. A lunchtime start for the teams and drivers, at least for most of them. It was a very, very busy evening and day yesterday for the number 12 Jota. They tested their car last night. I didn't see it, but I heard it. It has done its shakedown. It must take part in this session. So there's plenty of drama to go on in the 15 minutes that comes up live here from the Circuit de la Sarthe for Le Mans 2024. 91.2 FM is Radio Le Mans. And Johnny Morlam is to my right. Morning, Jimo. How are you?
Morning, John.
Oh, you're only coming in one of my ears at the moment. Go on, carry on. Keep talking.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be here. I saw a picture on social media of the 12 Jota on the airfield. Just a picture, not any video or anything, but the rooster tail that was coming out behind it from the wet. And I just thought, of all the things, you fix the car and you have to go and run it in the wet on the airfield. It just seems, everything seems to be colluding against them. And Sverre thought, as a fellow driver for Callum Arlott, you know, I don't know if they'll put him out in the warm-up. Will Stevens is next to the car at the moment, but I would definitely put him out in the warm-up because, trust me, he is going to be feeling absolutely terrible about the whole situation. So get him out, get him up on the horse because they need him, and he's a bloody good driver, and they need him to be feeling strong.
Have you ever driven a car at speed on the airfield?
Yes, I have. Well,
it's bumpy, isn't it?
You know that because it was a Celine, remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I was leading you into that.
Yeah, and
it's bumpy.
Remember, it was also wet as well.
It was wet.
Yeah. So it was, it's very, very bumpy. And so you literally just go in a straight line. That's what you're doing. You're literally just going systems checks, putting the car at the sort of revs as high revs as you can, shift up, shift down. It is just a systems check. You don't learn anything in terms, I mean, if the car's definitely like steering left-hand down, right-hand down, you might notice it. But in terms of setup and handling, you won't really notice much.
The 12 Jota, number 12 Porsche 963, Paul, is the only car which is mandated to go out in this session.
Indeed, yes. As a result of their missing everything, really, they were given dispensation. You have to ask for dispensation to get out onto the airfield. They were given a time slot to go out there, so they couldn't wait until it dried. There was if you scoured the social media channels, there was actually a little video clip of them running, which I think Hertz Team Jota actually put out themselves. But yes, it's not going to be hugely useful to them, but at least they know that everything's running. It's better than just firing the car up in the garage. but it is mandatory for that car now to participate in the warm-up. They don't have to do any specific number of laps, but they do have to participate in the warm-up.
And it's a shame that it's a 15-minute warm-up these days, because back in the days it was a 45-minute warm-up. You could actually learn a little bit more in 45 minutes, cycle through a few times. And this way, they're literally going to go out and get one-time lap, and that's about it.
It's dry, though.
At the moment.
Well, the track is declared wet, and it was drizzling as I walked into the booth.
Was it?
Yeah.
All right, okay.
So it might be dry in the pit lane, but that doesn't mean it's dry through the Porsche curves.
But it does mean that now the tyre allocations, they can use wet tyres if they want during this session. Tyre allocation anyway for this session doesn't affect what they use during the race.
Correct.
So there's no harm in going out, but equally there may be some teams that don't want to go out. I'll be surprised if anybody chooses not to go out. I think the days where teams would say there's nothing to prove, I think we'll see all 62 cars out in these 15 minutes.
No, I agree with you, Paul.
Let's go down for our first CrowdStrike pit lane report of the 24-hour competition this Saturday and Sunday, and a new voice this week. Peter Snowden joins us. Morning, Snowy.
Morning, John and Johnny. Just mind that chair, Johnny. You've got 24 hours of this, mate. News from the pit lane really at the moment is it is spitting with rain already. Very, very, very light, and it is only 15 minutes worth of warm-up, but it is definitely spitting with rain as I stand on the pit wall opposite the Alpine team. Are just bringing their cars out in. They're the first ones to get them turned on the skates, ready to start this warm-up.
Pit lane, the pit out entrance, all the cars, as Snowy just said, out on the pit apron and ready to get underway. I've had a quick look right up to the very end, no problems with any cars, so they will all be going out for this very quick warm-up session. And she rightly said the Jota number 12 is ready and waiting as well. Still some fans in the pit lane here. They're just being guided out of the pit lane before the session gets underway. All the teams are on the pit wall and they have pit wall areas, and everyone looking quite calm, waiting, ready for this long endurance race to get underway.
And the second voice you heard there, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team, is of course Diana Binks. Joe Bradley and Nick Damon will be the other two voices we'll cycle through. Let's wait for our race director to count us down. I would assume it'll be Eduardo in race control this morning, although obviously in a race like as long as this, they do have to work shifts as we do here in the Ford Performance Studios here at the end of the Bugatti circuit. And so a little bit of rain then. It is in the VP Racing Fuel forecast, but Johnny Morlam has actually felt it on his head.
Yes,
so
I did.
That's the best way of doing it.
But I mean, yeah, put your hand out.
Yeah.
Do you remember John Manor when he stuck his hand out at in the Grand Prix at Silverstone, and everyone was saying, no, it's not going to rain, it's not going to rain, and John was on the pit perch and just stuck his hand out and went, right, send them out.
I remember Bob Neville here with Nissan. Here's the race director.
Warm-up session is delayed by 3 minutes. Warm-up session is delayed by 3 minutes. Please be advised the warm-up session is delayed by 3 minutes.
That's the alternate.
It's not Eduardo.
No, that's Nils, I think. Who was on there, and interestingly he came in on the channel I was expecting to hear team radio on, so I'm not sure what has been swapped round. Some of our feeds from our colleagues at TV have been interesting this week. We've had some good stuff though, I'll tell you that. It was Bob Neville at Nissan in one of the years when they had a huge control room at the back of one of the granny annex, the extension at the top end of pit lane, and they were looking, no rain on the radar, no rain on the radar. And Bob, of course, being Bob Neville, you know Bob Neville, you'll have competed against him at RGN. Bob and Liz, fantastic characters.
3 minutes to the start of the session. 3 minutes to the start of the warm-up session.
Now he came in on the channel I was expecting. Oh, heavens. And Bob took his hat off, stuck his head out, his hand out, and the message, which I will not repeat verbatim, but he basically said, you might not be able to see it on the radar, but I can feel it on my head, and as I've been bald for 20 years, I can tell you it's raining. You might have imagined that there was a few juicier words in that, Paul.
I can well imagine, yes, but of course, having been brought up as a sheltered life,
yes. You wouldn't know.
But on that subject, I haven't seen any cars on anything other than slick tyres.
Cars may now go to the fast lane. Cars are now allowed in the fast lane.
This is all part of the procedure, by the way. If you're listening to this and thinking, hang on, what do you mean they're allowed to the fast lane? Well, they're parked on the concrete apron in front of their pits. You're not just allowed to go and line up until the race director says that you can. And if you do, you'll get a penalty for that. If you're out there too early, you'll get parked for 5 minutes of the 15.
And I have to say, that's a very useful rule to have, because at least it makes it clear. In some other series, it's not at all clear when you're allowed to go to the end of the pit lane. And so it is regarded as being a good thing to get out early.
Yep.
Obviously, it gives you that extra bit of pit time, because it can take you 3 minutes just to get to the end of the queue. If you're at the Toyota end of the pits, and Toyotas, as is their wont, stationed at the very entrance to the pit lane, have a long way to go. And when the fast lane is opened, takes them, even if they go straight out.
1 minute. 1 minute to the start of the warm-up session. Under 1 minute to the start of the warm-up session.
Now, I know Paul said have a long way to go there, but that wasn't in reference to the race, so he's not getting fined the €10.
Track has been declared wet. This is a wet session. Rain lights on and low mode.
If you see anybody with blue sidewalls of the hypercar class, blue is for blue, white is white hot, that's your softest tyres.
30 seconds to the start of the warm-up session. 30 seconds to the start of the warm-up session.
I still find those colours. If it was me, I would go soft is red,
yeah,
yellow is medium, and white is hard. No, that's what I would do.
Oh, I see.
But they do white is hard.
15 seconds to the start of the session.
Yellow and red.
10,
yes.
9,
white is soft.
That's what I'm
7,
saying.
Yeah.
6,
but
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pit exit is now open.
It's exactly the opposite to what Pirelli do in
This is the start
F1.
of the warm-up session.
So, green flag, the session is underway. The point I was trying to make was that there doesn't seem to be a consensus as to whether soft or medium is the answer. There is a consensus that slicks are the answer. So, however heavy the rain is, the fact that the track has been declared wet merely gives the teams the option to use rain tyres if they want to. They're not allowed to use rain tyres unless somebody says the track has been declared wet. Unless you're going into the grid from the pits at the start of the starting procedure. So the outlap from the grid to the from the outlap from the pit to the grid, you're on 3 tyres.
Which don't have to be part of your allocation either. They can be transport tyres.
And they can be any tyres you want just to get to the start line.
I think I saw an LMP2 with treaded tyres, treaded Goodyear tyres there, but
I don't think so.
I can't believe they would.
I mean, it was drizzling. It was drizzling, John, but it's not. It wasn't wet, and you can see they're not even leaving traces behind them on the road. So right now it slips.
Camera, the wettest looking corner is Mulsanne. It looked like we had more spitting there than anywhere else.
That is the radio for Scott Dixon, who is out in Cadillac number 3. Let me give you some of the drivers. Alex Lynn's gone out for Cadillac number 2. Scott Dixon for Cadillac number 3. Felipe Nasr for Porsche Penske Motorsport at number 4. Michael Christensen for the 5. Lawrence Vanthoor for the 6. Jose Maria Lopez. Oh no, neither of the Toyota Gazoo racing cars have come out because they've got such a long way to go to the exit. So yeah, I can say that we're getting fined as well. Ben Fiscal for Proton is out in the number 9 car. Patrick Paley in the 10. Jean-Carl Vernet in the Isotta Fraschini. Hertz Team Jolter number 12. Oh, it is Will Stevens that's gone out in that. He's got the most experience in that car. He's been there since the beginning. So, all right, maybe he checks to make sure that it's all lined up properly. AO by TF, the number 14. Spike, Louis Delatraz. Marco Wittmann for the 15 BMW. Andrea Caldarelli for the Iron Lynx. Prototype number 63. René Rast in the art car for BMW. We'll have the story of the art car coming up in our lunchtime play out between the end of this and the start of our countdown to green. Ollie Jarvis in the 22 United Autosports, Ben Hanley in the 23, Fabio Scherer in the 24 Nielsen Racing. These are all P2 cars, so they are all Orica 07s. Ollie Caldwell for Algarve Pro Racing in the 25, Harter Racing, Aston, Alex Riberas, Job van Uitert in the 28, Edex Sport, James Allen in the Duquesne number 30, WRT have sent out Augusto Farfus. Hope you enjoyed the long one that we recorded with him a couple of weekends ago. Lovely, lovely bloke who I've known for a very long time. I really enjoyed sitting, talking to him. And the following on from that, René Binder for DKI Engineering in the P2, number 33. Then it's into Europol, Vlad Lomko in the 34, Nico Lapierre in the 36 Alpine, Charles Malaysia in the 35, Malte Jakobsen in Cool Racing number 37. After that, Ollie Rasmussen for Hertz Team Jota in the Mighty 38, Chris Meese in Proton Competitions, GT3 being the Mustang. That is going to catch me out so many times. I just think of Christian Reid and Proton as Porsche. Of course I do, as you all do. So I apologise in advance. Colin Brown's gone out for the CrowdStrike Racing by EPR, number 45. LMP2, Team WRT have sent the 46 out with Max Martin. He's a bit of a rain specialist, so if it was wet, I think that was a good idea, just in case. Naveen Rao is out in the Cool Racing number 47. The number 14 in 47th. Then the two AF Corsa hypercars, Nicholas Nielsen, Antonio Giovinazzi with Franchi Castellacci in the Vista AF Corsa 54. Ferrari, Alessio Rivera in the 55. United Autosports, Greg Sosi for the 59 United McLaren. Iron Links, Frank Pereira with the Lamborghini, the GT3 car. Their 63 hypercar is Edo Mortara. Matthias Beck for Panish Racing, LMP2. Larry Ten Voorde, who for once this weekend in the lead up to a 24-hour race doesn't have a Porsche Cup race to go to somewhere. He was flying all over the place the last couple of weekends, backwards and forwards to DTM a test weekend, backwards and forwards to Carrera Cup Italy for the Nürburgring 24 hours, but he is in the 66 GMW Ferrari Inception. Have Fred Scharndorf behind the wheel of the number 70 McLaren. Ben Barker for Proton Competition in the 77. Kelvin von der Linde for Acodis ASP, the 78 Lexus. The two TF Sport Astons have got Charlie Eastwood and Daniel Hunkadea, 81 and 82. AF Corsa, Robert Kubica in the semi-works, semi-private AF Corsa, run number 83. The Iron Dames, Michelle Gatting has not, oh no, she's been out, but comes straight back in again in the Lamborghini number 85. GR Racing's Daniel Serra is out in that car that had problems early on in the week, but it's been pretty good since then, touching for Micah, because I don't have anything wood here for them, don't want to curse them. It is Takeshi Kimura, who is just going back out again in the Lexus number 87. Proton's Dennis Olsen is in, and we've had a whoopsie for Kamui Kobayashi, and it's a significant impact on the front of the number 7. In fact, sorry, it's Nick de Vries who took that car out. He has gone straight on and hit something. Looks like he's gone underneath something there, JMO, and he's following in. Oh, he hasn't run up the back of the Lexus, has he? Oh my goodness me.
I think the damage, John, sorry to talk across you a little bit, I think the damage there looks more from a barrier of some sort. I think it's too much of an impact to
he's gone.
Not get a barrier.
We had
no, we're about to see it.
No, he has.
Right.
He smashed
absolutely
right into the back of the Toyota Lexus team car in GT3.
God.
GR
talk
on
about the
GR.
two cars. Talk about the two cars that don't want to hit each other.
So that'll be the 78 of Kelvin von der Linde, who got comprehensively nailed.
And to be fair to him, he was backing up because of traffic in front of him as well. It wasn't like he was going super slowly. I think it was like that concertina effect. It can happen. It can happen. That looks like it's going to be mostly cosmetic, but that's not ideal when you're doing it in the warm-up just before the start of the race. The whole thing about the warm-up is do not, do any damage to the car when you're out.
Is the team radio?
GT car was standing on the brakes, and I was doing the Bravo 8 12:11, and then obviously I didn't see it. My mistake.
Okay, copy.
So
it's very likely that Toyota GR Racing have anyway got a list of jobs on their list to do between the warm-up and the race. They won't have just been planning to sit around doing nothing. They'll have been preparing the car, possibly making changes to it anyway between warm-up and race, and this will just go and mess up their job schedule.
Well, you called that exactly right, though, John. That was like, it looked like he'd gone under something, and you're absolutely spot on. He went under the rear diffuser of the Lexus.
We've all done it.
Going back to the Will Stevens, and obviously you would say at this point those drivers that are going to start the race probably be the drivers that drive the warm-up, and I guess if Will was down to start the race, then the logic would be, especially with a completely rebuilt car, would be to have him drive the warm-up, because at least then when he goes into the race he knows half what he's got underneath him.
True. Yeah, very true. At RSL_studio at Radio Le Mans, the hashtag is RLM_24H. That's how you get on the screens in front of Johnny Morland, myself, and Paul Truswell. And we advise you strongly to have a look at our Instagram. We're doing a lot more Instagram this year, so you can get a little bit of the atmosphere if you're here or if you're not here. And our Instagram is Radio Show LTD. Radio Show LTD, and we'll be making a bit more of that this year. If you haven't already seen it, we've got a video of me just showing people around. He's Seb Bravery.
Car 7 has had an incident and they've had to pit. Car 7 has some damage, so please take very little risk.
Well,
can you check the brake temperature is quite high? Is it because of the stop?
So that's interesting. So that's a nose that's gone already, because that one, they won't repair that one, I don't think, over the course of the race. That looked too badly damaged. It wasn't just it crumpled.
The trouble is when they crumple, if you just knock something off, you can patch it, but that one crumpled all the way back. So yeah, you're right. There's a limited number of noses that they will have put on through practice, but they know that they're probably going to need to change a nose at some point in the race, and now they've got one less.
Let's head down for CrowdStrike Pit Report. We'll start with Peter Snowden, who's been watching what's going on at Alpine.
Yeah, indeed. Both cars just completed an installation lap. One went out, the 36 car went out on mediums, and the 35 car went out on softs instantly. Both came in simultaneously, rotated on the skates into the garage, and a lot of front-end suspension work being looked at on both of these cars. The 36 and 35 has now just rejoined, and that's gone on to the medium tyre as well now, so they've done a tyre change, the other car hasn't. But a great deal of detailed inspection on the front suspension of both of those cars, Alpines, on that after one installation lap.
And I might side the number 12, the Hertz team, Jota, and Sam Hignett, the co-founder of the team, joins me now. First of all, Sam, huge congratulations to the team for the sterling work that they did rebuilding that car. How proud are you of them?
Immensely proud. You know, I think, as we've said in the press, the fastest we've ever built one of these is 3 weeks in Weissach. So to have turned it round in 48 hours is an incredible achievement. I'm so proud of them all.
Will's out there at the moment. I guess he's staying out for this whole warm-up session. What's the feedback so far? Anything?
Yeah, all okay at the moment. I mean, we've built a brand new car, so there are always going to be a few gremlins, but we just debug the system and hopefully the car will be good for the race.
Now, you got the chassis from Penske. Do you know anything about it, where it's raced before at all?
Yeah, we know a little bit about it. It's done a bit of work, but it's a good chassis from what we understand, so hopefully it'll do us proud.
Thanks very much, Sam.
No worries, thank you.
We think, we don't know, but we think it was an IMSA chassis. We'll try and get to the bottom of that and find out the chassis number and see what it's done in the past.
I heard it was a show car chassis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, maybe Diana can go back and ask Sam.
The UK show car isn't a chassis. It is just a hard plastic shell that they're moulded from a car. And it's very clever, actually, because it's got little hydraulic rams that you pump it up and it just drops casters under.
Well,
let's hope
it's not that one.
Well, it will be underweight, I'll tell you that now, and somewhat underpowered, because 2 guys have to push that one around. No, absolutely. Cracking job by Hertz Team Jota, as you heard there, that is that was a virtually bare monocoque that they had to just pull some wiring out of and then build from scratch.
And he is super proud of his guys, and rightfully so. But let's not forget the knock-on of that. It means that every single one of his guys, because they would have got both cars involved in that, pretty much the entire Jota crew, probably on both sides of the garage, are going to be absolutely running on adrenaline before we've even started the race, John.
So just hearing from Diana, it has indeed raced in the States. It wasn't a show car. We'll get more details on that in a moment. In fact, let's go back down to Peter, who can give us a little more on this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, I'm down with the Lexus garage at the very beginning of the pit lane with the 78 car that was obviously hit up the back. There's quite a bit of damage already, as you'd imagine. It was quite an impact, as I think you mentioned, both of you, Johns. And it's I've just been ushered out to the garage as it's a working area, quite right. They've got a job to get on with, but not really what you want in a 15-minute warm-up, is it? But the rear bit's quite badly bent, as in the bodywork, not the steel. The original floor of the car is quite severely creased, so they're working way onto it at the moment.
And Peter, you're only a couple of garages away from the car that caused that damage. Nick De Vries in the Toyota Gazoo Racing. That was nose damage on that car, of course. How's that progressing? They were having a good look around the front of that. Peter obviously on his way to that at the moment. So down to the last 50 seconds already. We haven't even talked about times. I mean, I'm not sure, Paul, that what times tell us here, if anything. We don't even really get up to race pace, to be honest.
I think we are. We've got, setting up for everybody, you're right. The fastest car on the circuit is the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari 499P. Robert Kubica having done a 329.260. He's the only driver to be sub 3 minutes 30. Having said that, the Ferrari from the Works Ferrari team, Antonio Giovinazzi in number 51.
Box.
That was box to Will Stevens, and while we were listening to that a moment or two ago, side by side contact, Cool Racing and the gold fronted Cadillac, which is Seb Bourdais in the number 3. Sorry, Paul, go ahead. That was a bit unnecessary in warm-up, JMO.
Totally unnecessary. I mean, I don't understand the whole thing of the first thing they tell you as a driver, you go in the warm-up, just take it easy, don't push. I mean, Will Stevens, though, 3rd overall, 3 minute 32.3. The car must be feeling reasonably good underneath him for him to be able to go out and do that straight away on a slightly greasy track. So, fingers crossed for them.
If I may just evoke the words of one who is not here this year, and that is the marvellous Hugh Chamberlain. Nothing good ever happens in warm-up. There was plenty of other things he said that I can't mention here.
But to be fair, I think the nature of warm-up has changed enormously.
Totally agree.
And as Johnny and I were saying before the session started, nobody has taken the late breakfast option. Everybody has gone out and done at least a lap in this warm-up session, or is in the process of doing a lap. Some of them have just been in and out laps. Some people have chosen to do a driver change, so they've actually cycled through 2 at least of their drivers. But no, time's not really meaningful. Remember, the pole position time is a 3:24, so the Robert Kubica time of a 3:29 is not that far off pole. And certainly referring to Will Stevens as top Porsche in the number 12, Jota Porsche, a 3:32.3, as Johnny says, from that car. And
that'll be full tanks as well, Paul.
It will have been on full tanks, yes.
100%.
Because they'll have wanted to make sure that was all working.
They won't. They will fill her up, make sure there's no leaks or anything.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely groaning with fuel as it went out. Pro-Am headed by AF Corsa in the 183. They've had their issues this week, but that's a good time from Ben Barnicat with Matthias Besch for the 65 Panish Racing in 2nd and Edek in 3rd. In GT3 GR Racing, they had the problems early in the weekend as well.
Did no laps at all during the qualifying session, and therefore weren't even in a position to take part in Hyperpole. Came into the night practice session FP4 on Thursday night with none of their drivers qualifying, and then had to face a 1 hour night practice session on Thursday evening. Managed to get all 3 of their drivers qualified within the 1 hour session. And yeah, obviously the car running well now and hopefully over those electrical gremlins.
Peter Snowden has sauntered to Toyota Gazoo Racing and is looking, or at least was, having a look at the front of the number 7 Nick de Vries car, which nailed the back of the Ecodis Lexus. And the story is what, Peter?
Well, to be honest, John, if you didn't know this had been involved in an incident, it looks absolutely fine. I guess there's always going to be a lot more to this. The windscreen's out because they're using access to get into the footwell to work below, behind the absolute front bulkhead of that monocoque, sorry. There doesn't seem to be an awful lot of damage at the moment. I'm sure if I went into the Toyota garage, I'd have a very different story, but I think I wouldn't be too welcome at the moment. But it looks unmarked. You really would not know.
There we go with the checkered flag out. That's a CrowdStrike pit lane report. So that's the headline, I suppose. 2 of them. The 12 Hertz team, Hertz Toyota team, out and running competitively, albeit down into 5th position now as Alpine and Porsche Penske Motorsport, Lawrence Vanto go ahead of it. Robert Kubica tops the times, the hyper-competitive Polish driver and his Orlen sponsor for this. And that's just about it. But the big news was a GR on GR, Toyota Gazoo Racing on Toyota Gazoo Racing incident coming out of the Porsche cars when Nick de Vries was caught out by a slowing Lexus and both cars damaged. Seemingly the Toyota, the hypercar, somewhat more superficially. That was nose damage. The Lexus still having a look at the under tray, and you've got to wonder if that's done more damage than it might have. There's a transaxle under there as well, of course. That's your warm-up. Stay tuned, please, as we go through to our countdown to green with Paul reading the grid. That's all still to come. And coming up next, more special programming from here at Le Mans 2024.
qu'il arrive, ça devient presque pas de date à gagner. Voilà, c'est ça. Bon, on revient de ce souci de santé à la jambe gauche. Un certain nombre de festivals ont été reportés, annulés. Quand est-ce qu'on revoit Yannick Noah sur scène? Eh bien, sur scène, ça sera... C'est le festival de Cannes de Français, c'est clairement la même question que vous avez dit tout à l'heure. Est-ce que vous avez suivi un petit peu la nouvelle?
As we head inexorably towards our 4 o'clock tricolour to get things underway, here's how it looks. Some sun, but turning cloudy and breezy. A brief shower or two this afternoon. And this evening, partly to mostly cloudy, a shower as well. The low overnight, not too bad actually, 13 degrees. Tomorrow, more showers with longer periods of rain. 20 degrees the top temperature. And for the drive home on Monday, a morning shower, cloudy, but 22 degrees. And at the moment, it's 17.5 degrees here in the Ford Performance Studios. So here we are then. We have waited almost a full year from the excitement, from the celebration and the honour of being here, and I mean that genuinely, for the anniversary of the 100th anniversary of the first running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And now we are solidly into the second century of motor racing at the Circuit de la Sarthe. The 92nd running of the race takes place this afternoon. And as we take you closer to it here at the Ford Performance Studios at the end of the Bugatti circuit, we move into our countdown to green. Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters are, for this point at least, Dinah Binks and Nick Damon. And that's where we'll go first to pick up the stories from earlier this week and one that happened in warm-up this morning on RS1 around the world and 91.2 FM around the clock, around the track. This is Radio Le Mans for 2024.
Well, the grid is, to put it mildly, packed. I think 2/3 of France has actually got themselves grid access. It's unbelievable. There's so many people. Important early news is the weather. It's actually brightening slightly from where weather's coming from. We did have a big shower hit just after warm-up, and also hit in warm-up was the 78 Curtis Lexus. That car was rammed in the back by Nick de Vries in what was a classical multi-class slow down, let's have some space misunderstanding, exiting the Porsche curves. Nick in the number 7 Toyota, of course, has a lovely prototype car where you just take off the nose, put on a new one, everything's fine. Unfortunately, the Lexus is like a road car, was smashed to bits, had to go have an insurance assessment taken down the road. They've had to get, but it is that way. They have to replace those parts. It's interesting. The only car that wouldn't have happened, of course, would be a Ferrari 296, which of course has that kind of prototype style element where you can take off the whole rear deck and the whole front end. But so Van der Linde was in the car at the time. Sheldon, apparently he's got a suspended penalty for that. He did slow down. It wasn't Nick's fault. Nick had nowhere to go. Making space during warm-up. Nothing good happens in warm-up. Nothing good happened to Dakotas. It is now, it didn't make getting onto the grid. So it didn't make that bit, but it has managed to get, it will be ready to go. It will definitely start. Now, I don't know, I'm sure Paul does, how that impacts whether you're a lap down, if you lose your grip. What actually happens when you have to join from the pit lane?
Yes, that's it is one of those things that's slightly open to the race direction's discretion. If the car is at the end of the pit lane and can start under its own steam, then they have the option to let it go and join in at the back of the formation lap. However, if there's something else and the race director suspects that the car is trying to save a bit of fuel, then what they may do is to hold it at the end of the pit lane, let the cars go through at the end of their first racing lap, and then, and only then, allow the car in the pit lane to join in. And that's down to the race director's decision, rather than, as I say, both options are open, given what it says in the regulations.
Turn a microphone on here, so I'm doing a billion things at once. However, there is a 2-minute penalty added to the first pit stop.
Correct.
That is what, and it is a suspended penalty for Kelvin van der Linde in that. So that's for the whole of the race, but so long as he doesn't have another issue, then it will be applied. So Nick Damon we've heard, Paul Trustwell we've heard. Let's go back to our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team, and with the other big story of the week so far, and if you've stayed away from this, you must have been living under a rock. It's been a huge story. Dinah Binks is with Hertz Team Jota.
Good afternoon from the grid here at Le Mans. We are getting ready for everything to get underway. You're absolutely right, John. The number 12 Hertz Team Jota car will be in the race after a mammoth effort by the whole team to rebuild that car ahead of, they did it in 24 hours, which would normally take something like 3+ weeks. So they have done a superb job. Will Stevens took it out this morning in that warm-up session. We had a 15-minute warm-up session. He took it out. Everything is good. I spoke to Sam Hignett, the co-founder of the team, and he was very happy with that run. So lots of feedback for the team. So that will be lining up. It's great to see on the grid. And as Nick said just a little bit earlier, the grid is absolutely packed, and there's a lot going on down here, but we've got to get those big shoulders out and make our way down the grid.
It's Diana Binks then and Nick Damon in the CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team for the first part of our countdown to green. Now, for those of you who haven't joined us before, if you're with us on Sirius 137 or XM202 around the world on 91.2 FM or on Studiovision. Hello on Studiovision if you're joining us. We've got the Omologato racing time in the bottom left-hand corner so you can sync up with any pictures you might be watching. I will say, by the way, this is not TV commentary, so we're not necessarily matching up with whatever particular TV channel you're watching. We will be actually covering the race and bringing you the background to what's going on rather than necessarily what's on the pictures. If you're new, however, you will know that at this time before Le Mans every year, we always like to mention some of the people in motorsport who were with us at this time last year and who are not now. We call it our Roll of Honour, and this year I'm afraid it's getting longer and longer from all walks of motorsport. And this year we start with three very, very good friends who have not only been good friends to us as a set of individuals, but also to Radio Le Mans as well. We start in no other order than the fact it's alphabetical with a gentleman, and I use that word advisedly. All three of these guys are proper gentlemen, by the way, who could be described as the archetypal Le Mans privateer. It's often forgotten that Hugh Chamberlain won 2 world championships in C2, won a British GT championship as well, and ran cars that encompassed manufacturers from Jaguar, Lotus, you name it. He probably ran it. Vipers, of course, as well. Hugh's enthusiasm for motor racing was incredible. He loved motor racing, but he lived for this race. This was where he really shone, whether he was in the pit lane or being sporting director, which he did for a number of teams down through the years, or even after he ran here for the last time. I think that was in 2008 with Autocon and Creation. He would pop into our booth here at Le Mans and regale us with some fantastic stories of something like 3 decades of sports car racing. What Hugh could do with not very much was legendary, and we miss him dearly. Excuse me. I know that Small and Steve are listening in, and we pass our condolences on to all of Hugh's family and his many friends. My own little humble honouring him today as I'm wearing a pair of nicely faded blue shorts, which he never minded getting his legs out, did Hugh? We miss him. Next up is another great friend of us here at Radio Le Mans, Michael Cotton. Michael, who discovered he could write while he was in the armed forces and went on to be a phenomenal journalist in the days of the late 60s and 1970s. He was covering the Porsche versus Ferrari years. He became press manager of Porsche Cars GP in 1976. Michael loved that. He had a close affinity and a huge respect for everything that was Porsche. He wrote many great books on it, including the absolutely superb tome on the 917, the 917, published by Kimberly. He went back to his roots as an independent reporter in the 1980s, wrote for Motorsport and Motorsport News, and covered the golden years of Group C forensically. Well into his 70s, we saw him here at Le Mans. We had to get him a press credential one year because of something that had gone wrong with the ACO, and he did even a great honour by giving us in 2006 a signed copy of his brilliant book Le Mans 2416, again about the Porsches and their domination here. Thirdly, at the top of our Roll of Honour is someone who probably had a bigger effect on all of your lives, particularly in the UK, than you probably realise, and that is Neville Hay. He was a real pioneer in motorsports broadcasting, He managed to talk a lot, but also get the manufacturers' arms up their backs to pay for coverage. He started off as in the 1950s. He was an aficionado on the career of Roy Salvadori. Of course, he won in 1959 with Carroll Shelby. And he was brilliant at being able to impart his knowledge and his experiences to anyone that would listen. He was one of the doyens here at Radio Le Mans in the early years, and he had what could only be described as a photographic memory. He was absolutely brilliant to be able to recall very obscure facts. And through Hay Fisher, of course, the TV company that he founded with Joe Fisher in 1975, he brought motorsport both on and off-road to so many people around the world, and commentated on the Bathurst 1000 races for Channel 7. So those of you listening in Australia will have known his voice. He was granted BRD associated membership in 1993 and loved going back to Silverstone. The motorsport and all of us motorsport fans owe him a great debt of gratitude. We send our condolences to Dorothy, his wife, Richard, and John, his sons, and daughter Stephanie. And I should mention as well, Andrew Cotton, Michael's son, is here, and we send them our best at what I know will be a difficult time for them. As we moved on to the bulk of ours, and as I said, it's quite a long one this year, of our Roll of Honour. Sally Mason-Starr and the historic racing enthusiast. Denny Goodman, wife of our dear friend and RLM stalwart Robin. Peter Austin, motorsport photographer. Delano Van Tuff, a promising Dutch racing driver. Peter Horsbury designed the Volvo BTCC, director of design at Lotus as well. Steve Neal, Team Dynamics founder with Ray Belm and long-time team boss. The founder of Jan Speed, Jan O'Dore, has left us since this time last year. Joey Den Beston, one of the leading contenders in the International Road Racing Championships. Damien Rees, a Kiwi British super rider. Eli Reeves, Callaway Cars, and genuinely a Corvette legend. Alan Connor, a motorcycle racer from Canty Meath, and Marshall Liam Clark from Wigan, who were killed on the Southern 100. Aaron Kelly, a champion rally co-driver. Mike Dixon, former British Racing and Sports Car Club event and MSA Motorsport UK steward. Roger Dorkey, the fastest man here at Le Mans, on the Mulsanne at least. In the WR, of course, set the 253-mile-an-hour record in 1988. Neil Brown of Neil Brown Engineering, success with Honda and BTCC engine provider, raced a car with one of his engines once. Mirko Giansanti, Italian motorcycle GP racer and Yamaha Superbike sporting director. Eve Wheeler, the founder of Dread Clothing and an absolutely superb lady. Another great storyteller in the British touring car paddock for many years. Mother, of course, to the Wheeler dynasty of Dan and Joe. Condolences, gentlemen. Peter Baldwin, Mini Melia title winner 7 times, mentor to many, BRDC member, and Martin Haven had his championship winning Mini for a while. I spanned that car once. Haruki Noguchi, Japanese motorcycle racer. Bill Vukovic II, an Indy 500 Rookie of the Year in his day. Gary Vines from Colchester made his debut on the Manx Rally in 2015. Charles Airston, owner of Mole Valley Motors and a Roll Centre Racing sponsor. Henry Morrow taught Emmanuel Pirot the basics of racing. John Quemby, former MSA CEO in the UK. Another one close to my heart, Paul Bird, owner of, quite simply, the most successful British superbike team in the history of Bennett's British Superbike Racing. Will Sparrow, a BRC, British Rally Championship driver. Stuart Prestage, Motorcycle News staff writer. Dan Kirby, BTC driver and team owner. Sherry Pollux, philanthropist, and launched the Martin Truex Jr. Charitable Foundation. Bob Fernley, another great character. They broke the mould when they made Bob. Former Force India deputy boss and the single-seater head of the FIA on that commission from 2020 to 2022. Alan Kilby, much missed grandfather of Stephen Kilby from Racer and DailySportsCar.com. He's their deputy editor, of course. He was a dedicated grassroots motorsport mentor. Bert Clemente, Brazilian driver and mentor to Emerson and Wilson Fittipaldi. Jim Shard, another one that we know very well, the founder of Forgeline Racing Wales, a man who's quite simply whose passion for engineering and motorsports and his love of family touched so many, including us at IMSA Radio. Another one that hit hard with me at Petit Le Mans last year, Ed Conway, the voice of Road Atlanta and Road America, the first person that I talked to when I walked through the doors of Road Atlanta in 1998. His voice, delivery and sense of humour will be remembered by me and many others. Sergio Dragovic, father of Felipe, racing here this weekend. Carlos Gordao lost his life on the Carrera Panamericana. Mark Mathis, sports car driver and businessman. Eric Zukowski, a German master mechanic, long-time head of Zaxfeed. Corrado Provera, former head of Peugeot Sport, who led them back to WRC success in 2000, 2001 and 2002. Radovan Novak, World Motorsport Council member and Formula One steward. Brian Sampson, a Bathurst winner along Peter Brock in the Gown Hind of Tirana. Got to meet him at Bathurst a few years ago. Paul Cole, North Wilkesboro caretaker for more than 6 decades, gave his life to that circuit, literally 60 years. Norris MacDonald, influential motorsport journalist. Dave Pruitt, famous for being involved with John Fitzpatrick Racing. Mike Trimby, a key figure in the MotoGP paddock for many, many years. Alberto Antonini, Ferrari Communications Director, highly respected Formula One journalist. May Dunlop, the mother of Joy and Robert, those motorcycle legends. She was the matriarch of that family. Another legend from drag racing this time, the great Don Schumacher. Jack Wood, clerk of the course for the TT. Another one who graced our broadcasting booth in America and here, Gilles de Ferran, 2001 car champion. And just another great smiley bloke who you could have a laugh with. Roland Leong, US drag racer. Cale Yarborough, Hall of Fame NASCAR driver. Rennie Metker, organiser of the African Eco Rally. Ken Pollock, who I had the absolute pleasure and honour of working with very early on when I had to stand in front of a camera. He taught me a lot. Ken was a TV producer par excellence, the man who looked after the original Top Gear and Autosport Live arena. John Webb, absolutely synonymous with Brands Hatch, with due respect to Dr. Jonathan Palmer. Carlos Falcon, Paris-Dakar motorcyclist. Ryan Pemberton, NASCAR crew chief. Brett Simmons, close to all of us at IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. I'll say this, and those who knew him will understand this, and I say it with great love. An extraordinary tape ape, much missed. Anthony Gobert, the Go Show, former 500cc and world superbike rider, one of the absolute best of his generation. Nigel Edwards, historic racing scrutineer. Nancy Knapp Schilke, SCCA timing, marshal, journalist. Gerrit van Cowen, Dutch racing driver. Jan de Hooy, Dutch rally raid driver specialising in trucks with DAF and rally cross before that with DAF 66s and 55, part of my motorsport upbringing. Pablo Gutierrez from Alcamel Systems, one of our partners at IMSA and here at Le Mans. There'll be a lot of people thinking about Pablo today. John Dodds, Australian former 500cc Grand Prix rider. Rosemary Smith from Irish Rallying. David Lucas, the former head of Birmingham City Council, who set in motion what would become the Birmingham Super Prix. Enid Smith, the legendary press officer of the British Automobile Racing Club, BARC. Tony Sugden, a club racing legend and started a dynasty of the Sugden racing family. Joel Pearson, British F4 racer, taken at only 17. Wilson Fittipaldi Jr., former F1 team owner, brother of Emerson, of course, and father of Christian. Barry Simmons, former Honda Britain and JPS Norton team boss. Something that if you're my age, you will know this name. Marcello Gandini, designer, more than that, bringer of dreams. He brought them to life, excuse me, with the Lamborghini Miura, the Countach, however, also the Fiat Coupe and the Fiat Multipla, an absolute triumph of design. Joaquim Santos, Portuguese rally driver. Michael Martini, Nürburgring record holder and the definitive VLN driver. Herbert Ling, Porsche's first lead engineer and the prototype, if you will, for their generations of engineer drivers. Tony Benlick, 21-year-old motorcycle racer. Gerhard Freuendorfer, team manager for Proton Huber. Paolo Pininfarina, another engineer, designer, of course, son of the legend, another legend, Sergio Pininfarina. Bob Labonte, NASCAR racing family's legendary patriarch. Ted Tolman, principal and founder of the Tolman Formula One team. Anton Conrad, former head of VW Communications. A man who single-handedly fired so many Kiwis into motorsport. So Colin Giltrap, knighted, of course, a businessman from New Zealand who loved the sport, and knighted, by the way, for his services to motorsport. Alan Minshaw, the founder of Demon Tweaks, and no mean racer himself. Michael Shale, British Rallycross champion. Kenji Tohira, Japanese racing driver. Wally Dallenbach Sr., American racing driver, racing official, 20 years as kart chief steward. Carlos Garrido was taken from us this year as well. Eddie Gossage, promoter of Texas Motor Speedways. Stephen Kuhlman from Historic Racing, known better as Steve actually. Parnelli Jones, team owner, 1961 Indy 500 Rookie of the Year, and another American legend. John Baker, flag marshal. Buzz Bazaggio, Australian international racing driver. Luke Brahms, Dutch GT4 racer, had international and domestic success with Duncan Heisman, among others. Francois Hardy, actress, starred in John Frankenheimer's Grand Prix. And finally, on this list, which is not exhausted, Donna Stonebreaker Carr, stalwart of Sebring, Turn 10.
May their memories be a blessing, and may they all rest in peace.
Let me take a breath as we head down to our CrowdStrike racing team, CrowdStrike pit lane team, excuse me, on the front straight at the moment. Nick Damon, have things quietened down just a little bit?
No. It is crazy as ever. Luckily, there's a couple of hardy drivers have come out to brave the crowds. It's Renger van der Zende out of the Cadillac. Renger starting second. It's kind of been better for Cadillac we thought it was going to be.
Oh, really? Yeah, okay. No, I agree, man. I think we gave it all in qualifying. I hope the others did as well, if you know what I mean. I mean, if during the race suddenly somebody goes half a second quicker than anybody else, that's not what we want. We want to have an equal playing field, which is a BOP. I hope we have that. And, you know, Sebastian did a really good lap in qualifying. So we're P2 on the grid. Alex Lynn did a really good lap in qualifying, and he had a penalty. Otherwise, they would have been P2 on the grid. So that's our pace, and that's how we're going to race. It's going to be a race to play smart because the rain is coming. It's very windy, so the track will dry very quickly because of the wind. So making the tire choices in the right moment is going to be key for winning this race. So that's what we're here for.
Yeah, not wishing to talk about it too much, but BOP's got more complicated this year, hasn't it? Because you've now got a straight line BOP as well. I mean, have you felt the effect of that at all? Have you seen the effect? Suddenly you're 3 clicks faster than a Ferrari or 5 clicks slower than a Toyota?
So far, we've seen a big difference in top speed. So the Toyota and the Ferrari has been 10 kilometers an hour quicker than us on the straights, but on lap time not. So, hats off for the BOP so far. If this is really what the pace of the others is, then it's a very equal balance of performance. And I think, that shows how good this platform is. Everybody has the same measurements of the car, the same kind of weight, the same aerodynamics in terms of drag and downforce, and then you have horsepower. So it seems to work. In IMSA we have super close fights because the BOP is very equal, and I hope it's going to be here too.
Now, as you said, we've got all sorts of weather turning up. Ganassi, you've got a kind of a special weatherman, some guy 3 miles away outside the track with a phone or a helicopter up in the air, or are you just relying on a radar?
We put wet tires on when it starts raining.
Oh, there was a smile prior to that. Thank you. That's Venga van der Zande out of the... oh, dear, just walked over his child, which is unfortunate. Cadillac number 3, and now with Di, who's back in the pit lane with, I think, Chip Ganassi.
I am. Mr. Ganassi is here waiting patiently to have a chat. Radio Le Mans here, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. Having a great day so far.
The 92nd running of Le Mans, I mean, it just never gets any worse, does it? It always gets better and better.
Fabulous event. It's something we look forward to in the States, coming back to every year. It's great to be such a part of something with, such a history and a tradition. And it's also good to be up at the front when you're at the start.
Now, there's some changes afoot with your sports car championships. Are we going to see you back at Le Mans?
I think so. You never know, but nothing concrete yet. But I love this place, so I look forward to coming back.
Why is it so special, this event?
Well, it's just like I said earlier, it's the tradition. When you think you want to measure yourself against the best in a particular medium, and here we are at Le Mans with the best. You're up against the best here, so we like to measure ourselves against that group.
Thank you very much for chatting, sirs. Have a great event.
Thank
you. Yeah, it's a subtly clearing grid now. I'm hanging around like a bad smell around 3 Ferrari drivers, in the 3 drivers from the 50 car, Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Emilian and Nicholas Nielsen. But unfortunately, they're talking to their engineer, which apparently is more important than talking to me. Can you believe it? Just give us a couple of seconds, John, because I say we are getting to the point now where the drivers are turning up because the normal people are leaving.
Normal people, okay. Yes. I say what you say. We are broadcasting around the world on 91 around the track on 91.2 FM, around the world on RS1. Also on Sirius 137 XM202 this weekend. So if you're in the States and have to pop out, you've got that in your car, by all means tune in to us. And thanks again to the team at Sirius XM for loaning us some of their airwaves. And a quick reminder, of course, that for all of our IMSA radio broadcasts through the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race is also live and uninterrupted on Sirius XM. It is hashtag RLM_24H. We're asking you to have a look at our Instagram as well, because our team of social media gurus and experts, that's Paul Marquardt and Joe Bleasdale, been working really hard to add bits and pieces on that. It is Radio Show Ltd. Radio Show Ltd. All right, enough from me. Let's get back down to the grid. Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team are Di Binks, but here's Nick Dimon.
With Miguel Molina standing by the side of the very attractive number 50 Ferrari. Where do you think you are, and where do you think Ferrari are after the mixed conditions we've had all week?
It's difficult to say. Now it's time to go, and we will see where the others are. We've been doing a very good job all the week. I think we tried all what we had to try, and the car is in a good level to go. We are really looking forward for the race. We are waiting. We've been waiting 1 year to come back here, and now it's time to go. So. Yeah, I mean, I hope that everything is okay and we can have a competitive car.
23 cars in the hypercar class, very little between 22 of them. I mean, it's going to come down to much smaller margins than last year, isn't it?
For what is sure is that everything is getting closer every race, and having 23 cars in Le Mans in the hypercar is already a good success. They are really close all together. We are really close all together. So that means that we need to do a perfect race to be in the front. So we are focused. We are looking forward, and like I said, we are ready.
Great stuff. Thank you very well. We're out of the 50 car. Last year, one of the highlights for me was being trapped at the wrong end of the grid, I thought. But no, I was right next to the helicopters. They rappelled down the flag. Well, this time they've gone one better, certainly as far as weight's concerned. They're rappelling down the winner's trophy at turn 1. Fantastic stuff. Oh, another fantastic thing which happened was, of course, the repair or the rebuilding of the number 12 car. Di is with Callum Ilott.
I am indeed at the number 12 car with Callum. Callum, first of all, obviously we all know what happened out there on track. How are you feeling about it now you've had time to reevaluate the situation?
All good. The only thing you can do is move on, help the team, and yeah, this team's done an amazing job to rebuild a new car. We got to shake it down last night on the airfield, which was a pretty special moment. And the car's all good to go, so we're ready. Car felt good this morning with Will. He's starting it, and yeah, we showed some good pace before the crash, so I think we'll show some afterwards.
This Hertz Team Jota car is looking fantastic. I mean, during the practice sessions, we could sort of see what could be achieved by this car. Do you think you've got the car for a good result?
For sure. We were top 5 in quite a few sessions, made it through to Hyperpole, unfortunately didn't get to compete in it. And yeah, we came from a race win in Spa, so we're good. Let's see what we can do.
Not concerned about that lack of track time?
Not really, no. Obviously it's disappointing, and the team's obviously had a lot less sleep than others, but we're good, we're ready to go, and we had a good setup and the car was competitive, so it should be fun.
Callum, great to see you. Thanks very much for having a quick chat with us.
Well, a bit of excitement for all the F1 fans around. I thought I was going to top it with Fred Vasseur, but no. We have both the Alpine drivers, Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly, and they're not having a row. They're just walking down quite pleasantly with Bruno Faman, who's obviously told them very carefully, very, very good. But back into the wonder world of sports car, and it's El Bamba sitting beside the car, the Cadillac. Obviously, unfortunately, a bit further back on the grid than it might have been after the incident at Spa. But realistically, I mean, we always say that grid positions aren't important in 24-hour races, but perhaps this year it is.
Yeah, I mean, it will be. I think if we're all inside the top 10 here, it's hopefully going to get moving. I think probably the biggest question mark right now is what's the weather about to do, and they keep saying there's going to be rain as the race comes, so I think it's a bit of a lottery. I see nearly every car on wets, but it's bone dry here, so I think that's probably going to be the biggest story of the race, is sort of making the right call at the right time.
And are your two cars making the call independently? So, for example, it might be a situation where one of you decides, nope, it's still okay for dries, the other says, no, it's going to go for wets, or are you having like a big thumb from the sky saying, nope, you will change this lap?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, we're still going to operate as a race team, and we definitely share everything between the Cadillacs, but at one point in time, you know, we had that last year where it came into Porsche and it was raining, and we just had it at the perfect time and swapped, and it's going to be the same this year. You know, you're going to have to make your own individual calls. I think we're well prepared for that. We were very good in these conditions in Imola, so I hope for more of the same, to be honest.
So is it a case where, as the driver, you call wet to dry, but the team calls dry to wet?
No, I mean, they can see more than us coming from the wets back to the slicks, so definitely, you know, they'll be helping us make that call. But, you know, it's obviously about managing risk in the first 18 hours, and then it's a matter of going for it in the morning. I mean, we're going to see the morning. That's the biggest thing.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the morning's only 14 hours away, actually, because it's such a late start, John.
I'm with the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Fred, you're starting the race today. How are you going to handle your approach?
I mean, it will depend of always the weather. At that moment, quite unstable, for sure. I mean, we'll try to be quite conservative at the beginning. You know, it's a 24-hour races. We could see since the beginning of the season in WEC, the start's quite a challenge. It looks like some driver want to win on first corner. It's not the goal, you know. And at the end, we will see how is our pace through the first stint and how we can go up in a ranking.
Yeah, the weather is very, very unpredictable here, and with 62 cars making the start, we're going to have to wait to that last minute to decide how to go.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, but I think it will be sometimes some gambling. Who is very accurate in weather forecast in a short period for sure will get an advantage. Up to us also to be strong on that point.
Thanks, Fred.
Thanks.
Diana Binks and Nick Damon. Let's see if we can bounce back to Nick. There you are. You went quiet on me there, Nick, and I thought, well, if he's not talking, you know.
Something's very wrong, yeah. No, I walked back up to the million people, and we're up now with the pole man, the pole car, and it's Andre Lotterer. Andre, you starting this car, or is it Kevin?
No, it is Lawrence.
I got you guessed two. I got the third one. So you've managed to get you put the thing on pole. The interesting thing is how the Porsches are very heavily spread all on the grid, from the fastest to almost the slowest. What is the reason for that huge spread in pace we've seen from the 963s?
Well, the qualifying was tricky. Get a good lap without traffic. So I'm not sure everyone got that, and we just made it into the top 8 to be able to do into hyperpole. Then, of course, Kevin did an amazing job. But I think it also shows that the BOP has been well balanced across the whole field. Of course, this Cadillac looks strong, but yeah, if it's really well balanced like that, then if you don't get it really right, you're quickly at the back.
You're the number 6. You of course have the 5 and the 4. 3 cars in the team. Does that give you an advantage, especially when the weather changes, because you can do different things?
Well, ideally yes, but no one wants to really compromise. So hopefully we have a good weatherman that gives us clear enough instructions to do the right calls. But if there is a doubt, that could be an option. But first, the race needs to unfold a bit before you do calls like that. And let's see, but it's definitely going to be the challenge for the drivers and the teams to go through the weather challenge.
Great stuff. Thank you, Andrew Lotterer from the number 6 car, the car on pole, and that was a CrowdStrike pit lane report.
And further down the grid, I'm with Toyota Gazoo number 9. Brendan Hartley is alongside me. Brendan, you're very experienced in this race. Does it get easier to enjoy the build-up and everything that needs to happen before you get in the car for the race?
Yes, I'm definitely a bit less stressed than Seb, who's got to start right in the middle of the pack. But no, I'm just trying to soak it up. It's such an amazing atmosphere here, and we're very lucky to be part of this amazing race. So at the moment, I'm trying to enjoy it. Watching the start's going to be stressful, but as I said, it's going to be even more stressful for Seb. Try and keep out of trouble in the beginning. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to move forward, but also have mistakes. So I think we're really focused on trying to have a clean run for the first hours and through the night. We see weather on the radar as well. A lot of cars that can potentially be on the podium in this race. No one really knows who's got the edge. So yeah, a lot of excitement. We're going to go for it.
How involved do you get with your engineer and your other teammates as the race gets underway? I know you need to get some rest time in between, but how much do you want to be involved in that side?
We keep the comms pretty open. We have a little group that we can message each other that, the engineers can see. There's enough engineers to be looking at computer screens, but yeah, as a driver, you're still pretty hands-on. And the night, I'll try and get some sleep at some point. It doesn't always work out, but yeah, I'm always keeping a bit of an eye.
Looking forward to it?
Very much, yeah.
Thank you, Brendan.
Up with the 51, the AF course of Ferrari. James Collada, this is your last day, possibly as reigning Le Mans 24-hour champion, or perhaps it's the first day of it happening for a second year. How are you feeling about that?
We'll soon find out, won't we? Either way, it's great to be here again, to see these amazing crowds. I swear every year it gets bigger and bigger. The media commitments get more and more. So, we'll do the best we can. No doubt it's going to be more difficult than last year. It's not so straightforward with everyone being so close. So I think with the weather conditions, we need a good strategy. We need to be in the right place at the right time. Keep the car damage-free as much as we can, and go for it.
Given all the variables, do you think there's going to need to be a big slice of luck to whoever wins this one?
I don't know. You make your own luck, don't you? That's what they say. But no doubt there'll be lucky moments and unlucky moments. For example, we got a 10-second penalty in the first pit stop because the mechanics cleaned the windscreen. So, just little things like that can have an effect. But, it's a long race. Lots of safety cars and all that sort of stuff. So.
Thanks, James.
I'm with the 63 Lamborghini Iron Lynx car. Daniel Kvyat is alongside me. Danny, how are you feeling about the start of this race?
Yeah, Edo is going to take the start, but I think we are in for a long race. Obviously, stating the obvious, it's going to be very interesting for our team, for our car to understand as much as we can, get the most out of it. Of course, we're here also to compete in first place, but also to learn as much as we can about our new car and understand where there are the areas which we need to improve eventually.
How satisfied are you with what you've learned so far and with the planning and the strategy call to now?
So far, it's been a good journey. We've been always limited with time. We started late. We came into the championship, obviously, disadvantaged behind on mileage, but we've been making very big steps forward. I'm very happy about it, but we need to make some big ones, some big steps still to catch up to the, let's say, big guys.
So much fan support here as ever at Le Mans. Is it a case of, for you, do you see it, or do you sort of just have to have a different mindset?
Yeah, it's impossible not to see it, because the amount of people here is impressive. It's probably more than some F1 races or same. You know, it's the amount of people here is incredible. So this race is iconic.
Thank you very much, Danny. Have a great race.
You're listening to Countdown to Green on RS1 and 91.2 at the track. And of course on Studiovision, you're watching it as well. And I'm with Charles Malaysia, standing beside the 35 Alpine. Charles, I mean, this appears to be for us a really good result. You must be very pleased with the progress the car's made over the course of the last week or so.
Yeah, for sure. I think we made an incredible job. The team did an incredible job. We're not expecting to be that high on the grid. So I think for everyone it's a good result for qualifying and a hyperpole. But yeah, no, I think this race is long for sure, and we will see first how the start goes, because I think maybe the condition will be quite tricky. So we'll see which tires we are going for. But yeah, I think it's going to be a long race, and for sure reliability will be the main key for us, and also the conditions will be changing a lot. I think even the last hour we were thinking maybe there was going to have some rain on the beginning of the race, but now it looks like it will be on okay conditions, so we'll see.
Are you starting the race?
Yeah, I'm starting, yeah.
And how is it to have that honour of starting the race in the first Le Mans for Alpine?
Yeah, I took the start last year also. On the last 3 editions I took the start, so you know I'm starting to be used to it, but first one in hypercar will be quite something for me, and I'm looking forward to the first couple of laps on the race, and for sure the first corner will be a bit tricky.
I've been asked by somebody else to ask, how important is it for Alpine to beat Peugeot?
For sure, we want to be in front of them, but I think we're concentrating on our work and not on the others. Even if we are talking about Porsche or Toyota, I mean, we don't make a lot of difference between all the constructors, but yeah, for sure, to be in front of the Peugeot is something quite nice, but I think they are also having a good pace for the race. They are looking forward to everything. They have more experience than us on the racing for the moment, so we'll see, but we will be concentrating on our race, so yeah.
Charles, thank you so much. Now down to the very, very attractive BMW Art car with Dye.
Thank you very much. Yes, the art car is looking superb in all its livery. And Robin, you're just standing here admiring the artwork on this car. First of all, what did you feel like when you first saw that?
Well, it's a complete new project, really. I saw some pictures before. I never saw it in real life yet, but when we first saw it in real life, it was, yeah, it's special. It's different, and I like to be bold, and it's really, catches your eye, which is important.
Now, how are you feeling about the start of the 92nd running of Le Mans?
Well, it's going to be a difficult race for sure, because the weather forecast is changing. We are expecting rain at 4 o'clock. Start is at 4 o'clock, so yeah, it's difficult to stay out of trouble for sure. I think whoever has a clean race will be up front, and then the last 4 hours it counts.
What are the main challenges likely to be?
For us, well, first of all, the weather, like everyone else. Our personal challenge at the moment is outlaps. We seem that we lose a bit too much pace in outlaps on cold tires, on slick tires. So that's going to be our main one. If we survive that, then we will be fine.
That's very nice, isn't it? A friend coming to give you a kiss on the cheek in the middle of an interview.
Yeah, I've been teammates with him for 2 years. Amazing guy. I mean, happy to see him back. He didn't race for the last 2 races here in WEC because of his back issue. Habsburg.
Is that Ferdinand?
Yeah, Ferdinand Habsburg.
He's hiding under a cap.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm happy to see him back here now.
And back up with Alpine with the very experienced Nico Lapierre and the new boy Mick Schumacher. I mean, don't run away. Mick, what's it like, coming from F1 into the world of sports cars?
Yeah, it's different. Got to adjust to it. So here we are for my first 24 hours. Unlike Nico here, who's done 17 of them or is going into it. So if you have questions, you should ask him.
This is one more question. What's it like having to the big change of single-seater drivers is having to share the car with 2 other drivers, having to have that kind of averaged out setup. How easy have you found that to move your mindset to being a team member rather than the very selfish world for single-seaters?
Well, luckily I had great teammates who taught me.
Thanks, Mick. Where's Nico? Nico, come here. Nico, so it's 17th Le Mans, back in the top class after becoming the king of LMP2. How different is the feeling when you're in with a chance of overall victory, when you're in with a chance of class victory?
For sure, it's a bit more pressure. Yeah, it's going to be a big event. Also, there is now 23 cars in the top class, so it's a lot more difficult. The battle is very tough, I would say, out there. But we are looking forward to it. I mean, the car is working good since we arrived here, so pretty much excited about getting started.
Obviously, you're the newest of the hypercars here. How far in the development are you? Do you feel you've got a car that's absolutely fully developed and ready for this race, or still more to go?
No, we still have more to come, I hope, at least. We will see during the end of the year, but yeah, we are still at the beginning of the project. It's only our 4th race here, so basically I hope we still have room for improvement, but I'm quite happy with the start of the season we did and the improvement we made so far.
Thank you, Nico.
And I'm with the 38 Hertz Team Jota, Jensen Button. Jensen, great to see you. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, good. It's it always it's a long week, isn't it? So it's nice to actually get underway. So no, I'm really, really excited. And the team have done such a good job this week and really shown their strength, and especially with the issues with the 12 car, all coming together and building up a new car for the race is just astonishing. So yeah, really proud of the whole team, and yeah, looking forward to getting underway. I'm not in the car first. I've got a few hours, so I'm going to be watching the start and then going back for a little bit of a sleep.
More pressure this year, do you think?
Sorry, what was the question?
More pressure for you this year?
No, definitely not. I mean, it's such an exciting year. I think in sports car racing, it's great to be part of it at the moment because so many competitive teams, OEMs, and drivers that who knows who's going to win this? It could be anyone really out of the 23 cars, so that makes it really special.
Thanks, Jensen.
Thank you.
With the one of the privateer Porsche teams, it's the 99 car, and that's Harry Tingle. Harry, Proton Porsche, sum up your weekend so far.
I would say low-key, but in the right direction. We consistently improved the car all week. So unfortunately, Julian didn't get any clear laps in quali, so we're sort of slightly further down the grid than I think we should be. But our race pace looks really strong, and yeah, it's going to be a long 24-hour race with a lot of variables, and I think being low-key, being adaptable is what you need to be.
Being a long way down on the grid never used to be a problem, but perhaps it is a problem this year.
What was that, sorry?
Being further down the grid never used to be an issue, now perhaps it is.
But the thing is now, with the safety car rules, in the past you needed to be at the front really early because if you fell more than 10-15 seconds back, you're at risk of getting split by the safety cars, whereas now, obviously you have the 3 safety cars, but then it goes back down to 1 before the restart. So actually, as long as you're somewhere on the lead lap is okay. So I think when this weather comes, we're going to be cautious, we're going to be playing it safe, and in the last 6-7 hours, hopefully we're going to see the Proton rise towards the front.
Thanks, Harry. And now with Felix Tandy's father, it's Di Binks.
I'm with the number 4 Porsche Penske Motorsport. Nick Tandy is alongside me, just having a final chat with one of his engineers, but we're just going to slide in here and just see how you are. Now, Nick, very experienced here at Le Mans. What can we expect?
A Porsche victory from number 4.
And how are you going to do that?
Well, if we pick off 1 car per hour, then with 5 hours to go, we'll be in the lead. So it's quite simple. I like the fact that we're looking at like it's going to be a mixed condition race, to be honest. You know, it throws a few variables in, experience counts in this sort of thing, and Porsche has been here a few times and knows kind of, you know, what to look for and how to react on changeable conditions. So, you know, hopefully that's going to play into our favour. But even without that, you know, I think now with all 3 cars, I'm really confident on our side with the number 4. We got the pace back in the car, so I'm really looking forward to it.
All the factors need to come together for these endurance races to face all the challenges that are ahead. Do you feel that you're in that position?
Yeah, we're as prepared as you can be, but you still need a ton of luck. This is the thing. but you've got to put yourself in the right position to benefit from that luck. So I can see it being, an epic race. You know, there's going to be cars that are fast at points, and then others that are fast at points, and you just got to hope that overall, on average, you're decent. Have a clean run, keep the fenders on the thing, as we like to say, and make sure you're there for the run to the flag.
Always a great atmosphere here, always a lot of fans, especially for British drivers like yourself.
It's amazing. You know, I was shocked the first time I came here, you know, when there's 60, 80, 100,000 Brits alone that come down. It's mega. And this year, again, it's like, you know, if we look at the race as a single thing, with the 3 classes and the level of cars here, it's amazing. But then you look at it as an event and a festival, it's getting better every year, so long may it continue.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Nick.
Just one car further up the grid, actually, is the 311, the Whelan Cadillac, and the new boy in the team is Felipe Drugovich. Felipe, just had a chat with another F1 refugee, F1 focused driver, Mick Schumacher. He's kind of taking it very calmly. How are you finding your experience of teammate work, top class teammate sports car racing?
Yeah, well, hello everyone. I think it's a very special experience for me. You know, first time in Le Mans, first time with a hypercar. I'm a rookie at everything, so I just need to take everything very calmly and step by step, as I've been taking the whole week, trying to learn the track and the car, and most importantly, just try to enjoy as much as I can.
How have you found all the Voldrol, or everything that goes around the race that's not actually on the track?
Well, it's a festival at the end. No, there's so many things going on throughout the whole week. So we basically got here 10 days ago, and it's still going. You know, so it's a festival, and it's amazing. You know, the energy that it brings to the city and to the place. It's amazing, and it's something that we need to be really focused and try to extract as much as we can. But in the end of the day, it's such an experience that we need to enjoy as well, and really having fun.
Best of luck, and now to a man who's done everything, Stoffel van Dorn.
The 94 Peugeot Total Energies car, Stoffel van Dorn, is standing chatting to his teammates and engineers. Stoffel, great to see you here. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously an exciting moment, a short time before the race is starting. Pressure is building on everyone. Not easy with the weather conditions as well. It's been raining a little bit earlier on. Looks okay for now, but I think everyone is aware of the risks that's going to happen during the race. So let's see how we go. But we got to stay out of trouble first, finish the race, and try and move forward.
Who do you think is going to be the main competition for you guys?
I mean, at this stage, everyone is competition. This race is so dynamic, so complicated to extract everything out of it. And I don't think it's necessarily the quickest car that is going to win this race. I think it's going to come down to strategy, mistakes, being on the right tire at the right time, and that's what we're focusing on.
With the car that's in pole in P2, it's the 14, and I'm going to talk to the man his name is above the door. It's a top name. It's PJ Hyatt. PJ, I mean, you're basically living all of the listeners' dreams by running at Le Mans. What is it like?
It's a dream come true. Yeah, I couldn't be more excited about having the opportunity to race with these guys and such a historic racetrack. It's pinch myself stuff.
I mean, Le Mans is very different from the other major races, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, everyone says treat it like it's any other race, but the fact of the matter is it isn't. It's super important. It's a wonderful race. I want to do as well as I possibly can, and the crowds are enormous. The fans are super excited and into it, and that just, you feed off that energy here.
The thing with P2 is it's often the bronze-rated driver that makes the difference. Do you feel so much more pressure for your minimum of 6 hours of driving?
Well, I put a lot of pressure on myself to sort of be the best that I can do behind the wheel, but you're not wrong. These pros are all incredibly fast, so I do think there is a differentiation between how well the bronzes do. So yes, I feel that pressure, but I always put that pressure on myself.
Best luck, PJ. Thank you. And the AOT.
I hesitated for a second there, guys. I'm really sorry. I was just about to do an interview and I got door stopped and moved out of the way. How dare they? But I'm moving further down to see who else I can find. And I can find the number 23 United Autosports. Felipe Albuquerque and Ben Keating alongside me. Guys, you're just having a last-minute chat there. How are you both feeling, first of all?
Well, I'm feeling good. I mean, it's not raining for now yet. I think it helps a lot if we all going like mad into the first lap in slick conditions instead of damp. So let's hope that it stays like this. Although we were just talking about that there is a lot of strong wind on the tail for T1, so it's never nice when especially the tires are cold.
And Ben, how are you feeling and looking forward to this?
I'm absolutely looking forward to it, but this LMP2 car is so much faster around the corners with the downforce than the GT cars I've been racing, so it takes a little bit more risk, a little bit more thrill and challenge as well. So here's to having a safe race and keeping it on the track and being back here again in another 24 hours.
Well, we look forward to following the journey with you.
Thank you.
I'm afraid he's not here. They're all lining up now to get ready for the national anthem. So everyone has moved along with their team and crew. So we'll take a little pause here for a second, but we'll come back to you as soon as we can restart an interview for you.
It's our crowd strike pit lane reporters, Di Binks and Nick Damon. The trophy, which was at the head of the grid, I think is being delivered to the tail of the grid by a very elderly car. Is that Bentley? I think it is. Yes, as it's going down, the old number 8.
Yeah.
And heading down, Zinedine Zidane, global football icon and French national treasure, will be waving the tricolour to start the race. As you can hear, the assembled crowd, who gave Shaq O'Neill a fantastic ovation last year, applauding as that Bentley comes down in the wrong direction, just passing the 1955 memorial plaque now, and heading down. Actually, that hasn't got the trophy in it. I thought it would have.
It's a 1924 Bentley 3 litre.
First year of Bentley's involvement was 1924, and of course we had our 1,000-kilometre ride. Harry Chandler, cardiac risk in the young, rode from Bentley in Crewe in the UK all the way to the gates. Just Giving Tour du Monde, 12 young people under the age of 35 per week are dying in the UK from undiagnosed cardiac issues, and we're trying to raise some money to do a couple of hundred screenings of that, and he's already halfway to his target. Brilliant effort from Harry. If you go to Just Giving and search Tour du Monde, you can donate in any currency, and thank you to those of you who already have. 91.2 FM around the track, around the world, RS1 via radiolemans.com. Johnny Morlam has joined us in the studio. We're going to go to the national anthem in a moment, JMO. But these are as a driver, you've done this. What are you doing at the moment? Are you trying to zone this out, or does that happen when you put the helmet on?
Just trying to stay as relaxed as possible. I mean, you heard Jensen say he's not going to get in the car for a little while. He's going to watch the start and then go and lie down and have a snooze. And that's the thing. I don't never forget Bob Wallach telling me many years ago, every opportunity, lie down, go to sleep, have a rest. Even if you can't sleep, just relax, because the adrenaline can sort of sap the energy out of you if you get too closely involved. Really experienced people like Andre Lotterer, you'll see them very relaxed. The more experienced guys are very relaxed. If you're starting the race, you can't be too relaxed. You need to have your wits about you, especially the first corner. The Dunlop chicane, as everyone sort of steams into it, and this year having so many, having the 23 hypercars, the LMP2 cars will be close on their tail going in as well. It's going to be really tricky to thread the eye of the needle through that Dunlop chicane. It doesn't lend itself, John, because you've got that right that leads into a left and then another right afterwards.
It funnels people in.
It definitely funnels you in, and you'll see a lot of cars taking to the back of the apex as they go through that first corner.
I will guarantee you there'll be a couple of people who miss, in inverted commas, that chicane there, rather than risk early contact, and presumably the race direction will take a slightly less harsh view of that on the lap one.
These cars, John, if you look at the splitters, how complicated the dive planes are and everything, if you just have to tap onto something, you'll end up damaging your aero, even if it's not a big hit, and then you've got to carry that until you either fix it or for the rest of the race. So it's very important that you don't have contact at any point, but especially in this first corner at the very start of the race.
We're just waiting for the trophy to be delivered. Last year's winners, Ferrari, have the honour, of course, of delivering the trophy, as we have seen down through the years. EF Corsa number 83 currently sitting on Michelin wet weather tyres. They may just be transport tyres, as the trophy, which was dropped from the helicopter earlier on, well, not dropped from the helicopter, it was lowered down very gently. It would have been like a Lego kit if it had been dropped from the helicopter at that first turn one kink. And this trophy then, the huge trophy, the winning manufacturer gets a facsimile of it. And they are coming down. Very nice blue Ferrari. I do like Ferraris in blue, always have done. And that's trophy. We had the special centenary trophy, of course, last year, which now resides at Fiorano. Ferrari get to keep that one. And again, polite applause as the Ferrari ferries this down towards the back of the grid, which is
windy, isn't it?
It is very windy. It's a crosswind on the straight. That's a 296 GTS that's bringing it down. That's the Targa top car. Beautiful. Absolutely good. Ferrari are really... We talked about two designers on the Roll of Honour, Pininfarina and Marcello Gandini, both absolute superstars in the world of design. I think Ferrari have got right back, and Porsche actually have got right back to their very best in their recent cars. The 296.
Well, Ferrari never really left, did they? Really? I mean, there's the odd one here and there, but by and large, every Ferrari I've ever seen is beautiful.
I think that there's certainly the rear three quarters on the new 296 in particular that has so much echoes of 330 LMs, and so I mean, I'm an old so-and-so now, so I look back on those old Ferrari. But I do like the front engine Ferrari. I really do. It is time for the formalities, a little bit later than we had expected. The trophy has been delivered, and one of the greatest parts of the build-up to Le Mans, it was superb last year, the Marseillaise.
La patrie, le jour de gloire est arrivé. Contre nous de la tyrannie, l'étendard sanglant élevé, l'étendard sanglant élevé. Entendez-vous dans nos campagnes mugir ces féroces soldats qui viennent jusque dans nos bras, égorger nos fils et nos campagnes. Aux armes, citoyens, formez vos bataillons. Marchons, marchons, gazons purs, abreuve nos sillons.
Absolute highlight for me every year here. The national anthem of France, of course, the helicopter that delivered the trophy now coming to the back end of the grid to deliver the tricolor with which Zinedine Zidane will start the race. Ford are back at Le Mans for 2024. Earlier on in the week, I got to speak to the global head of Ford Performance, Mark Rushbrook, about them being back with their GT3s, plans for the future, and they're exciting as well. But first, asked him how it was to be back at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. managed to sneak in again. All right, JP, plenty of time for you to get yourself settled. Can you try and get them through the first lap this year rather than stuffing them up on the first chicane as you did last year? Second. Well, he's not in, so he's not starting. You think, did you have a word?
Currently 18 degrees Celsius, although it feels like more like 16, and clouds, although a little bit of sun peeping through at times. Breezy with a passing shower, not expected to rain for a few hours yet though. However, the evening running of the 92nd edition of the 24 Hours could be affected by some rainfall. Light or maybe heavy. Breezy this evening, becoming cloudy with showers and a low of 14 degrees Celsius. A warm welcome, everybody, and welcome to another year of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's the 92nd edition on 91.2 FM, live from the Ford Performance Studios and around the world via the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And we're going to get straight down to the grid, which is still being cleared. Nick Damon, what have you got?
Valentino Rossi, how is the feeling of starting the Le Mans 24 Hours compared to the French Grand Prix in the Bugatti circuit?
Yeah, it's great. It's something special, and already from the ceremony. And we hope that we can be competitive.
How much are you enjoying your sports car career?
Yeah, it's great. I enjoy a lot. It's very funny.
Thank you, Valentino.
Valentino Rossi chatting to Nick Damon, the 7-time MotoGP champion, and no doubt about it, the contingent of fan base that is fit to bursting here this year. Surely part of it has got to be down to his participation in this year's race. But it's not just all about Valle. We have 62 cars taking part in this motor race across 3 different categories, welcoming back the LMP2s, even though in the FIA World Endurance Championship they are no longer part of that, but they're going to provide a terrific 16-car race split across a couple of sub-categories, and in fact a Pro-Am car sitting on that pole position after Louis Delatraz put it there during Hyperpole on Thursday evening, and it will be the Swiss to start that number 14 car. The brand new LM GT3 category, and there are 23 cars across 9 different manufacturers set to do battle here at Circuit de la Sarthe in a little under 15 minutes time. And then you've got Hypercar, which came into being a couple of seasons ago now. However, there are new competitors, new manufacturers joining the party all of the time. And what a brilliant time to be a fan of sports car racing and indeed involved in it, if you can be. We are effectively fans with microphones, as you know very well, right here on 91.2 FM. That's how Paul Truswell started to attend this race, and the reason you keep coming back, Trussers.
Yeah, I bump into people and talk about motor racing, but some people say to me, oh yes, I'm a bit of a motor racing fan. I went to Silverstone once. Then you speak to other people who say, I'm a motor racing fan. I go to Le Mans every year.
Yeah.
And I mean, yes, I've done quite a few in the time, but I'm a youngster to talk to some of the people I know. As I say, there's some people have been coming here since the 50s, since the 60s, and they wouldn't miss it for the world. And the last hour is one of those slowest but also most intense build-ups of tension that you're ever going to get. I don't watch a lot of other sporting events, but just the way that whole hour builds up, and it must be really frustrating for proper racing drivers, and I'm looking across the studio because we've got one up at the other end. It must be really frustrating, but equally for the fans. Yes, we want to get on with the race, but it makes it into the big event that it is, and it brings the magic of Le Mans. It makes it magical.
Paul Truswell on one side of the Ford Performance Studios, and joining me on the other side is Johnny Molam. So it's the two Johnnies kicking things off as we did last year. Give us a flavour. I know you already have with Hindhoff earlier on, but you are the starting driver. You're now getting on board. You're getting used to your surroundings again, and we're still just under 15 minutes away. But that formation lap's going to take the best part of 10 minutes to do.
Yeah, I mean, being the driver chosen of the 3 to start, when that happens, the 3-minute siren sounds and the 3-minute ball goes up. When that happens and you get chosen, you feel chuffed to bits. One, because you're being tasked with taking the car on probably the most critical, and in terms of risk of accident, one of the most critical moments, which is the start of the race. And then almost immediately you feel a slight sense of pressure that you need to make sure that you don't mess it up, and you bring the car around and you bring it in after your first double stint, single stint, whatever you decide to do at the start of the race. So it's a combination of pride, excitement, and slightly nervous all at the same time. It's a great feeling. Sometimes you feel slightly nauseous, but I really, really enjoyed the moments that I got to start the race, and it was a real privilege.
What's your call on the tyres, Johnny? We were talking about them being on wets when they were in presentation mode. Now they're in race mode. I think without exception they'll all have changed to slicks.
Yeah, of course.
But is it soft or is it medium?
I think it's difficult. I don't think I didn't see a lot of soft running.
There's at least a Porsche on
I think some of them might. Obviously, everyone can. But at this point, I would say they've got more data on the medium. If it doesn't rain, then obviously the medium is the way to go. Even on the soft, if it rains a little bit, they might get away with keeping the soft on. The difference between the soft and the medium compound isn't colossal. So I would say most people will start on the medium just to get some information on that, because after the first stint, they'll probably end up single stinting. Maybe if they're going to single stint a tyre, they'll do that early on. Michelin will then take the tyre away, or the tyre manufacturers take the tyre away, cut it open, have a look, and then feed that information back. And then once they're into the race, they'll start double and triple stinting tyres.
And of course, with wet weather predicted, the wet weather tyres that you use during the race don't count towards your allocation anyway. So
Zinedine Zidane giving the command for the engines to start. He is the official start marshal.
You may now start your engines. Everyone, please clear the grid immediately. Please clear the grid immediately.
And the information from our race director, Eduardo Freitas, for the final few staff members to head away from the grid as the engines fire into life. And those in great anticipation, which must be all of you, frankly, whether you're here on site or indeed around the world, courtesy of the Radio Show Limited website and network of channels. Hopefully, if you're not in France, we're bringing you a flavour of the atmosphere that has been building, as Trussers puts it, for really the last 90-odd minutes or so. And if you've been here since Tuesday or Wednesday, from that point all the way to nearly 4 o'clock, because in a couple of moments' time, the pole sitter, Laurence Vantor, who just took a second to close his eyes and to get into the zone as much as possible, now eases that. Number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, away from the front of the grid. That Kevin Estre qualified during the hyperpole session, slightly delayed hyperpole session on Thursday evening. It was an awesome lap. If you've not checked out some of the onboard footage of that, which is floating around in many places on social media, enjoy that at some point later on from now, maybe in the middle of the night. But some incredible car control when you thought he was going to chuck it at the scenery, well, even from turn 2, frankly, almost backing it into the Dunlop chicane. And Kevin Estre, we already knew he was a superstar, but continues to amaze those up and down the grid. And Porsche had been a little bit up against it to that point. In fact, looking further down, the 5 only qualifying in 10th position, and the sister car, the number 4, Nick Tandy, suggesting, well, if they pick off one car every hour from the start, then they should be in the lead with 5 hours to go. That's an interesting ploy and strategy. Let's see whether it actually works. The beauty of such a vast field in the hypercar division, though, Johnny Molam, is that it's going to hopefully keep us guessing, certainly for the first 12 hours, and let's hope all the way to the finish.
Well, I think it's difficult when you're involved in the races. You don't really see them. You see the people around you in your class. You certainly don't really look at the other classes. But when you're observing the race, you really see the big picture. And for me, personally, last year was one of the most exciting races that I was ever a part of. Which I commentated on that one as well. But just observing, even it was so exciting that I still followed it even when I was off air. And talking to Paul Truswell earlier, I don't want to jinx it, but this has all the ingredients for being even better. The cars are definitely, especially in the fastest class, all 23 of the hypercars are really close on pace. You keep hearing the drivers unusually sort of calling out on the balance of performance and saying how good a job they think the BOP is. And how often do you hear drivers saying that? You know, obviously you've got the odd drivers potentially maybe at Peugeot or wherever that won't agree with that, but most of the drivers really agreeing that the FIA have got this balanced performance absolutely superb. And I was fortunate enough to sit in on a FIA meeting yesterday that I very kindly got invited to, and listening to them, and they have never been more on top of everybody's ability with a level playing field that they're creating for them to go out there and extract the maximum of their package and keep everything and keep the racing as close as they possibly can. So I think this race, Johnny and Paul, has really got the ingredients to be exciting to the end. And I think you will see, like in the good old days of GTE, where 4 or 5 of them or 6 of them were on the lead lap going into the last lap of the race, I think you'll now see that, hopefully, in the first class as well. You're going to have a lot of people still on the lead lap at the very, very end of this race, and you may not know who's going to win until literally they cross the finish line.
Especially with the safety car procedures as they are this year. I absolutely agree with you. I've been talking to a few people about when was the last time it was as good as this. 1999 springs to mind for those of you who can go back that far. For those of you who go back a really long way, 1955 is famous for other reasons, but was also an incredibly strong entry with manufacturers, 3 or 4, 5 manufacturers, I've forgotten the exact number, but there was easily 5 manufacturers, all of which could have won the race in 1955. So, but this really is, I mean, it's the pinnacle of Le Mans that I've seen in my career, and I can't wait for it to get underway.
The 78 car ready to start from the pits. That's the Acodis ASP team machine that will have Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel. I'm not sure whether that's mandated for him to start.
He's the nominated start driver.
Right, so unlike, for instance, the number 7 Toyota, which has to start with Nick de Vries because he's been the quickest driver across the week, and also the GR Racing Ferrari, they've plugged in Daniel Serra because that's what the regulations say. They weren't able to take part in qualifying, 86 starting at the tail end, but car 78 will be starting from the pit lane.
And I assume he'll be allowed to join in. If he hasn't gone already, then when the cars come through at the end of the first lap, and as John Hindhoff said earlier on, there will also be a mandatory 2-minute penalty pit stop as a result of that. The car was anyway scheduled to start from the penultimate row of the grid, so they haven't lost a huge amount in terms of grid positions, but the 2 minutes penalty pit stop will hurt them additionally to that. The reason the car's starting from the pit lane, if you're just joining us, because it was hit up the back by one of the hypercar Toyotas with Nick de Vries at the wheel, and so often happens with these road cars, the rear splitter damaged, and it's taken the team that much time to actually get it fixed since the warm-up session, which was from 12:15 lunchtime today, and that's why the 78 Lexus is having to start from as far back or in the pit lane.
The piercing blue eyes of Laurens Vanthoor, almost unblinking there, focused on the road in front as he zigzags the number 6 Porsche left and right, fully focused as we suggested, having had that moment of contemplation before getting going. The early pressure will come from the gold-fronted Cadillac number 3 that's started by Sebastian Bourdais of Le Mans. Antonio Giovinazzi in the first of the Ferraris, number 51, and the sister Scarlet Red 499P alongside of Nicholas Nielsen. This is quite obviously a rolling start. It will also be 2x2 formation heading through the karting corner and into the Ford chicane, and it's also always so tough to get the cars threaded through that section without actually making contact, and you have to have a lot of understanding. And also, although all of these drivers are so eager to get this 92nd edition of this race underway, you've got to wait for those lights to be extinguished and the flag to wave before you start to accelerate up the hill. And then, because we have so many cars to try and get through, I mean, this is the biggest entry we've ever had.
You see all that debris, by the way?
Where was that?
Johnny, just watching coming out of Arnage heading down towards the entrance to the Porsche curve, so much debris on the track, and they're weaving right across the top of it. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
It's fine.
Interrupt your beautiful flow there, Johnny. Please do carry on.
62 equals the biggest. It's never been bigger than that.
It's bigger than 62, no.
Paul's almost arguing that it's a tad too big, actually, but we'll see how we go with the opening lap. But the first corner is the right-hand Dunlop curve. Generally, everyone gets through there. But then it's so tough to find the track space. There's one natural racing line, but you could still be 2 abreast with somebody first time through turns 2 and 3.
Well, John Hindhoff was saying earlier it's like a funnel, and he's exactly right. It kind of funnels you in, and it makes it very, very difficult because you can be 2 or 3 abreast going through the kink before the Dunlop chicane, and then unfortunately you have to go single file through the Dunlop chicane. So fortunately there's quite a lot of runoff and space on the right-hand side of the right-hand apex at Dunlop before you go under the bridge, so you'll probably see a few cars deciding to abort through there, and caution being the better part of valour at that point.
Indeed, yeah. You don't need any heroics that early on in a race like this. I'm still trying to work out where all that debris may have come from, because we were
I think it's the wind. It just looked like grass and dirt. It didn't look like pickup. I think it's just the wind has blown a lot of debris onto the track in various places.
Well, that's definitely something to point out, because it is a very blustery day. Every time we leave our commentary box, the Ford Performance Studios, the door flips back towards the wall, and it's gusting wind as well. So even more credit to the helicopter pilot a short moment or two ago delivering the flag, because that helicopter just never moved in the sky. Final few instructions from Eduardo Freitas then.
LMGT3s, there are big gaps between you. LMGT3 is at the front, assume formation. LMGT3 is at the front, assume formation.
And that mainly to the GT cars, because the hypercars are very well behaved. Into the Ford chicane and into the sight of so many fans, both left and right, on this final bit of the track, the double chicane, which is a real challenge at race speed. And it's Porsche side by side with Cadillac to kick off this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans. 91.2 FM. Don't forget, when you're getting involved, use the hashtag RLM_24H as we go racing live from the Ford Performance Studios for 2024. The 92nd edition of the race is underway, and it's a great getaway for Sebastian Bourdais in the yellow-fronted Cadillac, but he's not going to be able to snatch the lead away from Porsche. Ferraris will take some sorting out. Giovinazzi versus Nicholas Nielsen, and he will go around the outside, in fact, of his teammate and bag second position. So Ferrari already second, and that's the 50 car that's got up ahead, I reckon. Nielsen gains 2 positions. Yes, up ahead of Sebastian Bourdais, but Porsche will lead for Laurens Vanthoor into the Forest S's for the first time, and down towards Tertre Rouge. In 6th place, it's another Cadillac. That is Alex Lynn, who trails Marco Wittmann in the best of the BMWs. Lock up from the Proton competition, Porsche number 99 with the FAT International branding. And in the very early stages, LMP2's led by Louis Delatraz from the pole in the AO by TF number 14. And LMGT3, Inception Racing's Fred Schandorf from the pole position there. Car 70 is ahead of everybody else. This is another big ask, though, on cold tyres into the chicane for the first time. Everyone just about getting it stopped, although the Jota Porsches are in one heck of a busy area of the racetrack. At least one of the Peugeots ahead of them, but Jota get through cleanly, Johnny Molan.
I think Will Stevens in the number 12 car, he was starting right up there, but actually he dropped back. He looked particularly cautious going into Dunlop, whether that was a deliberate ploy on the team's part to just keep out of trouble. Sometimes when you do that, you can get attacked from behind, but now the Jota Hertz Porsches running literally together side by side, but whether that's Will's got a problem or whether he's just being incredibly cautious, but that car looking a little bit slow at the start of this race.
Sparks flying from underneath the 99 Porsche, which was almost thinking about a move into the second chicane there. That's the car driven by Neil Jardy of Proton Competition. And right behind the 311 Wayland Cadillac of Pipo Dirani.
That 12 car's definitely slow in a straight line. It definitely looks like there's already an issue for the 12 car. I hope I'm completely wrong, but it looks like there might be a little bit of an issue there.
Well, that's the car that's had to be built up from scratch, isn't it, Paul Truswell?
Exactly so. I mean, they've done an awful lot of work to actually get the car race ready, but can't remember who, well, there was somebody who one of our pit reporters was talking to, who said yes, they've got it built. There's a couple of niggles with it, and I think to get it out of the box and expect it to be right on the pace from the get-go is going to be a very tall order indeed. So in some ways I'm not surprised, but you know, it doesn't have to win the race to the end of the first lap. It has to win the race to the end of 24 hours, and they will continue to tune it as this race progresses.
Lots of fluid on the screen for Alex Lynn, I notice, as the 78 Kelvin van der Linde driven Lexus is now into the race. So
the Ferrari taking the lead. I was about to say, John, when you were getting, Johnny, as you were getting excited, the Ferrari traditionally has had a lot of straight line speed over some of the other cars, quicker down the straights, but maybe running a little bit less downforce or doing their KERS energy regeneration system in a different way. But Nicholas Nielsen now leading the race quite comfortably by, well, I say comfortably, half a second, but getting into the lead. It'll be interesting to see going through the twisty stuff whether Laurent Vantour and the Porsche Penske number 6 car can keep him honest.
Yeah, superb move into the Porsche curve. So the first lap this year at Le Mans will in fact be led by Ferrari, 5-0. It was the sister car that took victory last year, remember, and they feel like there's a bit of revenge, friendly revenge, that needs to be done 12 months on. Nicholas Nielsen, the Dane, who's come through the Ferrari programme over the last few years, they spotted him as a big talent and managed to get him into the prototype LMP2 ranks nice and early. And then as this 499 was developed, he got the call a couple of years ago now to be part of their factory programme, and he leads by just over half a second, but Laurens Vanthoor's certainly going to keep him honest in the number 6 Porsche from Penske Motorsport 963. Third position for the Cadillac of Sébastien Bourdais, but the run out of Terre Rouge isn't necessarily going to favour the Frenchman. Antonio Giovinazzi, in what we know is a very fast race car, the 51, might have an opportunity to get by into the first chicane.
Yeah, and he's absolutely got the straight line speed. He's set the fastest first sector of the race, Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari, and he's comfortably past Bourdais before the braking for the first chicane. I think Ferrari are going to have a really good race car here, because in the corners it's difficult to get past someone when you're following them quickly or closely behind, but obviously if you've got the straight line speed, if someone's tucked up in your slipstream and they still can't slipstream past you with the tow effect, it makes it for a much more pleasant race car.
And Sébastien Bourdais in the best placed of the Toyotas, because remember, Nick de Vries had to start from the back of the hypercar class. Car 8 is in 8th place in the hands of Swiss driver Buemi, but there's been no improvement in position for Nick de Vries yet in his Toyota, as now the Lamborghini's going to go for a move of Andrea Caldarelli, and that was Caldarelli on René Rast in the number 20 BMW, but no way through at the second chicane. I might have expected, Paul, for that Toyota to have made a bit more ground than that, but it's still 23rd.
It's a long race, Johnny. I mean, it's...
Just keep doing them like that. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's all about consistency. That was Pipo Derani that we were listening to, or it was Pipo Derani's engineer that we were listening to, the driver of the Wayland Cadillac, the 311 car. I was just going to pick out the top 3 in the classes. Louis Delatras leading in the LMP2 class in the AO by TF car, number 14. Matthias Besch second in the Panis Racing car, 65. And Job van Uitert in the EDEX Sport Orica, third in number 28. LMGT3 currently being led by Fred Schandorf in the Inception Racing McLaren that started on pole position, car number 70. Larry Ten Voorde in the JMW Ferrari is second, and third is the Proton Competition Mustang, Ben Barker in number 77. So got McLaren, Ferrari, Ford, the top 3 in LMGT3.
Not a good lap this for Matt Bell in his Cool Racing number 47 LMP2. They were earlier on in the week struggling with that car a touch. It ended up in the gravel with Matt actually at the wheel in Indianapolis, I remember, and brought out at least a slow zone. Might have even been a red flag in the earlier sessions. And car 47 doesn't quite seem to be on the pace that we would normally expect from the Swiss outfit Cool Racing. Their sister car is 10th in the hands of Danish star Malte Jakobsen, but Matt Bell going very slowly and falls to 61st position.
I think Giovinazzi's about to set the fastest lap of the race by some margin here. We'll wait and see. Yes, a 3-minute 30.3, only a tenth quicker than the Nielsen leading 50 with Ferrari, with Laurent Vantour in the Penske Porsche in between, sandwiched in between them, but only 9/10 of a second now covering the top 3 and 1 second covering the top 4. So this is already beginning to shape up. As Paul rightly said, it's very early days, but if you've got the car underneath you and it settles up like this as a racing driver, you're not hanging around. You're giving it everything you've got to try and look after the tyres, but also at the same time be as quick as you possibly can be.
Into the pits has come, who is it?
Number 33.
Number 33, the DKR Engineering LMP2 Orica. Lawrence Herr has brought that car in.
And Nick is right there with this CrowdStrike pit lane report.
Yeah, they're checking around the rear end. Obviously it feels a bit wrong at the back, I would say. They've topped it up, they haven't changed tyres. They're having a look with a torch through all the very conveniently placed Orica 07 holes above the wheels, which are there, of course, to make it... well, actually, no, they have decided they're going to change the front right, so it must have been a theoretical slow punch from the front right. Top it up, and away it goes. So yeah, that must be at best a slow puncture. Having a bit of an examine of the tyre. It seems to have air in it, but obviously not enough.
And I would stay ready on standby, Nick, for the 47 car of Matt Bell, who's still limping round, but at a significantly reduced pace. He's not being shown as stopped on the racetrack, but that will surely be a pit stop at the end of this circuit for Matt Bell, which will be his second lap of the race. But it's Nicholas Nielsen leading by only 0.6 of a second, so he opened up a little bit of a gap on Laurens Vanthoor, and then it's just stayed less than 2/3 of a second, with the Porsche definitely on the tail still.
Copy that, Alex, copy that. Currently P7.
So P7 for Alex Lynn's number 2 Cadillac. Actually, that's slightly delayed because now Buemi's got ahead of him. So car 2 with the blue front falling back to 7th place, 8th place rather, with the 8 Toyota just ahead, and they're ultimately chasing Marco Wittmann in 6th place, but that was just a little bit of information being relayed to the pit lane. Now Peugeot and Porsche overlapping, and in fact Alex Lynn's going to lose another position to Charles Lacey, who goes right around the outside of the first bit of Indianapolis. You've got to have confidence in your car to do that, Johnny Molan.
Absolutely, it compresses at the apex there. When you go around the outside, you're in that little bit of a negative camber, a little bit higher up, and it's harder to carry the speed because you're not being pressed into the racetrack as you are if you carry the apex speed into the dip at the right-hander at Indianapolis. Ferrari's certainly looking to own the middle sector in this race so far in terms of straight line speed.
Use the wiper, it's better at flow speed.
It's not working even at low speed. It's making it really worse.
Yeah, the issue for Charles at the moment is he cannot see where he's going. So to be able to do
Don't
that over...
turn the wiper.
No, absolutely
do
not.
Do not do the wiper.
It'll just smear it even more.
If you've got oil on your windshield and you use the wiper, unless you've got the right product in your bottle to spray onto the screen while you're out there,
I know what you mean.
It will white it out completely. As much as you want to turn the wiper on, do not turn the wiper on.
We'll get to Trussers in a moment. Nick Damon, you've just seen the 47 car finally make it in.
Yeah, they stopped it, they fueled it, they took off an inspection panel which is in the side pod just behind the front left wheel. They looked at that, it wasn't what they thought it was, and now it's going on the dolly jack. So it's our first car with a problem after a lap and a half. It's a 47 Cool Racing machine.
Yeah, Matt Bell bringing that in eventually. That lap took him how long? 5 minutes, nearly 6 minutes, in fact, to complete.
I think we're going to see a Ferrari 1-2 coming through Tertre Rouge out onto the straight. Giovinazzi very close behind, less than half a second behind now, the number 6 Penske Porsche. So could well see a Ferrari 1-2 over the next lap or two. LMP2, Louis Delatraz leading, doing a sterling job. We haven't really mentioned them. Matthias Besch in the Panis Racing 65 also doing a fantastic job. Job Van Oetterd in 3rd at the moment in the IDEC 28 car, and then followed by the pairing of Oliver Jarvis and Philippe Albuquerque in the 22 and 23 United Autosport cars, respectively.
I suspect part of the problem for Charles Malaysia and also for Alex Lynn, you were mentioning the visibility. Alex Lynn's windscreen is filthy as well, and I just wonder which car it is that was spitting out a bit of oil. It's not unusual for cars to spit out a bit of oil at the beginning of a race. They tend to fill them up to the top and then add a bit, and that bit gets burned off very quickly.
Ferrari into second pole. Here's Giovinazzi on the radio.
You can go forward with brake balance, 0.5%.
Don into the braking area for the second chicane, but he had a wonderful run coming out of the first chicane, though, Johnny, to be able to pull off that manoeuvre. However, Laurens Vanthoor's not going to like that one bit, and is now picking up the toe as they head for Mulsanne.
Yeah, but he'll hold the inside, Giovinazzi into Mulsanne. You can't go around the outside of someone there without their full and utter assistance, so to speak. So, and now he'll ease away coming out of Mulsanne down and set off after Nielsen. So, as I predicted, Ferrari 1-2 at the moment, but I won't say it. It's very early in the race.
Is that your prediction for the result for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
I would love it. I would love it. My heart is there. My head potentially not. But one thing that Ferrari have got, they've got straight line speed advantage, Johnny, which is always great for a race car. And also they switched their tyres on very, very well. As you noticed in qualifying, they were one of the few to be able to do it on their first flying lap compared to the others. And that could lend itself to them in changeable conditions if indeed we get the rain coming in later in the race.
Yeah. Well, they've already taken one win here at Le Mans, strangely enough, that 499P has not won another World Endurance Championship race since it made its debut at the start of last year. But this is the one that matters at the end of the day. Paul?
Yes, I mean, what I'm interested in, I mean, we're saying it's early in the race, but we're not yet even halfway into the stint. And
exactly, yeah, it's a long way to go. It's a long way to go.
But I think what's key is because the regulations mandate how much energy you can use through the stint, and we'll try and monitor that. We don't have all of the information that the teams do, obviously, but they'll be monitoring that as well, and they'll inevitably have to lift a little bit in order to get to the end of their stint, which I would expect to be normally a 13-lap stint. But bear in mind, they've had a formation lap. They've also had a lap out of the pits to the grid. So they've had 2 laps out of their 13, admittedly at a slower pace. So maybe they'll be coming in after 10 or 11 laps. And before we get the hypercars in, we'll still have to get all of the P2s and the LMGT3s making their pit stops.
And it looks like there's going to be like a expected 12-lap stints for the hypercars.
12 or 13?
Yeah. But expected 12, but we'll see.
Okay.
And then 10 and 9 respectively for LMP2 and GT3. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes throughout the race.
And in terms of time, an LMP2 stint is somewhere between 40 and 45 minutes, I generally say.
Yes, although based on what Johnny's just said, it might even be less than
35?
that. 340 at absolute maximum. If you've got a fast driver, then it'll be a little bit less than that.
Yeah. Cracking fight, as we'll become used to for the whole 24 hours in LMGT3. Not so much for the lead, because Fred Chandorf has broken away to the tune of 1.3 seconds, but there's his queue developing behind Alexander Malikin in his 92 Manthey Pure Racing Porsche, because Alex Riberas is in the lineup, so that's the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen in another Aston for D Station Racing, 777, and Matteo Crisoni, the Iron Lynx number 60 Lamborghini, is also in that lineup, but you can include probably another 4 or 5 LMGT3s. They've all just been passed by a recovering Laurence Hoare in the 33 DKR engineering car. Remember, that was the early stopper.
Interesting that a lot of the GT3 cars have opted to start their quicker drivers, but in the case of Alexander Malikin in the Manthey 92, I believe he's the bronze driver. Is that right, Paul? And I'm pretty sure he was the one qualifying. So they've chosen to start their bronze, which means they're eating into their bronze time. And some of the other cars have gone for their quicker silver or even gold drivers. So playing the long game at the moment, the 92 Manthey Porsche.
As you would expect, really, from Manthey, because they've had huge amounts of experience in endurance racing at Le Mans as well as elsewhere. So, yeah, with if there's anybody who knows how to win an endurance race, it's Manthey. Still not quite sure what to make of the Cadillacs. The Sébastien Bourdais, which started on the front row of the grid, is currently lying in 4th place, just set his best lap of the stint so far on that, his 4th lap. And he was unlucky in a way not to be able to start the race on pole position. He finished the qualifying session on what was the quickest lap that he had done, but then the red flag came out and he didn't have enough energy or fuel left in the car to go out and complete any more laps. So that was why we didn't see Bourdais going out at the end of the hyperpole session on Thursday evening. And the other 2 Cadillacs, Alex Lynn in number 2 back in 9th place, and the 311 car of Pippo Dirani has dropped to 16th place.
91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on RadioLeMans.com. This is Radio Le Mans for 2024 as we take a CrowdStrike pit report. Nick Damon knows a little bit more about the 47 problems.
Yeah, the 47, unfortunately, they took off the side pod and there was an immediate wave and the hand across the neck. I thought, oh, it's not going to retire the car. They weren't going to retire the car. They were going to retire the right-hand side radiator. So there was the radiator had been holed somehow, and they've already taken out the offending radiator and put in the new one. Now just kind of rebuilding up again. Matt Bell got out of the car, stayed in his helmet, hasn't taken off his helmet, his hands device. So therefore, this is going to be probably about 5 or 6 minutes if they don't find any other problems. But obviously, losing quarter now at the start is soul destroying for any team.
Big drama for the 15 BMW, which has left the road. This is at Forest S's and is now travelling the wrong way down that thin slither of grass. It was right in the top 6. It's Marco Wittmann who's made the error. Not sure how he ended up there. Hopefully we'll fill in the blanks in a moment. But Vincent Voss, wide-eyed, staring at the screens, thinking, that's one of my cars slipping down the order. Horrible place to be sitting, but he's done an incredible job actually to get back in the race very, very quickly indeed. I think he kept it out of the barrier as well, Johnny.
I'd like to see a replay of that to work out how that happened, but if he did keep it out of the barrier, he stopped about 6 inches short of it, parallel to it. Yeah, not a nice place to go, and then always tricky when you get back onto the track, especially if you're initially going in the wrong direction on the side of the track as you spin onto the track, because you want to make absolutely certain that no one's coming, otherwise it would be a catastrophe.
Little look down the inside of Alexander Malakin for Matteo Crissoni, Dennis Olsen in the 88 Proton competition car, because Malakin's now fallen behind the yellow and black Lamborghini for Iron Lynx, which just gives a swish of the windscreen wiper. Not sure that's because of rain, just to give the screen a little bit of a clear, but if there is debris or some sort of liquid on the screen, it goes again to the point about making it worse, potentially. And a Corvette now on the 46 BMW. We hear from Tom Van Bronckhorst.
Save some energy behind him. So a little bit of lift and coast into the chicanes. No need to attack him too hard. Save energy through Porsche, and we jump them in the pits.
So that's the 81 TF Sport Corvette. Remember, TF Sport switching manufacturer over the winter, so running a couple now of those very smart looking Z06s, the yellow and black cars, and the colour scheme inverted from one car to the other to hopefully make identification, certainly in the daytime hours, rather easier.
I love the fact that even in LMGT3 they're calling it save energy. I mean, it's all about energy. Actual fact, in those cars, it's not energy; it's still just plain fuel saving. But
they are measured on the amount of energy burnt on your stints.
But ultimately, they've got no hybrid systems, so it's actually just fuel saving, good old-fashioned fuel saving, lift and coast.
True enough. Yeah, they're not recycling that petroleum-based power. I agree, but we will be able to describe to you about meters that are being observed by the officials. This is what makes LMGT3 different from standard GT3 global competition. We've already heard from Nick Damon bringing us CrowdStrike pit reports from one end of the pit lane. Let's bring Peter Snowden into the mixture, though. What are you keeping your eye on in the early stages?
The Algarve Pro Racing LMP2 entry number 25. They've just saw a flurry of activity amongst the mechanics, and they've got a new front end ready, and obviously come in, refueled the car. But there's light damage to the front left. Light pod's a bit loose inside the bodywork, so that's gone away. Splitters all broken. There's obviously reference marks on the bodywork there, but more importantly, now they've got the front end up. Just looking in at it, it's the steering arm that they've had to replace. It's got a great deal of toe out on that side, just being the near side. Not exactly ideal. So driver staying in it. Obviously, it's been on the skates into the box, but that arm, as I speak, is on already, and it will be out fairly soon by the look of it. So I don't know what he contacted with, whether it was Barrier or another car. I don't know, but this is the Algarve Pro Racing 25 LMP2 entry.
Thank you, Snowy, and more from you through the rest of certainly this hour. We have had just over 22 minutes of it. 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans here at the track and around the world on radiolemans.com. We're live from the Ford Performance Studios, and we're also bringing you the whole race live on Sirius 137, XM 202. You can get involved as always on X, formerly known as Twitter. Fire your tweets to @RSL_studio. Make sure you use the hashtag RLM_24H. Paul.
Yeah, and after that spin at the Forest S's, Marco Wittmann has brought the number 15 car into the pit lane. So it was more than just a spin and continue. Possibly a problem on the car that tripped him into the spin, or as Johnny suggested, he actually hit the barrier and needs to go and get that car looked at. But the 15 BMW, then Marco Wittmann in the pits.
It was all on his own, and he loses it in the first bit of the Forest S's, and he did hit the barrier, both front right and rear right, Johnny.
Yeah, so he just lost it. It goes light as you turn in and you got the dip, and as you come up, it kind of spits you up and you go into slight droop there. And I suspect it may not have damaged the suspension, but it's certainly flat-spotted his tyres. So he'd have had a really bad vibration because he had to jump onto the brake pedal there, Johnny, to avoid going even harder off and spearing off into the barrier earlier on the left. So he managed to keep it straight to the right slightly, and that minimised the damage when he actually had contact with the barrier. So quite light contact, so he might have got away with that one.
3 cars in the pits then. As Snowy's described, the 25 Algarve Pro car came in with Ollie Caldwell at the wheel. Cool Racing's Matt Bell has been there for some time now. And the first of the hypercars hits early trouble in the form of Marco Wittmann in the number 15 BMW M Hybrid. As
great
fifth position,
going on, isn't it?
LMP2.
Great battle going on at the front of LMP2. Louis Delatras is a little bit clear of the second, third, fourth and fifth, but second, third, fourth and fifth, Job Van Otto has just taken second in LMP2 from Matthias Besch, and Oliver Jarvis and Phil Albuquerque are just waiting behind or watching brief. So really nice battle going on for second, third, fourth and fifth place in LMP2.
And somewhere around this next lap, I reckon, we're going to see the beginning of what's going to happen then throughout the rest of the race, really, because the leading hypercars are catching up with the tail enders in the LMGT3 class. So Nicholas Nielsen, having had a clean run up until now, on this coming lap, is going to have to start overtaking people.
Marco Wittmann's back in the race in the number 15 car, the 34-year-old German. So they've done
I think that was just tyres, Johnny. I think he just flat spotted his tyres, would have had a really bad vibration, come in, change the tyres, have a quick look and send it. So that bodes well for the contact having been minimal enough to avoid any real
damage. It's superficial, that front right and rear right, and unless it manifests itself
just drive shaft. When you hit slightly sideways on the wheel, you're always worried that it might manifest as a drive shaft issue.
The Porsche behind is 5 seconds. So keep managing your tyre, it's really good.
New tyres being offered, by the way, to the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car, and Peter Snowden still watching that, but it looking like now, Snowy, they might be sending that car pretty soon.
Yeah, it's back out on the pan. That's ready to go. It's had some work on the left rear suspension as well. They've put scrubbed tyres on the car. Apart from the front left, got a brand new slick on it. One on the front left.
Peter Snowden with that CrowdStrike pit report, as now the Ferrari of Giovinazzi already on lap 8, having to deal with a cluster of...
Well, they both are.
Yes, well, true, indeed.
And it's gone from a second lead for Nielsen. You can see braking down into the right-hand side. They're now going through. LMGT3 is going into the second chicane. We're 3 abreast, and Nielsen in the leading Ferrari had to go off the track effectively in order to get past them going into the first chicane. Giovinazzi got within 3/10 of him and then also had to wait to negotiate that LMGT through traffic. So Paul Trustwell absolutely right. We're now seeing the hypercars catching LMGT3s and literally weaving through like a video game in order to try and stay ahead.
And having to leave the more sensible bit of the track. I mean, that was straddling the white line. Track limits...
Completely off the track.
Yeah,
and
that's not the track limits line. The barrier's effectively the track limit on the Mulsanne.
The amount of stones and rubbish that Nicholas Nielsen will have picked up when he went right off to the right-hand side over the dotted white lines that delineate the edge of the track, clean off the track onto the sort of red little bit of tarmac that lines the outside of the public road. So literally onto the hard shoulder, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the hypercars, because they're also so low slung compared to the GTs, you wonder whether the visibility, I mean, the GT3 cars, yes, they're getting blue flags waved at them, so they should know that there is another car coming, but quite knowing where it's going to come and whether, I mean, this is where they say, you know, the car being lapped just has to hold its position.
But they were 3 abreast at the time, Paul, going for their own fight. You know, they deserve to be there every bit as much as... So they're not going to just suddenly brake, and let the hypercar through.
That reminded me of the sort of lappery necessary around the Nordschleife, I have to say, because you cannot afford to lose any time. And so often on the Nürburgring, you actually have to take to the curb and sometimes the grass to go around slower cars. And those perhaps in this race, for instance, Kevin Estre, who we will see in the 6 car later on, it might be that sort of experience will be very, very useful. Also, Laurens Vanthoor, they were in the same car a couple of weekends back and rather puzzled that they did not win that race because they felt like they had a very strong car with the Grello machine in a completely different Porsche this weekend. In the hypercar class.
Absolutely, Johnny, you're exactly right. And Laurens Vanthoor actually lost a little bit of traffic, was a little bit circumspect in the traffic at the Porsche curves, understandably, and Sebastian Bourdais just caught it just at the right time and ended up being able to pull that gap down to sort of a bit less than it was 2 seconds behind. It's now 1.4 seconds behind in 4th place. Sebastian Bourdais in the number 3 Cadillac to the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car.
Alexander Malikin cannot hold Gregoire Sauce back in the United Autosports McLaren. Gregoire driving the number 59 car, but that is pro driver, gold driver versus Malikin, who put their bronze in to do the starting stint at Manthey Pure Racing. So they will have warned Alex that he'll be dropping back in comparison to generally the starting drivers. That's unlike a World Endurance Championship race where you want to try and burn the bronze time as early as possible. As we hear from Alex Lynn on the team radio.
3 laps to go in the stint, 3 laps to go in the stint.
Which means 3 laps to go in the stint, but we must be expecting LMGT3 cars in either at the end of this lap or at the end of the next at the very latest.
Hypercar, not all LMGT3.
No, Paul was right.
I'm kind of subtracting from the hypercar. If Alex Lynn is coming in 3 laps, then LMP2s will be coming in 2 laps.
Well, they're estimated 9.
LMGT3s will be coming in 1 lap.
I understand. Yeah.
They're on 8 and they're estimated 9, so I suspect they'll be coming in at the end of this lap that we're watching now. The hypercars will probably come in on 11 on their first stint for all the obvious reasons in going to the grid, etc., and the pace lap. And then I suspect they'll be doing 12. Will we see 13? Trussers will let us know when he first sees that happening.
Great run from Alex Lynn, but he's going to be balked by a couple of LMGT3s in the braking area. But he was right on the boot lid there of Nicolas Lapierre in the 36 car, pulled out after that wonderful slipstream and was just presented with the back of the number 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang, so had to get out of the throttle and follow the French car through that second chicane. That's going to be a scenario that many hypercar drivers will meet
for the rest of this race.
Probably.
The other thing to say is at least those earlier pit callers that we had have all now departed and are on their way again. So we had the pit stops that you were describing, but they've all got underway. We have an empty pit lane at the moment, but it's not going to be for much longer. And it's going to be very, very busy indeed with 23 LMGT3 cars. And of course, they've only got a lap. And then they're going to be joined by some 16 LMP2s.
And the first 3 in LMGT3 are all within a 0.9 between Frederick Schandorf in the Inception Racing McLaren, back to Ben Barker in the Proton number 77 car, and then only a second and a bit back to Larry Ten Voorde in the JMW Motorsport car. So if they all come in on this lap, that's going to be a real pit lane fight to see who gets out in front.
4:30 on 91.2 FM. We've had half of the first hour, and it's time to pause, therefore, for our first Hertz hourly update.
So we've just completed 9 laps out of what's probably going to be about 370. There's a prediction for you in the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2024. And Ferrari leads the race. Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel of the number 50 499P and Antonio Giovinazzi at the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari 499P, separated by about a second, but they're in heavy traffic at the moment. Third place is the Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963 of Laurens Vanthoor, car number 6. And in 4th place is Sebastian Bourdais for Cadillac in the V-Series R, car number 3. 5th is the AF Corsa Ferrari, the independently run car of Robert Kubica, car number 83, the yellow car. And in 6th place, number 8, Sebastian Buemi in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010 Hybrid. 7th is number 35, Charles Milesi for the Alpine. In 8th place, Fred Macavici in car number 5. 5, another Porsche. In 9th place is the other Alpine. This is Nicolas Lapierre, car number 36. And in 10th place is Alex Lynn with the Cadillac, car number 2. In LMP2, the leader there still Louis Delatraz at the wheel of the pole position, sitting car Orica number 14. Second place is Rob van Outert in the EDEX Sport Orica, car number 28. In third place, Matthias Besch for Panis Racing. At least he was, but that's just changed because Felipe Albuquerque has leapt up to second place now. Fabio Scherer, number 24 for Nielsen Racing, is third. Fourth is now Van Outert in the EDEX Sport, car 28. And fifth, Bent Viscal in the Proton Competition Orica, car number 9. In LMGT3, Fred Schandorf leads for McLaren with the Inception Racing, car number 70. Second is Ben Barker in the Proton Mustang, car 77. Third is Larry Ten Voorde for JMW Motorsport in the Ferrari, car 66. Fourth, number 27, is Alex Riberas in the Art of Racing Aston. And in fifth place, number 777, another Aston Martin, this one in the hands of Marco Sorensen, entered by D Station Racing. Just to round out the top 6, that's Dennis Olsen, car number 88, in the second of the 2 Proton Motorsport Ford Mustangs. That's the hourly update. Positions with just half an hour of the race gone and 23 and a half still to go.
Absolutely terrific fight at the head of the order. We very nearly had the Ferraris change places just then, but so they stay still with the 50-50 car ahead. Toyota, for so many years, have said, well, if one car's not visibly quicker than the other, then a chance to switch them around to see whether the 51, in this case Giovinazzi, can build a bigger lead. But they'll stay as they are at the moment. Nicholas Nielsen did not want to relinquish the race lead this early on, Johnny Molan.
Well, he outbraked himself. I think it was that way round. Whether it was actually Giovinazzi had got in front and then outbraked himself and Nicholas Nielsen got back in front again, I wasn't quite sure. But one of them outbraked themselves going into Arnage. Easily done. It's very, very slippery there going into that corner. Locked the front slightly, ran very, very wide of the apex. It means you're late coming on the throttle coming out of that corner. And the car on the right-hand side, I think the 51 of Giovinazzi, got a bit of a run at him, but not enough to actually get past him before the Porsche curve. So they're back in first and second. The fact that there's already a 1.1 second gap between them tells me that they've got on the radio and said to Giovinazzi, don't pressure him, just run in this formation. You don't want to run too close as well because it will affect your brake temps, tyre temps, engine temps. So you want to leave a little bit of air between you if you can.
So LMP2 reaching the end of what should be their shortest stint of the race and watching so many pit stops take place overlapping one another was Nick Damon.
Yeah, it was all go up and go with the P2s. We had just about all of them in. Now we've just actually got our first hypercar in, which is the 311 Whelen Cadillac car. Most of these cars actually have been down Peter Snowden's end. So Snow, what have you seen?
Yeah, right with it now. It's all routine at the moment. No driver change.
But Snowy, a moment or two ago, the LMP2s came flooding in. I think it was all towards your end, was it not?
Yes, indeed. Of course, that was during our update at the bottom of the hour, so that was going on down there. And we've got one of the Mustangs in down at the other end, and that 311 Cadillac is back out again, away on its electric and then into its motor. So I think this is the Inception McLaren, I think, has just come in as well. This is the 59 car, which... if I'm not mistaken, I thought there was 95 car had a swap, so they've done that staggered correctly. Sorry, that's the number 59 car.
Paul, I noticed that Louis Delatraz didn't pit, leading LMP2, and Felipe Albuquerque, who was running 5th, the number 23 United car, didn't pit either. They're now first and second. They pitted on this lap, but they both went one lap longer. Everyone else in front pitted. And in LMP2, sorry.
Yeah, top 5 in LMP2, I reckon, in now, Nick Damon.
Yeah, the top guys all came in again. Now, interestingly, I was actually been watching a couple of the MGT3 stocks. As Snowy said, the two McLarens, the 95 and the 59, I think they're already deliberately staggering because of the limited amount of pit space. We had one of the Proton Fords in as well. And of course, there's 3 in that garage. I think they've decided already that they're not going to have them all coming in the same lap because it just isn't the space to service them. So they're going to do this kind of offsetting already, starting way as we go. But yeah, Johnny's absolutely right. All the leaders in P2 are actually sitting on the apron right now, getting a standard service. Very few driver changes. I think, and I don't want to be quoted on this, I think the 32 Kane car did change drivers though during that first round of stops.
Car 30 Duquesne we will interrogate, but
John Falb.
John Falb.
I didn't see him start,
Probably
so
didn't
I think Nick's absolutely spot on there and well spotted.
Yes, it was James Allen who started
the Australian.
in number 30,
Yep.
and I have a feeling that he also had a little spin just before he came in. We get a little Marshall's report screen here, and he had a spin at post 3, which is the Dunlop chicane, and that was what triggered the pit stop for James Allen.
But Bent Viscals got out in the lead of LMP2. They did a much shorter stop than everybody else. And car 9 for Proton Competition now in front of Matthias Besch, the 65 Panis, the 28 EDEC Sport car of Fjord van Houten. He's retained as their driver. Ollie Jarvis, Malte Jacobsen for 22 United and 37 Cool Racing. But have Proton Competition, therefore, short-filled maybe to just get them ahead. 4 seconds they gained in the pit lane.
Which car was Louis Delatraz in though?
The AO by TF car, which was number 14. It's now PJ Hyatt.
So they've put in their slower drivers in. Ben Keating, I noticed, jumped into the Philippe Albuquerque car, number 23. Ollie Jarvis has stayed in his. Matthias Besch stayed in. And Job van Houten stayed in. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th stayed in. And you're exactly right, Johnny. Bent Viscal on his outlap now, so may drop behind them.
And they gave PJ tyres because it took him just over 90 seconds to do that pit stop. You can't fuel and do tyre change at the same time. So
absolutely. And normally if you do driver change, you will do tyres as well. Not always, but normally if a new driver's getting in, you give him new tyres. Or at least different tyres.
PJ's the bronze, so he'll want a new set of tyres if at all possible. They run on good years, remember, LMP2, just like the LMGT3s this year. Let's get back for a CrowdStrike pit lane report and to Nick Damon first of all, and then Peter Snowden afterwards.
I don't want to say I told you so, but they are absolutely staggering the pit stops. We've had 1 Alpine, the 36, had 1 Peugeot, the 93, and we've had 1 Toyota, which I can't see which number it is at the moment. We've also had the Soul, I sort of Frashini is in as well, and then a single BMW. That's going to happen anyway, obviously, because the other one has stopped out of sequence. It's actually the 7 Toyota, so they have realised there isn't enough room with 62 big long cars to stop everyone at the same time. Therefore, you have to stagger your stops. Not seen any tyre changes so far on the hypercars, and they all have tyre changes, tyres available just in case.
And sometimes, Johnny, life is made a lot easier when I've just found Charlie Kemp, who's the sporting director of United, and Charlie and I used to race Aston together 15 years ago, so it's easy to go and have a chat. Just to reinforce that, which Nick has said, definitely staggering the fuel strategies there for these cars, the stops, the 59 and the 95 cars, the 2 McLarens at United Autosport. The reason being, very rightly, he just said, we don't want to be stopping on the same lap for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, get them out of sequence as early as possible. Absolutely nose to tail for the LMGT3 leaders as well that pit on the same lap. Fred Chandorf, Ben Barker, and they will leave completely together as well.
Ben Barker was almost pushing him down the pit lane there, wasn't he? It can't have been more than a cigarette paper between the two of them as they continue their fight, both drivers staying in.
There's a minute 16 for Shandorf's pit stop in the Inception McLaren, a minute 16 for Ben Barker.
And going back to what Paul Truswell very rightly alluded to as we see stints happening, that Laurent Vantour in the Porsche Penske car, number 6, is now cruising gently up to the back of Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 car, who is in turn, I wouldn't say cruising up to the back of, he's actually beginning to really hassle Nicholas Nielsen in the leading 50 Ferrari hypercar. He's now only about half a second behind, and only a half a second behind him now is Laurent Vantour in the Penske. So these 3 leading hypercars all coming together and coming into the pit lane, all 3 of them nose to tail.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. And also news elsewhere in the pit lane. Here's a CrowdStrike pit report with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, opposite bit of strategy here, or almost the same at TF Sport with their 81 and 82 Corvette they had them line of turn. 82 in first, but almost seamless. The two Ferraris are just coming in literally nose and tail as I stand here right now in the outer lane of the pit lane. They are absolutely glued together. So Ferrari not staggering their pit stops. I'm going to go up there. TF1's literally 82 came in and went literally the 81 just followed in behind it 30 seconds and were gone. I'm just going to head up to Ferrari, Johnny.
Thank you.
They're going to really want to, the 50 crew are going to really want to not mess up, because if they do, they're going to mess up the pit stop for the 51 as well, because the 51 will not be able to get out until the 50 goes without a pushback.
And nor will the 83, because the 83 AF Corsa private Ferrari 499
This is true. They're all
right
relying
there
on
with
each
him
other
as well.
to not. So the crew of the 50 car, Paul, under a lot of pressure here.
And they're very strict, as we saw during the qualifying session, on where you stop in the pit lane. And remember, there are penalties to be taken during these pit stops for offences, pit stop offences that were made during the qualifying session, but I don't think they applied to any of those that came in.
And
but
the Porsche Penske's jumped them in the stops. So Laurent Van Toor jumped to the lead.
Both.
So he was third, he's now leading.
And Nicholas Nielsen was released right into the path of Sebastian Bourdais. I can't see them getting away with that, because Bourdais had to check up massively. He was nearly pushed into the wall to his left. So that Snowy was watching it. Snowy was watching that pit stop happen. And what was your view on it? Because to me, the gold-fronted Cadillac was not allowed to continue its run down the fast lane there.
No, it's definitely tighter than anybody would have wanted there. The Ferraris, though, perfectly, absolutely perfectly, let's synchronise 1, 2 and 3, as in the private car as well.
Yeah, remember, of course, that the 51 Ferrari had a 10-second penalty for this first pit stop for cleaning the windscreen in qualifying. So that would have been why they were slower. Neither were the 50 was slower. And we had the other half of the stops here. The only car which seemed noticeably slightly more circumspect was the 12 Jota. But they actually stopped the 38 and the 12 on the same lap. There was a lot more looking around the car, prodding it, making sure the bits were in the right direction. It was still released on time, didn't lose much more time. But the other car that had a lot of work going on to it, in a way, in the 94 Peugeot, or the 93 Peugeot, the doors open for ages. They were kind of poking about with bits and bobs, almost like they had like a couple of small issues. But in the end, everyone's got away pretty much on time.
So that now fleshes out precisely why Ferrari were happy to pit all three cars on the same lap. Did the 83 also have that 10-second penalty, that extra 10 seconds added to its pit stop? Paul's shaking his head.
No, it was... it was 51 and 83 that had the extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the 50 car that was most advanced in the pit lane didn't have that penalty.
So much oil. Copy that, copy that.
So it's clearly the 50 Ferrari that's throwing out some oil then.
So that's Bourdais reporting.
Bourdais complaining that he's got a lot of oil on his windshield, and he's tucked up behind Nicholas Nielsen now in the 50 Ferrari, who is in second place, and both the number 3 Cadillac and the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport significantly quicker by at least 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds in those pit stops, and Bourdais nearly jumping Nielsen, and he came in a good 1.82 seconds behind Nicholas Nielsen.
None of us were that concerned about oil on the first lap, but I have to say now we're on lap 13. If there's still oil coming out the back of car 50, the Ferrari, that is a rather larger concern now, Trussers.
It'll be a breather pipe, but you're right. You never want to be losing too much fluid, but they'll fill oil.
Oh, at each pit stop. That's a United car that's off in the gravel. Difficult to tell from that angle. May well be the 23. Yep, United LMP2 car. The 23's rotated. It's Ben Keating at the wheel, and he got through the first bit of the Dunlop chicane but couldn't make the right-hander. And just like the 65 car of Rodrigo Sales earlier on in the week, scatters the stones into the gravel.
And the trouble is, going in sideways like that, Johnny, is that you dig a hole for yourself, and then the bottom of the tub basically floors out, and then you can't actually get out of the gravel trap, and you're stuck and you'll need towing. So there'll be a slow zone going into Dunlop, coming up, exiting the start-finish line, going up through Dunlop as you head down, and then going green again as you get towards Tetra Rouge.
Ian James now in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. They did that driver change as that car pitted for its first time, and after... Well, it's completed 11 laps now. That car currently in 6th position.
Oliver Jarvis absolutely on a charge at the moment. He's third in LMP2, looking to try and get past Matthias Besch in the car in front of him in the Panis Racing number 65 car, and really tucked up under his gearbox as they start navigating through LMGT3 traffic again as they're heading down into Mulsanne.
Here's Ben Keating. Back end, Ben Keating chatting on the radio, and information as to how he ended up in the gravel trap. That recovery is now being organised, and there is a slow zone at Marshall Post 1, so that is slow zone 1. Remember, the track's split into 9 different zones where localised yellows can be, and a speed limit of 80 kilometres per hour. Going to take another CrowdStrike pit report. First of all, from Peter Snowden. What have you got?
Yeah, hi. I'm with Yiffy Ye from the 83 Ferrari. You're very kind. You're not in the car for a few hours yet, but you very kindly come and have a little chat with us at Radio Le Mans. Thank you very much. You were watching the synchronised all 3 Ferrari pit stop there.
Yeah, for sure. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Great start for us. We chose to use soft tires to gain a few places at the start, which worked well. But now we have to manage more the tires, and the sun is shining through, which is nice. But yeah, so race is still long. We are looking strong, and we will get ready for whatever is coming later on this evening or tomorrow with the rain. But it will be an interesting race.
So there's definitely rain forecasters. You know that?
Absolutely, yeah. It's just a matter of time when it comes, and how much it comes will be is a mystery. But it's the same for everyone. So we just have to try to make sure we fit the right tires in the right time. But it's easier said than done.
Yiffy, thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to speaking to you later.
We just had an unscheduled pit stop caller for the 99 Pro-Am competition, Porsche 963. They were waiting for it. They were waiting for the dolly jacks. The car came down the pit lane, and it had the driver's door was open, and I don't know whether that's the problem or whether perhaps there's been smoke inside the cockpit. They are working on the car. They've not taken off the nose. They've not taken off the tail. So you kind of think the problem is within that cockpit area. But yeah, so that's the first for hypercars hitting actual problems.
Just able to describe the moment for Ben Keating again. It felt like the momentum of the car, that pendulum starts to swing from the rear. Because these cars, the LMP2s, rely so much on the downforce and going at speed, their mechanical grip's fairly limited.
I think what happened there, and far be it for me I can't tell, I wasn't on board, I can't see his data, but it looked like he shifted down to second, relatively okay, maybe a tiny bit late, turned in for the left and carried a little bit of speed in. It was out of the throttle at that point. If you just get back in the throttle, sit the weight onto the rear, you're going to be less likely to lose it. So he just lost it going in on the turning in to the left of Dunlop, turning in off throttle, and the rear just got away from him. And as you rightly said, those big LMP2 cars are a little bit like a skateboard. Once it starts floating, it's very difficult with the steering angle that you've got to actually control it, especially if you're off throttle.
Why is Christian Reed all of a sudden up in arms at Proton competition? I'm trying to work out. One of the two of the mechanics in the garage there looking somewhat lost.
Well, that was the 99.
Oh, of course, sorry.
It's the 99. Yes. I think it's something as straightforward as a door not closing, because they were looking at the latch. Mechanics were fiddling around with the latch on the left-hand door, and if it's something that simple, then it will be annoying.
The car had just made a pit stop anyway. That was the second stop for the car, so entirely possible they'd open the door to put a drinks bottle in, something like that, and then, as I say, not quite closing it again properly. We've also had a second pit stop from the BMW of Marco Wittmann. Remember, he came in earlier following his spin up at Tertre Rouge, just before Tertre Rouge. He's come in now, and he's also had 2 pit stops, so that's kind of off schedule, because having made a pit stop after 5 laps, he's really not supposed to have come in again until he's done a full stint.
Porsche is leading again at Le Mans. We've got another 8.5 minutes to go till the end of the first hour. Laurens Vanthoor leading by just half a second over Nicholas Nielsen in the 50, and then Sebastian Bourdais complaining of that oil leaving the rear of the Danes car, the best of the 499Ps. Sebastian Buemi, though, is slowly getting towards the sharp end, got up to 4th position in the number 8 car. They pitted for the same amount of time as Bourdais and as Nielsen and as Vanthoor, frankly, but the 50 car has been pinged for an unsafe release when the team sent him into the path, virtually, of Sebastian Bourdais. We kind of figured that would happen, Johnny Molo.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul, the unsafe release, a penalty for that?
I'll have to check that one. The penalty hasn't yet been issued. It's still under review. So the stewards will take a look and examine the same evidence that we've seen on our screens here.
I don't see how that could not be an unsafe release. If there ever was an unsafe release, that was it, and he went straight into the fast lane as well. It wasn't like he merged in. He literally made a beeline for the fast lane.
Yeah, so sometimes, well, when you're from the driver's perspective, you're just doing as you're told, in a sense. You know, the lollipop man gives the final signal. Now Nicholas Nielsen needs to try and take the race lead, which he's going to attempt to do here, and try and rocket off into the distance to negate the penalty. And he's managed to thread his way through a bit of LMGT3 traffic as well, and crucially now ahead of the number 6 Porsche, Johnny.
Yeah, beautiful move down the inside into Mulsanne, using the traffic to avoid, or to stop, or prevent rather, Laurent Vantour from having another look at him on the inside. And that straight line speed advantage, if they're going to carry this the whole race, this is going to really, really play into their hands and make life a lot easier, because they're quite capable of catching and then passing on the straights the cars in front of them in hypercar. But it seems to be a lot more difficult for the other cars to do the same to them. And the only reason that Laurent Vantour was leading at that point was because the Porsche Penske crew did a quicker pit stop by the tune of nearly 2 seconds.
Ferrari up the inside as well of the EDEX Sport car, which is an LMP2 runner. The 99 has been wheeled out onto the apron and looking like it's going to rejoin the race. Peter Snowden's been watching that occur. Get to Nick Damon instead.
I was at the 99.
Sorry, beg pardon.
Yeah, so it's been a long time trying to work on the catch. They finally replaced the locking mechanism on the actual rather than the door side. It was the chassis side. They've done that, and they've obviously lost a huge amount of time on the most simple of problems. It must be unbelievably frustrating.
Yeah, door catch, as you say, Nick. Thank you for that CrowdStrike pit lane report. Again, perilously close to LMGT3 traffic. Nicholas Nielsen now in front, but it just feels like this jeopardy of the race could strike at any moment.
It's fascinating how this is all playing out, and as you rightly said, Johnny, Sebastian Buemi sort of almost unseeingly has now got within a second and a half of the lead. He's only 3/10 behind the Sebastian Bourdais Cadillac, number 3 Cadillac. And it's fascinating to see how this ebbs and flows, because they get onto the sort of middle sector of the race and the Ferrari stretches its legs, pulls a little bit, and then you come back towards the end of the lap, the Porsche curves through there where the downforce is needed, and clearly the Porsche Penske car has more downforce than the Ferrari in front and is able to follow a lot more closely. But they get onto the Mulsanne straight again, and it just allows Nicholas Nielsen to stretch his legs just enough that he doesn't need to defend in the brake zones going into the 2 Mulsanne chicanes.
777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin now under investigation as well for behaviour during that slow zone. So maybe Satoshi Hoshino wasn't down to the requisite 80 kilometres per hour in time, which was Marshall Post 1, wasn't it? Right at the start of the lap, with the next slow at 35, but they've now both been removed.
Yeah, the strange thing about the 777 car, the D-Station Racing car, Satoshi Hoshino, is following the pit stops, or before the pit stops, he was running in 6th place, but he's now dropped down to some 15th place in class. So it was a longer pit stop or a slow out lap for the Japanese driver. Or he tried to compensate for an error that he made in the slow zone by going more slowly and allowing himself to be overtaken. But yeah, that is a message coming up on the screen. 2 messages of race control. The Hoshino car being investigated for slow zone procedures, and the Nielsen Ferrari car number 50, that has now been passed on to the stewards.
You're listening to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024, the 92nd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molan, Paul Truswell in the Ford Performance Studios, witnessing Nicholas Nielsen leading by 0.6 of a second, but it's very close still in LMGT3. Frederick Schandorf not being given a moment's peace as Ben Barker's Sky Blue Proton Competition Ford Mustang is right with the McLaren.
It's almost like they're tied together, isn't it, Johnny, those two? I don't think there's been more than about 2 metres between them, but I'm very impressed with Antonio Giovinazzi at the moment in the 51 Ferrari. Paul, was it really as much as 10 seconds? Because if he had a 10-second added to his stop, he's now got within 2.5 seconds again of the leader, and in 5th place, and is really catching up to the back. He's using the traffic very effectively, the LMGT3 traffic that they've been going through over the last couple of laps. incredibly effectively, and he's really caught back up to that train, albeit he's now in 5th place, not 2nd, but he's back in the hunt again, and with his straight line speed, I wouldn't be surprised if he manages to get back to 2nd place over the next few laps.
Yeah, the pit stop was 1 minute 26 for Giovinazzi, which is exactly 10 seconds longer than the pit stop for the leading car. It was 1 minute 17 for Nicholas Nielsen, but the Cadillac Sebastian Bourdais pitting in 1 minute 16, 1 minute 16 for the Toyota Sebastian Buemi's car, and a 1 minute 15 pit stop for the Laurens Vanthoor Porsche. So not very much between any of them. As you say, apart from the Antonio Giovinazzi, which was pretty much exactly 10 seconds slower.
Release. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe.
So Eduardo Freitas reporting that there will be an extra 10 seconds for car 50 during its next pit stop. They don't have to pit independently. They can soak that up during their next scheduled stop. But that, as you mentioned, Johnny Molan, was only ever going to go one way.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll just need to do what Giovinazzi's done, which is negate that basically in the course of about, 4 laps. But again, fascinating to watch this battle up at the front, because Laurens Vanthoor, as they come out of the Porsche curves, clearly in that last left of the Porsche curves, Nicholas Nielsen really struggling to get through there and get back on the throttle and come off there quickly, and Vanthoor all over the back of him as they approach the final 2 chicanes, and then just again ebbing and flowing out to Tetra Rouge, and Nicholas Nielsen then being able to stretch his legs. But they're really going at it really fast. And number 51, Giovinazzi getting past Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, moving himself up into 4th place, and he's just picking his way through. He's now got the Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais less than 2 tenths in front of him.
91.2 FM Radio Le Mans 2024, the 92nd edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans live as it happens. It's time to check the weather. Apparently, no precipitation actually expected in the next hour or so, with 18 degrees Celsius the current temperature. Track is more like 22. More clouds than sun for the rest of this afternoon, and breezy with the odd passing shower, though, later on this evening. Tonight, breezy again with some gusts here and there, becoming cloudy with a shower in the area. A low tonight of 13 Celsius. We're live from the Ford Performance Studios, and the whole race being brought to you live on Sirius 137 and XM 202, 91.2 FM here at the track. Cadillac all over the back of Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari. This is for 3rd position.
Well, actually, Giovinazzi just did a beautiful move around the outside of Sebastian Bourdais to take that 3rd place, and now that was just Bourdais trying to get a little bit back at him as he got held up, as Giovinazzi got held up in LMGT3 traffic, but just stretching his legs coming out of Arnage down towards the Porsche curves for Giovinazzi. He's got that one out of the way. Now he's set his sights on Laurens Vanthoor in front, and effectively, if he can get in front of Laurens Vanthoor with the 10-second penalty that Nicholas Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari hypercars just been given, that effectively puts him into a net lead of the race.
Well, yes, and of course the Ferraris kind of what one has, the other one has to have. But certainly noticeable how they do have this pace advantage, and that's going to help them over the course of the 24 hours, of course. We've been trying to work out what the pattern is, and it's what I like, some nice solid periods of green flag running where we can start to establish these patterns for later on. One of the things I'm keeping an eye on as well, thanks to the scoreboard that I've got here, is the number of warnings we've had for track limit offences, because they're beginning to tick up. You get 5 warnings before it actually comes up with a warning flag. but 5 offences, I should say, before it comes up with a warning flag. But interestingly, the Isotto Fraschini is the car that has been the worst affected by that. That's the car number 11, which Jean Carferne is driving. He's been the worst offender thus far. But both of the Ferraris have had a single warning. The Cadillac number 2 has had a single warning, and there's been many other warnings down the line as well.
Still, the problems with the 99 Porsche, the Proton competition Porsche for Neil Jarni, are not solved. Let's get to Joe Bradley with this CrowdStrike pit report.
Yeah, literally as I took over from Nick, the 99 being pushed into the garage backwards, as is the fashion. And the second time this car has encountered problems. What's happening at the moment, it looks like we've got a laptop plugged in, and we are interrogating the car's brain to find out whether there is a problem. I have always found that is a bad sign. When you've got something tangible, or physical, like a suspension issue or a handling issue, you see the rear deck come off or the nose come off. But plugging a laptop in is one of those horrible, horrible issues that this car seems to have manifested for it.
Yes, actually the third pit stop for that car now. It had a routine pit stop, then came in for a second time, and now this is the third pit stop then for the number 99 Proton Porsche, and it's been there now for 2 minutes, and of course the result of that has dropped off the lead lap, which at this stage in the race is probably a pretty crucial position to be in. And everybody else in the hypercar category are still on the same lap. That is their 18th, with and just over an hour of the race now elapsed. So in terms of record distances, again, far too early to be discussing such things, I fear, but if you are looking for a record distance, you need to be averaging 16.7 laps per hour. So we're over that at the moment, so you can tick the first hour off, and as I say, if we can keep that up, 398 laps is the target distance which is required in order to break the record.
Absolutely nose to tail for the LMP2 runners, and switching places all the time. Ollie Jarvis is tucked in behind the 23, which is of course recovering. Ben Keating after his spin.
Yeah, and he let Matthias Besch through there, Ben Keating, and then held Ollie up all the way through the last chicane, and Ollie's got Mattia Jakobsen right behind him as well, so I'm sure it wasn't deliberate, but he didn't do Ollie any favours at that point.
And Jakobsen is a real star from Denmark, running in 4th position and the 3rd of the LMP2 standard driver lineups. Remember, we've got Pro-Am combos and we've got the more normal recognised LMP2 combinations with the silvers. The Pro-Ams have won bronze, i.e. Ben Keating in the number 23 car. René Rast's just made a stop and stays on board the number 20 BMW to rejoin in 21st position. And the work continues on in the 99 Proton competition Porsche. So it feels like that's now extended. It was a door catch initially, and now they're still trying to work out precisely what the issue is with that Porsche.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what you would plug in to work out if you had a door catch issue.
That's what I thought.
And I could have sworn I saw them working on the door catch with the door was up, peering into the garage. It looked like somebody was working on the actual catch situation, but you need someone to find out and ask the question.
Wow, right on cue. Let's get a CrowdStrike pit lane report, because Snowy's been watching more delays for the number 99 car.
Well, no, quite the opposite, actually. Mr. Molam, as ever, is correct. He may not be very stable on a chair, but his sentences are correct. Nothing wrong with the door catch. Didn't need a laptop after all, and the 99 Proton Porsche is back out in the race. You may remember early on, Johnny, I had one of the first reports of the Algarve Pro Racing 25 entry that had Ollie Caldwell at the wheel and had that little bit of damage on the front left. And I think Johnny Molam's mentioned this already. It's quite windy here at Le Mans today, and it was quite literally, apparently, mid-corner, a gust of wind caught him out, moved the car sideways, and he just brushed the barrier on the exit of one of the Mulsanne chicanes, I believe it was, and that's what just caused the damage on the front left, literally just brushed it, and basically, apart from that steering rod they had to replace, it's cost them time and nothing else.
Yeah, it was a long stop for Caldwell's car, 6 minutes and 55 seconds until the 25 was able to rejoin. Cadillac Sebastian Bourdais, having been swamped and overtaken by Antonio Giovinazzi for third, now has pressure from behind in the form of Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car. And this Toyota Stealth Light, they've got a new livery for 2024. They used to be white and red. They're now pretty much all black. We'll lose them in the nighttime hours, no doubt about it. But Bourdais very conscious as to where this Japanese car is. They're both now at Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, fantastic, and it's interesting that the
car
Toyota
is quite loose. The tire seems to be stable. My biggest issue, I do not see anything behind this Ferrari that loses so much oil.
Yeah, copy that, copy. We report.
So still complaints, and this time from a different car. That was the voice of Laurens Vanthoor at the wheel of the number 6 Porsche, but he has never seen as much oil coming out of the back of a race car before compared to the number 50.
And I'm with you from what you said earlier, Johnny. I think, you know, it's never good when you're having that much oil coming out, and it must be coming from somewhere. And obviously you do fill oil in at sort of various pit stops during the Le Mans race. That's always necessary. But interesting then that he feels like the car is quite loose in the rear, which we saw on Kevin Estra's qualifying lap. I think the Porsche is a little bit unstable just naturally in its setup in the rear. It's very on the nose, or pointy as you'd like to call it. So again, the car looking a little bit nervous. He's following the Ferrari. He's 2 seconds behind now, so shouldn't be being affected too much, Paul, by the lack of downforce we're following the Ferrari that far back, a couple of seconds back. But already saying that the tyres feel stable, but the car's a little bit taily in the rear, a little bit oversteery.
And of course, that's a second stint on those tyres. So if they will do 2 stints in a stable fashion, then that's obviously going to stand in good stead for the remainder of the race, should it stay dry, because you're going to have to double stint the tyres pretty much throughout if you're going to deal with a completely dry race.
We'll head to the pit lane again to get a CrowdStrike pit report from Snowy.
Yeah, I managed to get to the bottom of the Proton competition Porsche story. This is the 99 car that spent a little bit of time in the garage. It was nothing more complicated than the door catch apparently wasn't engaged properly, and the constant vibrations were reopening it, and no matter what they did. So they wanted to come in and have a look at that and just get that problem resolved rather than create a penalty for something unsafe on the car. The reason the laptop was plugged in was quite simply, while they're doing the door catch, just download a bit of data, and that's all it was, nothing more than that.
Yeah, so not actually surrounding a problem as such. We do get a decision on Satoshi Hoshino's 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin. That's going to be a drive-through penalty because of a breach of slow zone procedures. And a change has happened because Bourdais getting a really good run on the gold-fronted Cadillac of Sebastian Bourdais. This one had been brewing for a little while, and it's onto the Mulsanne where the Swiss can take the place.
Buemi, yes, Buemi passing Bourdais, yes, fantastic move. And that Toyota is looking ominously good towards the end, middle to the end of their second stint. And as Paul very correctly alluded, riding on board there with Sebastian Bourdais in the number 3 Cadillac. And you heard him complaining, just as we just heard Laurens Vanthoor complaining of the loss of oil in his windshield, virtually opaque there, and incredible how much oil is getting thrown up from these Ferraris. And the fact that that's been reported, I suspect that could, on top of the 10-second penalty for unsafe release for the 50 car, if it is just the 50 car and not the 51 car also doing the same. We haven't heard any reports, I don't think, Paul, of people saying the same about the 51 car. Then that points to potentially the 5th having an issue.
Times are looking good. You're catching the 5 cars in front of you. Give us a crypto call when you can.
Message to Pete Bedirani again in the 311 Wayland Cadillac. I might have got my Sebastians mixed up there. Okay, Sebastian B. Buemi ahead of Bourdais. Thank you for pointing that out, both of you. Paul, you're about to say, or react perhaps?
Well, really just to this potential oil problem in the 51 Ferrari, because...
50.
The 50 Ferrari.
Yes.
To react to that, because certainly it's not a scheduled thing to be putting oil in at every pit stop, and that will cost time even if they do that. The question is, why is it you losing the oil? Because yes, you do lose oil, but there must be a reason why it's losing the oil, and that can only lead to problems later on in the race, for my money. And then the other aspect to it is, if it does lose a whole tank full of oil during a stint, then they're going to be in big trouble.
And also, if the 51 isn't losing, because sometimes it can be quite natural, and it's just a breather pipe, and you expect to lose something in terms of fluids out the back of a race car. It's just normal, but obviously not to the extent that we seem to be seeing him coating those that are following. It's almost like a James Bond-esque in the way he's coating the cars that are following him. But if the 51 isn't losing similar levels of oil, then that points, as you rightly say, Paul, to the 50 potentially having a technical issue which will rear its ugly head maybe further into the race.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, isn't it? With oil loss, we might not actually see the damage that that's doing until several hours into the race, but they want to try and monitor that, and they will know full well now from all of the radio traffic from other cars that is starting to cause an issue. Lots of cars being pinged for track limits. That doesn't affect anything in isolation other than it can't be the best lap of the race, so effectively the lap is deleted from the records. Still happened, but it can't be the fastest lap of the race. If you continue to do that on too many occasions, though, you will start to pick up penalties. I'm going to head for a CrowdStrike pit report because, Joe, you've just seen the 777 Aston Martin come in.
Yeah, the 777, it was pinged and was given a drive-through penalty. That has happened. Satoshi Hoshino-san, who has announced that he will retire after this Le Mans. He's just been through, all very orderly, and he's back out and on the track.
Excellent. And they will have lost a fair amount of time. It takes you 32 seconds to travel down pit road at 60 kilometres per hour from the white line to the white line, but you are still in motion, so it's not a complete loss of 32 seconds, maybe more in the region of 20-odd seconds compared to taking to the racetrack.
Used to be 22, and I can't think why it would be any different now.
Fair enough.
Unless they move the pit lane entrance somewhere.
Yeah, the length of the pit lane, I suppose, can alter through the years. Pit lane itself, not necessarily, but where the lines.
Yeah, where the white lines are
painted.
signs that demark the speed limit.
Useful information, though. I'll try and bank that for future years. As the 12th and the 13th placed fight is between Cadillac and Porsche, and it's the number 2 car of Alex Lynn who took the start of the race. Fred Makovici in the number 5 Porsche is on his tail, although a little bit away from that. It's a current gap of 0.7 of a second for the chasing Frenchman, but Ferrari number 50 leads by nearly 3 seconds now on lap 21 over Laurens Vanthoor in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. Antonio Giovinazzi much closer, just 0.6 of a second away. They both arrive at Indianapolis together. And now we're getting a message about Paul Di Resta's Peugeot, number 94, and Eduardo Mortara's number 63 Lamborghini being involved in an incident. And that was into the second chicane, currently under investigation. And I can't tell you what happened there because I didn't witness it as it occurred.
I don't think anybody did.
No, fine, good. I was just hoping that I wasn't looking at another screen.
You've not lost it, Johnny. You're doing a fantastic job, I have to say.
I'm spinning a few plates here, but they're all staying on the poles. So far, so good. Into the Porsche curves goes the number 3, Sebastian Bourdais, Cadillac. He's lost touch with Sebastian Buemi and is now more concerned, I'd say, about Charles Lacey just appearing in the door mirrors. The royal blue Alpine that is currently the best French brand. Interesting questions at the start of the race from our CrowdStrike pit lane crew to say, is it a better fight between Peugeot and Alpine? At the moment, the 35 car is the best of those 4 cars. It's the 93 and the 94 Peugeots, as we've reached a flurry of LMP2 pit stops, and in fact this will take Matthias Besch out of the mixture, which was the second place car, number 66. Bent Viscal thinks he can do another lap.
Yeah, we had this situation at the last round of pit stops, didn't we, where some of the P2s went a little bit further and the 2 leaders did the extra lap. This time we've got Bent Viscal, as you say, staying out there, Johnny, to do that extra lap. He's currently on his 11th lap. He did 10 on his first stint, but as I say, don't forget that that should be added to that should be added the formation lap, which and also the lap to get to the grid. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect Bent to be able to do 11 laps. Matthias Besch came in after the first stint after just 9 laps, and so absolutely right and proper that he should come in now after 11, as has Oliver Jarvis in number 22, as has Malte Jakobsen in number 37. Although having said that, Jakobsen, or at least the 37 car, I haven't yet seen who's at the wheel, has already departed. So I think we're going to see Jakobsen taking over in the lead of the LMP2 class, or as I say, whoever the driver is that's taken over that car. We've also had Job van Outert making his pit stop, Patrick Pilet in the number 10, and it was David Heinemeier Hansen actually who took over from Fabio Scherer in number 24, which is the the Nielsen Racing car, number 24.
They owe us a pit stop though, don't they, Paul?
Yes, David Heinemeier Hansen will be coming in at the end of this one. Yeah, because Scherer went 10 laps at the end of his first stint. So this set of pit stops is a bit dependent on the length of your previous pit stop, your previous stint.
We saw them stagger, didn't we? Their first,
Exactly.
I think the first 2 went a lap longer, and then sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in LMP2 all boxed. At that point, Oliver Jarvis had stayed in. He's now got out of the car. Philip Albuquerque got out early and let Ben Keating in, and obviously we saw him going off into the gravel at Dunlop. But it's all settling down a bit in LMP2, or will do in the next lap or two when they've all come in for their pit stops. So they've all done the same number of pit stops, and it seems to have settled down a little bit at the front as well, Johnny. Would you agree that the gaps are sort of now a little bit more sort of 1.5 to 2 seconds between pretty much everybody? Charles Milesi in the 35 Alpine cut the chicane at Dunlop when he was getting quite close to Sebastian Bourdais in front of him. Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac, number 3, just something about it just seems to have dropped a tiny little bit of pace. What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, he's been in the mix, and then as cars have approached later on in the stint,
Really bad.
it just seems to have faded a little bit. That was Maxime Martin reporting about possibly tyre wear, something really bad on the car, which may well be this current set of tyres. I agree with you, though. Bourdais, he knows his place like the back of his hand. He can be faster than this, and it's interesting to me that the Cadillac seemed very strong at the start of the stint. The same for Alex Lynn, really. But Lynn's now dropping down the order to 12th position in the number 2. And neither caddy did tyres, we think, during the pit stop.
Correct.
So it may well be how it's... Weirdly, the Cadillac, I thought, was one of the cars that was better on its tyres, but maybe second stint not too good. We're going to go to a CrowdStrike pit report because Joe Bradley, what have you got?
So the number 28, that's the EDEC Sport Orica, has now got a new driver. The driver that started that car is Job van Uitert. And Job, always the most exciting part of any 24-hour is those early laps. You look like you're having a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, it's great. At the beginning especially, you don't have hypercar traffic yet. You can go flat out all with LMP2s. Brings you back to the Formula racing days when you're all with the same category, really close together. Was fun. Had a good battle with Besch and also with Louis at the end. Second stint was a little bit more tough. Got a bit unlucky with the pit stop, but I mean, it's still a long time to go.
How were the tyres towards the end of that second stint there?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the tyres, it's actually the wind which makes it really tricky. It's quite opposite than what we had so far. So on the back straight we have a headwind which allows us to brake really late. But then in all the Porsche corners, S's, Tête Rouge, the wind is just pushing from the wrong direction, making the car like a handful to drive. But I can see it's for everyone the same, so we just have to get on with it and do it better than them.
So all happy? Happy so far?
So far happy.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Job van Uitert fresh from his car, and the 47 not having a happy time at all. Matt Bell brought that in to the end of lap 2 because of a radiator issue, and now Naveen Rao has taken that car over. It is still at the back of the field and losing even more time now because it spun at the Dunlop chicane and stuck to driver's right just before the right-hand element of that. So looks like Naveen's got going again because the yellows at Marshall Post 3 have been taken in. But sometimes a race, starts badly and just can spiral out of your control very quickly indeed.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than tooling around dead last at the Le Mans 24 Hours I can't remember if I ever been dead last, but I'm sure a couple of times we were pretty close. Although one time we did come back to finish second in class from there, but the level and depth of competition these days makes it almost impossible in any of the classes to lose laps. We didn't lose 6 laps, and they're 2 laps, Paul. The 47 car is 2 laps off the back of the rest of the field.
And is that just you as a driver that it affects the morale of, or does the whole team kind of go, oh, what are we going to do now?
I think the whole team feels it, because everyone in the pits is, from mechanics to engineers, they're all competitive. They all want to do well. That's why they're attracted to this sport. And so when you're in a situation where you're miles off the back, sometimes you just almost wish something would finish the race for you, yes, rather than just going around and around and around. Traditionally, you have a problem, and then the car fixes itself, and then it just goes and goes when you're 10 seconds off the lead, 10 laps off the lead.
I'm just looking down at the times of Sebastian Bourdais, following what you just said about his times dropping off. His lap times have been very erratic. Now, that could be due to traffic, but the slowest lap of his stint was a 3:38. And that wasn't when the slow zone was out. That was not counting the slow zone, 3:38. His quickest was a 3:31. He's currently on a quickish one. In fact, just completed it, 3:32. So whatever it is that is going on with Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac there isn't something fundamentally wrong with the car, because it's kind of just going a bit erratic may just be traffic.
Yeah, it's a good point, Paul. I mean, he was running pretty much in that sort of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th battle, so they were all getting similar levels of traffic. I don't know whether his car maybe just doesn't feel quite as comfortable that he can outbrake people, trail brake into the corners as Nicholas Nielsen comes into the pit and will serve his 10 seconds for that unsafe release at this next stop. I assume he'll be staying in the car. Will be interesting to see. He's done a sterling job up until now. But yeah, going back to what you're saying about Sebastian Bourdais, Paul, interesting.
We'll just get to Joe, because he's covering the Ferrari pit stop with this CrowdStrike report.
Yeah, 50 Ferrari is in at the moment. It's just taking on fuel, and that's all that can happen while the fueler is there with the fueler. He's just pulled off and the car's left. There was no attention given whatsoever to anything else on the car. It's basically come in, stop, fueler went on, fueler came off. So if it is losing oil, they haven't replenished anything. They don't need any more yet.
Okay, interesting, and a shorter stint than we were expecting with that one, Paul.
Yes, only 11 laps for Nicholas Nielsen, and he went 12 on his first stint, so that is a shorter stint, but just to fuel, maybe just to get the car, as we saw happening in the P2 category, off schedule. They knew they could do them all together on the first pit stop, but of course that time it would have meant that the cars would have come in the wrong order to allow that to happen, because the number 50 car would have been at the front of the queue and would have been blocking everybody else.
Also, they were catching a big gaggle of LMGT3 cars, so they might have decided to bring him in earlier, just a lap early, in order to not have that traffic on that next lap. But it's a dangerous game to play, because as Paul will correlate, in this game you need to actually maximise every tank of fuel, because it will come back to you at the end of the race in terms of how many laps left to do it towards the end of the race.
Brendan Iribe reporting drops of rain out on the racetrack from the number 70 Inception McLaren. So Brendan taking that over from Fred Schandorf. That was in the last stop, wasn't it? Iribe getting into the number 70 car. Yeah, 1 minute and 39 seconds would tally with a driver change. Maxime Martin stayed out in that gaggle of LMGT3 cars. And rain expected in the next 10 minutes. But Brendan Iribe is already saying that there are the specks here and there on the windscreen. That will be more like psychological rain rather than actually causing any loss of grip, because nice hot sticky slick tyres should be able to deal with that unless the heavens absolutely open. Robert Kubica in the distance from where he is positioned, coming out of Porsche curves and towards karting. Certainly the clouds looking a little threatening in the distance in Ferrari number 83. And that car is up to 6th place now, but a stop behind several of the other hypercars that pitted at the end of lap number 23.
and he'll be coming in this time. Just a report from the steward's office. You suggested, Johnny, the incident between Paul Di Resta's Peugeot number 94 and Edward Mortaro's Lamborghini 63. They made contact at the second chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. The incident was investigated. Paul Di Resta was found at fault and has been given a warning flag.
Let's get to Joe because the other Ferrari is in.
Yeah, the 51 has just pulled up. Now, I did see another driver ready with helmet and suited and booted. He was ushered away by the team, so decision being made there to keep the driver in, Giovinazzi staying at the wheel. Again, the fueling is being done. The windscreen is being wiped. That's all we can do. We're not allowed to change tyres or anything. And we're going to see if the 51 matches the other sister car of the 50. We saw that car already take on fuel, and still the fueling continues, and now it's off, and now the car pulls away. So fuel only for both the 50 and the 51, and now we've got the privateer Ferrari in just behind it, the 83, which is gonna mimic the works cars and only take on fuel.
CrowdStrike report from Joe Bradley watching Ferrari, and I was keeping an eye on the number 6 Porsche that was pitting on the same lap. It looked like a change of tyre compound there from medium to soft. So temperature not really altering, 18 ambient, but the track temperature is more crucial for which tyres you're selecting for the next stint of 11 or 12 laps, 20 degrees Celsius. But what I don't know is whether they were changing tyres all 4 corners there, because we have seen in the World Endurance Championship sometimes they'll switch compound just on the left side of these hypercars, Johnny.
Yeah, interesting that they will choose to do that. They have a certain allocation of tyres that they need to eke out. Nicholas Nielsen there coming through, managing to get himself back up to third, a net third after that longer 10-second penalty added onto his last pit stop time. Giovinazzi now leading in the 51 car, albeit on his outlap, and Sebastian Buemi also on his outlap, having stopped in second place now.
Down through the gears for Sebastian Bourdais in the number 3 Cadillac, running in 4th position, but on an outlap, so just trying to build tyre temperature. No, they kept the same tyres by the look of the lap time, so that triple stint for tyre wear for the number 3 car probably is, because they certainly didn't do tyres prior to this for car number 3. 51, Antonio Giovinazzi, Ferrari leading.
Race, the Porsche number 6. Porsche number 6 is changing tyres. Toyota behind you didn't change tyres.
So didn't change tyres, says Giovinazzi's engineer for the number 8 Toyota of Buemi, but the Porsche did change tyres. What he didn't tell us was whether it was all 4 tyres on the Porsche.
And I think that was Andrea Lotterer getting in, and going back to what we said before, Johnny, driver change, traditionally you'll change the tyres. Even if they're not new, they'll be new to the driver.
Yeah. 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans, and around the world on radiolemans.com, live from the Ford Performance Studios. It's another half past the hour, so 5:30 here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and time therefore for an hourly update.
So now with an hour and a half of the race elapsed, we've got 24 laps completed and a state of some flux, pit stops having just been completed, but Ferrari still lead the race on an outlap. Antonio Giovinazzi in the number 51 car then leading the way, but in second place, but also on an outlap, is now Sebastian Buemi driving the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing. He is splitting the 2 Ferraris because Nicholas Nielsen, having just made a pit stop as well, but a lap earlier than the other 2, and had to take a 10-second penalty for an unsafe release at his previous pit stop, has dropped to 3rd place. So it's Ferrari leading, Toyota 2nd, Ferrari 3rd. In 4th place is the Cadillac Racing car number 3 with Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel. In 4th place for Alpine, number 35, and Charles Milesi. In 5th place, the privately entered Ferrari, the AF Corsa entered car with Robert Kubica is still driving. That's car number 80. LMGT3. In 7th place, number 38, the mighty 38 of Hertz Team Jota, which Phil Hansen is driving at the moment. In 8th place, number 6 is the Andre Lotterer, now driving that Porsche, and Felipe Nasr is next up in number 4, also in a Penske Motorsport entered Porsche. To round out the top 10 is the 2nd placed Cadillac. This is the privately entered car from Whelan. The Whelan team, Pippo Durrani, still at the wheel of that car. Number 311, he's in 10th place. Leading LMP2 is now car number 37, the Cool Racing Orica with Malte Jakobsen at the wheel. As I say, it was a faster pit stop for Jakobsen, and he's now beginning his 3rd stint behind the wheel, or a triple stint behind the wheel of Malte Jakobsen there, number 37. 2nd is Bent Pascal, who went an extra lap on his stint in the Proton competition Orica, number 9. And in 3rd place in LMP2 is Bijoy Garg, now driving the United Auto Sports car, number 22, that was started by Oliver Jarvis. That's now in 3rd place. 4th in LMP2 is the Vector Sport car, number 10, Patrick Pilet at the wheel. In 5th place for EDEC Sport is Paul Lafargue. And in 6th place, car number 24, is the Nielsen Racing Orica with David Heinemeier Hansen doing the driving. In LMGT3, the leader there for JMW Motorsport is car number 66, Larry Ten Voorde, still driving that car. He's in 38th place overall. In 2nd place in LMGT3 is car number 88 for Proton competition, the Mustang Dennis Olsen, now driving. And in 3rd place in LMGT3, also for Proton competition, the other Mustang, number 77, has Ryan Hardwick at the wheel. That's your update with an hour and a half gone, just gone 5:30 here in France.
Halfway through the 2nd hour of this year's race, then the 92nd edition of the 24 hours, and the rain is coming because it's expected within the next 3 minutes. We have different classes as you two would say, of rain. They run up to 10, I think I'm right in saying. So you can have class 10 of rain, which is like biblical conditions. Is that right, Paul?
You're not on my specialist subject anymore. I thought it was 5. But,
okay, might be 5.
Yeah, I'll bow to trusses.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
me too.
Yeah,
but they don't know whether it's 1 or 2, so there's a little bit of a grey area there. But that's the happier end of the rain scale, as in it's just a little bit expected at 17:37, which is 3 minutes from now, and it's expected to be Marshall Post 3 first of all through to 26, which is that's a lot of the track.
It's going to be Porsche curves through, isn't it, to Dundalk?
Yes.
So, which is where it always seems to hit. It always seems to come at the Porsche curves first. I don't know why.
The west side.
Yeah.
It's the west, yeah.
Yeah.
That's where the weather
Paul,
comes
I just noticed that the team manager of car 50 had just been asked to report to race control immediately. Can you illuminate us on any potential reasons why?
I have exactly that message as well, and I can't give you any reason why, except possibly the 10-second penalty might have been a bit short. That's pure speculation, and I think we need more information, and I'll see if I can drag it out from somewhere. Let's just look at the pit stop time for Nicholas Nielsen last time around. Well, it was a 1:22, so that's possibly slightly under 10 seconds, because when the other Ferrari came in for its 10-second stop, it was at 1:26.
Wow.
So possibly they were a bit short on their 10 seconds.
17, 18 or 2 first for rain.
So turns, well, there's a mention of 17 and 18 there. That mustn't be corners, but nevertheless might be turns. Yeah, it might be turns as they know them. Still the west side of the track, though, to be affected first of all, and by light rain in the next minute or so. It seems very accurate, that. Let's see whether the radar information from the meteorologists is correct, as Antonio Giovinazzi now leads by nearly 8 seconds over the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi. The gap that's closing is Nicholas Nielsen in the second Ferrari, number 50, on that Toyota, though. And that is where we're to draw our eyes towards for the the next battle, but it's also pretty fraught between Bourdais in the Cadillac and Robert Kubica. So the two yellow cars are separated by less than a second. In fact, Milesi's got ahead of Bourdais, do we reckon? Yeah, okay, so that happened not too long ago. But
literally in the last lap.
Right, but the gap's already up to 2 seconds, so Milesi growing that gap now in fourth.
It goes back, Johnny, to what we were saying, and Paul was alluding to the fact that Sebastien Bourdais seems to be a little bit... erratic's the wrong word of someone of his calibre, but certainly his lap times seem to vary quite a bit, and there's got to be a good reason for that, especially with a driver of the quality of Sebastien Bourdais. But that Cadillac doesn't seem to be as great a race car underneath him as some of the others seem to be having. But Charles Milesi's been slowly hunting him down and really pushing hard. We saw him going slightly wide at the Dunlop chicane, but he's got him within his sights, and then managed to make the move stick, and is doing a fine job now running in fourth place overall in the Alpine.
Interesting bit of news from Joe, and we'll get to him now, in fact, for a CrowdStrike pit report. You're very close to Cadillac.
Well, emotionally not, but physically yes. So I'm on their pit wall watching their timing screens. The engineer turns round and he has a conversation. He wasn't talking to me, he was looking over my shoulder to his garage. All of the crew on the number 2 Cadillac side got up, put their kit on, and they've been brought out 4 wet tyres. Full wet tyres being prepared for the number 2.
The track has now been officially declared wet.
So we'll go through it.
Copy.
And they're obviously making decisions as well at Ferrari, because that was a message to Giovinazzi, I reckon, about the next pit stop. So I'm not sure they're going to bring the car in specially, but the windscreen wipers are now on, certainly on the LMP2 cars. And Porsche curves, a real downpour now has suddenly appeared, Johnny Molo.
Absolutely belting it down through the Porsche curves, and this is where someone like Nicholas Nielsen being able to follow Buemi is actually a huge advantage. You can judge off of Buemi's braking distances. He's about 4 or 5 car lengths behind him. It'd be interesting to see. I would think they'll carry on. Buemi pits. Nicholas Nielsen carries on. Buemi pits. So that's interesting, because a large chunk of the track is still going to be dry. So I'm not sure at this stage. We don't know what's coming, but at this stage whether it's the right call to come in this early for wet tyres.
So Giovinazzi, 51 Ferrari staying out. Nicholas Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari stays out, but Toyota are in the number 8 car, and that is to change to wet weather tyres. Remember, there are no intermediates in any of the categories this year, so it's having to be a full-blooded decision one way or the other, and they're going to switch soft Michelin slicks for wet weather tyres all around. And the number 3 Cadillac is coming in as well. Joe Bradley's right on the spot with his CrowdStrike report.
Yeah, the Cadillac team have brought in the number 3. The number 3 getting ahead of it. I've got rain on my face in pit lane, so this rain is going to be widespread, not just in the Porsche curves. And the number 3 is taking on a wet tyre. So wet tyres, the blue band on the sidewall with the prominent W. Don't need that. I can see there's a very deep and heavy block tread on the tyres on the number 3. Almost finished. We've got a couple of LMP2 cars to my left as well, also going for a tyre change onto wets. It's the 45 and the Algarve Pro car, which has had problems and down. The number 3 is left, still waiting for the number 2 Cadillac.
So the number 33 DKR Engineering Orica P2 car, that just as Johnny Molan was saying that it was a bit too soon to go on to wets, that did a routine fuel stop, no driver change, no tyre change, so departed on slicks, and as that left, the number 8 Toyota joined in, came into the pits, and that went on to wets. And now with the number 9 Iron Lynx car, that's also going on to wets as I speak, so I'm going to get out of the way before I get run over by a set of tyres coming off that car. But as Joe said, it's suddenly, literally in the last 45 seconds, become soaking wet in the pit lane now, so everybody changing on to wets. I'm just for Inception Racing there, just doing, like saying, Brendan Aribi just got out of the Inception number 70 McLaren. That's got onto a set of wets, and I think Ollie Milroy might have just jumped into that. I'm going to try and grab Brendan Aribi in a minute when he gets his lid off.
Thank you, Snowy. That's a CrowdStrike pit report, and Brendan Aribi will be able to bring us some, kind of first-person review of how the track's doing.
In this lap, we are ready.
Now the track is dry. It was just from Arnage to, let's say, Tarsis.
So the Ferrari saying, Nick, get in, Nicholas Nielsen. Nielsen saying, no, the rest of the track's far too dry. The wets will not work at this stage.
I'm not out there, but I completely agree with Nicholas Nielsen, because at the moment it's bone dry on 3/4 of the track. Yes, it's chucking it down at Porsche curves and then just starting at Arnage, and Porsche's very wet, so you have to be careful. Having said that, they've got a little bit of downforce there, so actually, conversely, in the faster corners, it's easier sometimes to actually work it on slicks on a wetter track. But the problem with going this early to wets, even if it were to chuck it down on the whole track within the next 2 or 3 minutes, is that you're going to absolutely rip those edges off of the wet tyres, and it's going to mean that when it does rain, those wet tyres will not have the same element of grip as a car that then pits when it's fully wet over the whole track.
And I mean, the other thing, I just want to ask you, I don't know if you can answer this, Johnny, but because some cars are on the soft Michelin slick, some are on the medium Michelin slick, does the soft work better in damp conditions?
The soft slick?
Yeah.
Yes, it will, because it's not quite so temperatureless. It won't cool down quite so quickly, but it has to, as soon as it gets properly wet, it makes very little difference. But if it's just sort of drizzling slightly, yes, it's definitely. But certainly in the wet parts of the track, with you looking into the pit lane, you'll see it's incredibly wet there. It won't actually help you there. And the 51 Ferrari coming in, obviously for a driver change, but will they do tyres?
And here's Joe to describe the stop.
We've got the driver getting out. We've got the fueling going on. Remember, I can't change tyres yet. Giovinazzi out of the car. I think that looked like James Collado getting in. And it's wets. It's wets going on the 51.
Yeah, hi Johnny. I'm just with Brendan Aree. Brendan, to the front of the car. He's just grabbed a drink of water. Sorry, I've just had a quick chat with his engineers. Brendan, appreciate you've just jumped out of the car and grabbed a quick chat with the engineers and your drink now. So thank you for joining us now very quickly. Tricky conditions at the end there on those slick tyres, just as it's starting to rain.
Yeah, I mean, it really hadn't started to come down yet. It was, you could see it was just starting to sprinkle, but I just backed off to make sure we got in safe and switch it up to wet tires. So it, just being a little extra safe right now.
Well, you say so casually, just back off when you're on slicks or on wets though, but I mean, obviously, how different do you drive? What do you have to do that, achieve that, without going off on tyres that are not meant to be driving in those conditions?
Well, we were going through the Porsche curves, which is where it's wet. It's also an easy place to get caught out. So I just lifted and kind of coasted in, got back on it, just testing out. This early in the race, we don't want to take any risks. So it was probably a little overly cautious, but we're here and Ollie's out now on wets, and so car feels great.
I just love the idea of backing off through the Porsche curves.
Yeah,
not the easiest part of the track to do that.
No, it's not. It's not. I think a lot of people are probably going to come in now because it looks like it's getting even more wet. The rain's starting to come down. We boxed pretty early to just get the jump on it.
Brendan, thank you very much for your time, and we'll talk to you later in the race. Thank you.
It's another lead change as the rain is absolutely hammering it down, but Porsche and Andre Lotterer are now in front in the number 6 Porsche, the Salzburg liveried sort of imitation car with the white stripes, but you can just about pick out that colour scheme as it heads out of Mulsanne corner. But this is where the worst of the weather is so far. But then they're into brilliant sunshine. So just Mulsanne, it seems, and then down into Indianapolis, it is drier. Robert Kubica in the yellow and red Ferrari, principally yellow car, running in second, and Nicholas Nielsen watching it all unfold in front of him. It's a little damp, maybe, into Arnage, or is it bone dry, Johnny Moeller?
It's in phases. It's going to be absolutely chucking it down in a second. They're going to be going in. I believe all of these cars are actually on slick tyres. Nicholas Nielsen got passed by both Kubica and Lotterer behind to drop from first to third on this lap. Really wet past the pits, through Dunlop, up through Tetra Rouge, into the first chicane. It just starts drying out on the braking for the first chicane, dry at the second chicane, dry at Mulsanne, dry through Indianapolis, and then it gets wet again through Porsche, but it's already stopped raining through Porsche, so if Nielsen stays out, this will come back to him, but it's very, very wet as you exit Porsche, heading up towards Dunlop and then through to Tetra Rouge.
And the problem is, Johnny, that of course those cars that have gone onto the wets then have to get back off the wets onto slicks again. again. So, you know, you're kind of storing up a trouble for yourself, and you're doing the extra pit stop, which isn't going to help your position either. And it really is throwing the field into quite a big change. Having made that move for the lead, then Andre Lotter, who's only been out for 4 laps, is now pitting for wet tyres. He's decided it's got too wet.
But it stopped raining. I mean, I have to give a shout out here to Robert Kubica. After all his trials and tribulations, I know he's been back racing for a while, but he's now leading Le Mans in a privateer Ferrari. Good for him. He was clearly feeling much more racy on his. I believe he's still on slick tyres, unless someone in the pit lane tells me differently. Than Nielsen. Probably a lot less to lose for him in his position. Done a super job. Really getting feisty. I can, as we look into pit lane, we observe that Lotter is going on to wets. I think if they can, the rain certainly on camera seems to have eased off. If they can stay out on slicks, this will come back to them, and I think it will come back pretty quickly.
Kubica is on slicks, Joe Bradley confirms in my ears, but he might be about to lose the lead. Very older tyres on the front, and only 5 laps worth of wear on the rear softs for Kubica as he zigzags his way, breaking into the first chicane. Great to see this livery as well. This is the Écurie-Francorchamps livery that used to be seen on some Ferrari Daytonas of old. They've brought it back. It's not strictly a customer tee. It's known as a satellite outfit because it's still an AF Corsa Ferrari. But Kubica, crucially, ahead of the factory cars.
I love the fact that Kubica really does not want to relinquish the lead. He really doesn't want to relinquish the lead to anyone here, and he's fighting his factory. Well, he's in a privateer factory-supported car, and he's fighting his factory stablemate behind.
3:54.9, Nick Damon just points out to me, from Sebastian Buemi, who we know is on the wet weather tyres, the number 8 car, so starting to certainly be faster than those cars ahead. However, you're now pointing to the lap time produced by Robert Kubica, which is near enough identical. Second difference.
This is what Le Mans is beautiful for. That ebb and flow, not knowing, calling it, not calling it, such a long lap. If the rain is now easing, and I'm not outside, but Nick's just come in, our pit lane reporter, he might be able to tell us if it's easing off or not. It certainly on the cameras looks like it's easing off. I think if it does ease off, that Ferrari, without a shadow of a doubt, done the best thing by keeping their guys out there on slicks. And to be fair, it was Nicholas Nielsen's call as well.
Yes. Well, the team wanted him in and wanted him on the grooved tyres, but he said it's just not that it's not wet enough all the way around the track. There's now a double yellow, though, at the Mulsanne corner, and this is because one of the TF Sport Corvettes is off the road. I think still facing in the right direction, but trying to work out which of the 2 TF cars this is. It's either the 81 or the 82, and also the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari is off the road. So have they left the track together, perhaps, at Mulsanne corner? 82, we reckon. So 82 TF Sport Corvette, 54 Ferrari, and that is Thomas Fleur in the silver car. So, yeah, TF Sports, Aston 82, sorry, Aston, see, I knew I was going to do that. Hiroshi Koizumi in the TF Sport Corvette, 20th. They were roughly in the same region in the LMGT3 ranks. JMW Motorsports, Larry Temford, number 66, leads that class, by the way. But Fleur, he's actually gone all the way through the gravel trap and reached hard standing on the other side. This isn't at Mulsanne, this is Porsche Curves. So it's in a different location from the... Oh, and there was collision side to side with a 47 Cool Racing LMP2 car, which scatters Thomas Fleur into the gravel trap. Did Fleur know that LMP2 car was there? Didn't appear so, Johnny Molan.
No, it didn't look that way, did it? He turned in on him, and you've got to be so careful with the GT to the LMP cars and the hypercars, obviously in particular. The Porsche curve, entry to the Porsche curves, that right-hander is so fast on any car that he goes in with downforce. It's fast enough in a GT3 car, and you've got to be careful as you turn in there that you haven't got a P2 car or an H car, a hypercar diving underneath you, because they'll want to get through because they don't want to lose time through the Porsche curves. So there's such a time difference in terms of loss and gain between GTs and LMPs and hypercars through the Porsche curves, and he just turned in on him, and that was the contact.
Let's get a couple of CrowdStrike reports, first of all from Joe Bradley.
Well, the number 50 Ferrari that's chasing down the satellite entry, the other Ferrari. The team were ready. They were coming out. They were prepared to receive the car. They had a brand new set of wet tyres. However, because the weather has changed, they've gone back to plan whatever. It's going to be like this to the flag, isn't it? They've put the wets away, in other words.
Well, just to reinforce that, exactly the same is happening down at DKR Engineering in the 33 LMP entry. They've had if you remember, just before the last pit stop when it started to rain, they went out on slicks. They've stood the team up with a set of wets, stood them down again and brought slicks out, and then gone back and put them into a pile of wets again. So I think that's a very, very definition of changeable weather conditions.
Ferraris are side by side now, heading down to Mulsanne, and Kubica still just about holding on to the inside line in the yellow and red Ferrari. So 83 staying ahead of Nicholas Nielsen. Oh, but he's slow mid-corner and can't get the drive out. So this is the drag race past the old signalling pits, and this time Nicholas Nielsen is given the inside line. There's a right-hand kink coming next before they get into Indianapolis proper. Kubica is not going to give it up though. What about the 99? Not on the same lap because it's so many laps down, but it won't stop Neil Jardy from trying to get involved as well and getting one of his laps back again. Kubica given the track space. They are effectively teammates, remember, and the last thing we want is 2499Ps ending in a pile of bits into the gravel trap at Indianapolis. So the Polish driver still leads the race.
Yeah, great racing. Kubica there defended the inside into Mulsanne, right on the right-hand side. Slightly damper, it pushed him deep into the corner. Nielsen undercut him, did the cutback, got on the right-hand side. But interestingly enough, as they both headed down towards Mulsanne, they actually, obviously, the energy deployment between them was absolutely identical. And Neil Yanni in the car behind actually had a bit more energy deployment, was actually catching them, but couldn't go past anywhere because they were literally side by side blocking the track as they headed down towards Indianapolis.
Yes, and perhaps the difference is that Kubica is on the soft tyre, whereas the Nicholas Nielsen, the number 50 Ferrari, the red one, is on the medium tyre. And that goes back to what I was asking you about, Johnny. The soft tyre seems to be just a little bit more suitable in these conditions.
Right now, that is exactly right, Paul. When it's like this and just drying out, a little bit greasy and damp in places, he will have an advantage, definitely. And it looks to me like he's a little bit more feisty. Nicholas Nielsen with a lot more to lose. He's a factory driver in the factory car, and he's being a little bit more circumspect than Robert Kubica at this stage.
As you say, it's a lot to play for, but equally there's a long way to go, and the teams must absolutely make sure that they stay on the grey bit between the white lines, and of course with the track conditions like this, it's even easier to offend in track limits.
One person who did the same as the two Ferraris, and they've gained massively by staying on slicks, is Will Stevens as well in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota, who we saw dropping a little bit. We've obviously covered the huge problems and the fantastic result that the team did to get that car back together. Will clearly stayed out. He's now running third overall.
Let's get a couple of CrowdStrike pit reports, starting off with Peter Snowden.
Yeah, the Inception Racing McLaren, the number 70 car, that just had a very quick tyre change. Ollie Milroy had it, just jumped out of that car, and we had Brendan Aribi a few minutes ago. That went out on wets with Ollie Milroy. It's now been changed to a set of slicks. Ollie's just going to try and get his lid off. I'm going to appreciate we're very, very close to the top of the hours. I'll just try and catch him. I'll talk to Joe first, and I'll see if I can catch Ollie Milroy.
Well, I've got the 51 Ferrari right in front of me, just pulling up in front of its pit garage. And guess what? The wet tyres are coming off and a brand new set of slicks are going on. And of course, they're refueling the car. Might as well top up the fuel tank before we put the tyres back on. It's going to be like this to the flag. I'm going to keep saying that.
Couple of CrowdStrike pit lane reports then for the end of the second hour, very nearly, but we can squeeze in a catch-up with Ollie Milroy. Here's Snowy again.
Ollie, thanks very much for the time. You quit running the car there, quick run on wets and then back to slicks again.
Yeah, I think it was the wrong call, to be honest. Brendan was in the car, so our bronze was in the car when it started raining on slicks. The team, am I allowed? And the team thought it would be safer to box him and put me out on wets, but the whole track's dry apart from mold sand, so just the wrong call. But I mean, look, we've got quite a long way to go, I think.
A very sanguine view to it.
Pardon?
Very relaxed view about it.
Yeah. Long way to go. A lot can happen. So anyway, we're back on now, back on slicks. Brendan back in the car. So just get our heads down and crack on.
So the poor guy thought he got a bit of a rest, and it was like, no, you bronze, go and earn your bit, go and earn your stripes, you're back in it again.
Sorry, say that again.
So Brendan thought he had a bit of a relax there. He's back in it now.
Yeah, straight back in. We need to start getting through some of his bronze minimum driver time. So yeah, he's fine. It's only wet and mold sand, so I've told him on the radio to be super careful down there. And the rest of the track's pretty much dry now.
Ollie, thanks very much. I'll leave it to your data guys, and we'll catch you later.
Ollie Milroy from the Inception Racing McLaren. They have raced it before, both Ollie and Brendan Reid, when they weren't allowed to bring a McLaren to Le Mans because McLaren never built a GTE car. But they were here in a Ferrari in previous years. The rain is now very present, closer to the end of the lap, I would suggest. So the cloud cover has moved its way towards Porsche, curves out, and is approaching the Ford chicane. But still, then they go on to a new lap, and down at Forest Estes, it's still dry.
I don't think it's raining, Johnny. I don't know why Nicholas Nielsen has still got his wiper on. Kubica in front of him hasn't, and I think the drops that you were observing there, I think, were left over from the rain shower before on the camera lens. So to me, it looks like, as we just heard from Ollie Milroy, and he should know, he's just been out there, it looks to me like virtually the whole track is dry, and now Nicholas Nielsen on cue has turned off his wiper and is no longer moving. So I suspect that we're at it. They're doing 3 minute 39, so the little way, about 10 seconds, 11 seconds away from absolute dry time. So it's clearly not perfect, but certainly slicks rather than wets.
91.2 FM around the circuit, and of course around the world on radiolemans.com. We're live from the Ford Performance Studios for 2024. It's Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell together with Johnny Palmer, but J-Mo's about to step away, so we will catch up with him later on in the race. 22 hours still remaining, and very nearly 6 o'clock. With the and a lead change, as we hear from Andre
With the
Lotra.
wet tires, we are going to box for soft.
That was into the braking area of the first chicane, and Nicholas Nielsen in the red Ferrari outbraking Robert Kubica in the yellow Ferrari number 83 to switch positions. So still a 499 P12, but in a different order now. And all of a sudden, everyone will be focused on Nicholas Nielsen as being the bellwether car, effectively. Do they follow what they're going to be doing in terms of tyre strategy? But we know that the Dane is happy to live with certain portions, as long as they're short portions of the track being wet, and stick with the slick tyre. It's a minute to 6 here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and time, therefore, to check the weather. Air temperature is dropping now to 16 degrees, with the track temperature not that far behind it, actually, at 18, with the precipitation still set to be in the area. And Paul Truswell was showing me a radar to indicate that the cloud cover, and therefore potentially the rain, is set to continue to come from the west and fill certain areas of the track through the next few hours. It's going to be breezy this evening. The gusts are continuing and becoming more cloudy into this evening, with a low of 13 degrees Celsius. And there's still the threat of showers as we head into Sunday morning as well. Start of another hour here on 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans as we tick by 6 o'clock, so just into hour number 3. We'll welcome Bruce Jones to the Ford Performance Studios in just a tick, but first of all, let's take a CrowdStrike pit lane report and Joe Bradley.
Well, while we were into the weather there, the number 6 Porsche Penske entry, it pitted as instructed. Andre Lotter bringing the car in. The wet tyres have come off, looking a little blistered. While the tyre change was going on, The number 10, the next door neighbour, the Vector Sport entry, the LMP2 car, came in for its pit stop, and as the car came in, the rear wing end plate dragged the air hose of the gunman from the number 6 Porsche Penske car, ripped the gun out of his hand. No one was hurt, nothing was damaged. He basically has just been delayed massively while he retrieved the gun that was ripped out of his hand and pushed around almost all the way around the other side of the car. I'm not sure if the officials will have been reporting that, and I'm not sure what they're going to do about that, because that was a pure accident.
Well, I'm sure many of them will be tuned to 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans for 2024, and you've just dobbed them in if they didn't see that first time around. Sounds like a very nasty incident, that, though, Bruce Jones. It could have been a lot worse.
It really can, and I mean 62 cars starting here, though the pit lane has been lengthened over recent years in terms of where the garages are, it's still a lot of cars. And when you get these flurries of rain, is it raining, is it not raining, is it raining the whole way around the track? But I must say, the first couple of hours of this race, absolutely enthralling, the best ever grouping in the top class, in the hypercar class of any top class, but also we have all the works drivers in GT3 as well, LMGT3 as I have to call it, in this field. The standard of the driving has been excellent, and the racing has been truly phenomenal. I just can't wait. And then we had the flurry of rain several times just before I came in to join. It's been a delight watching the first 2 hours. Now I've got to focus a little bit more because in the commentary box, but there's so many tales to tell already.
Paul Truswell tends to take most of all of this in his stride, but I think you're enjoying this as well somehow.
Of course I'm enjoying it, even if I'm not smiling.
Too much going on in your head to be able to smile as well.
That's right. I was saying when Johnny Molan was here, we had a nice stable period of dry conditions. We've had only one slow zone so far. I shouldn't have said that, should I? But it's enabled the pattern to establish itself. And what's very clear is that the Ferrari does seem to be the quickest car on the track over the course of a whole stint, not just over a single lap. They're also quick in the pits. What they've got to do is to avoid making any strategy mistakes as they possibly did with the number 51 car, calling that car in for wets, and all of the cars that came in for wets are now sitting outside of the top 6, top 7, the top 8. The leading car that actually has made a pit stop for wet tyres is the number 8 Sebastian Buemi car, which is still in the hands of Buemi, isn't it? The number 8. No, it has now. No, it's still in the hands of Buemi, driving the number 8 car. That's the leading car of those who pitted for wets. The other thing we've yet to see is a 13-lap stint from anybody. I was hoping perhaps that we might get a 13-lap stint. We haven't had one yet.
Double yellows, Indy. Double yellows at Indianapolis.
Okay. Just a bit of information to Robert Kubica to say that at Indianapolis, are those yellows still out? Because those radio messages tend to be slightly delayed. And it looks like they've just been withdrawn, in fact, at 30 seconds behind general team radio compared to real time. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, no, it's good to hear the information that's going out to the race leaders. But what I was saying was that we haven't yet had any 13-lap stints. We've had some 12-lap stints, and then all kind of stints were put on hold whilst people were deciding whether to come in for wets or not. But potentially Nicholas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari, now in the lead of the race, has just completed a lap. He'll be going on to his 12th lap now. So he'll either box at the end of this lap, making it a 12-lap stint, or he'll make my dreams come true and go on for a 13th.
Ferrari still very close to one another. It's not as if Nicholas Nielsen's overtaken Kubica and then set off into the distance. Kubica, maybe that's changing now, but for at least a lap was able to stick with car number 50, which bodes well. I mean, they both run by AF Corsa, but different branches of the Italian outfit, Bruce.
Just wonderful having the two colour schemes. And, of course, the sort of Écurie-Francorchamps yellow, the Belgian racing yellow, just provides something really different, and it's something that dates all the way back to the 1950s in Formula One.
Is the track still tricky in some places? We need to pick up the compound, soft or medium?
No, medium, mate. Medium is fine.
So they're choosing the compound for the number 50 Ferrari at its next stop, and Nicholas Nielsen in absolutely no doubt. Medium he wants for the next phase, the next 11 or 12 laps.
When we had the really strong wind at the start of this race, just the weather blew in very quickly, but what amazed me is we've gone we've gone from rain to having bright sunshine around the circuit in the space of about 5 minutes. So it's chopping one way, chopping another, which, Johnny, it's likely to do for the remaining 22 hours of this race.
Certainly, yeah. Just after 6:05 at Circuit de la Sarthe, 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. We can take a CrowdStrike pit lane report. Here's Diana Binks.
I'm with Ben Hanley out of the number 23 United Autosports. Ben, we saw you come in there. How was that stint, first of all? I know it was sort of wet drying. You were on wets, they've changed over to slicks now, but how challenging was it?
For us, it's more a case of we'd like the Ben Keating to get his drive time done, but at the same time, we don't want to put him in an awkward situation, so we just played it safe, to be fair, and it's this early on in the race with what's expected to come tomorrow. I think we played it right. We might have lost up some track time, but at the end of the day, we're still in one piece, and we have a good feeling with the car. Yeah, we just need to keep going and see what the race throws at us extra.
How much is the car balance changing when it's wet, dry, and it's a very long track here, and it's going from wet to dry? It's wetter in parts than others.
Yeah, I mean, the rain looked a lot heavier on the radars. That's one of the reasons why I jumped in with the wet so quickly. But at the same time, as we know, this race, 1 minute it can downpour, the next minute the sun can come out, and that's exactly what happened. So as soon as the wets get over a certain temperature, you just have no stability in the tyre. So you never know if the grip's there when you first lean on it or not. You always get to mid-corner and you think, I've got some more, or, oh, I've overdone it. So it's really... It's a bit of a guess feeling when you're on wets and it's quite dry because the compound moves around so much. But like I said, it's a long race. It's still early on. We're better to play it safe than end up in a wall.
In your mind, though, when that's happening and you're sort of trying to judge it, as you say, it's a bit unpredictable. In your mind, that must be when you're razor focused.
Yeah, you just have to keep track on it and be ready to jump in at any moment. So, that's what happened in the garage. The team super organised. Everyone was there. Everyone was ready. So as soon as it came, we made the change, but like I said, it looked a lot heavier on the radar than what actually came down. So, yeah, live and learn, but never trust the radar, but also never trust sometimes what the sky's telling you either.
All right, thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Ben Hanley chatting to Diana Binks there in the CrowdStrike pit report. Ferrari's in.
Weather that is upcoming, we will put Antonio with the soft. We think it's a safer choice.
That is the 50 Ferrari. I've just noticed that the rear view mirror has dropped down for Nicholas Nielsen just on one of the attachment points. So it's still kind of there, but it's wobbling around and serving virtually no purpose, I would imagine, unless it's just at an okay angle to live with that. That could be adjusted, of course, during this pit stop, because these being two-seater, in effect, sports cars, you can open both doors, get the driver in and out on the left side, and a mechanic... Oh, no, there's a problem here for one of the two Vista AF Corsa Ferraris. They're both liveried in a very similar scheme, so it's either the 54 or the 55 Ferrari, which has come a cropper into turn number 2 at the top of the hill. It's Ferrari 54, which has lost it under braking into the Dunlop chicane. And car 54 still being driven by Thomas Fleur, and he's going to slap the barrier very, very hard indeed. That's more than a slap. It's destroyed the wheels on the left-hand side. He's surely not going to be able to get that car back to pit road because he's a long way from home, and that will have heavily damaged the rear left drive shaft along with all the bodywork as well. And we're double yellow at the moment at Marshall Post 3, turn number 2. But surely not very far away from another slow zone in that vicinity. Big crash for Thomas Fleur, Bruce Jones.
And he did it all on his own. Oh, just interestingly, the number 50 Ferrari, they haven't fixed that rear view mirror. It's hanging loose. It'll be a bit of a distraction, but of course we had a driver change there. And so the driver getting in is going to have to really be very focused indeed. Just actually as number 50 Ferrari goes up into the Dunlop curves, it's just going past that stricken AF Corsa Ferrari that's gone for its rotation, and the driver that's taken over is Antonio Fuoco, by the way, the driver who's been super fast so far. One thing that's really enthralling, we saw this last night, in Hyperpole 2 nights ago, was how Kevin Estre and other drivers in these top hypercars are quite happy to drift them. They're really, they're driving a bit like rally drivers, and I'm thinking, gosh, it'd be hard enough if you had regular power delivery, but when you're dealing with a hypercar with the hybrid power feed in, these drivers are really getting on top of them. But, Antonio Fuoco is looking very busily across at that vibrating rearview mirror going, guys, couldn't you fix it?
We're calling it a mirror. Nick Damon's just stepped into the Full Performance
But
Studios
it's
to say...
It's a camera.
Yeah, but I was fooled. It's a mirror shape. It's just like a kind of classic oblong mirror dynamic, but it's actually a screen. The bigger issue now is that if the whole thing drops off, it's the cables. Well, the cable will probably keep it in position, but it's being powered by a camera that is rear-facing. Rear-facing cameras, nothing new. The Corvettes have had those for a number of years, but normally it's a screen in the centre console, whereas Ferrari has developed it into a much more useful eye-line mirror, in inverted commas. But Fuoco's actually trying to fix that on the move, which is very tricky indeed. It's okay in the slow zone, but now he's back up to speed. Really tricky indeed, Paul.
Yeah, I think what he was doing there was just kind of getting used to what the visibility through it was. The point being then with the number 50 car making the pit stop there.
Paul?
Yes?
We have Nicholas Nielsen now to have a chat with Diana Bix. Here we go.
Nicholas, you just jumped out of the car and handed it over, but we can sort of see something. Is it the mirror or is it something else that's sort of slightly loose?
Yeah, it's just a rear view mirror, nothing critical. But yeah, the car was good. Quite messy out there, to be honest, with the rain coming down on slick tires. And then we saw some cars using soft, which obviously was a benefit on the wet track. And then in the end, when it dried up, obviously the medium was a much better tire. But yeah, good start. Quite messy, but yeah, good to be back in P1. And then hopefully, I mean, the race is still long, a lot can happen. But now we just need to keep focus and you keep the focus and try to do our best.
Crucial to keep the consistency now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the key about Le Mans. Obviously, you want to stay ahead as much as possible, but with all the slow zones, changing conditions and so on, it's always tricky, but we have to do our best in any case.
How challenging was it managing the traffic?
Traffic was actually not the worst. I think the worst was going around on slick tires on a wet track, which is with these cars almost impossible to do. But I think we managed well. We saw the 83 on soft had a small benefit in the beginning. But then obviously when it got more dry, I passed him back and went into the lead. So yeah, so far so good.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you.
Nicholas Nielsen talking to Binksy as part of that CrowdStrike pit report, sounding actually very relaxed considering the amount of decisions he was having to make on the fly there. Well, one thing I will say about the Dane, he was never in two minds. He said, no, I don't want wet tyres, I want to stay on slicks, and when he was given the compound choice, it's definitely mediums I want. And Ferrari will like that.
Oh, absolutely, they'll like that. They like his pace, they'll like the fact he put on an astonishing show, battling, first of all, the start of the race, the number 6 Lawrence Vanthoor driven Porsche, but then of course quite simply battling with a fellow Ferrari with Robert Kubica. It was fantastic viewing. And the fact one was red, one was yellow really helped, and a lot of photographers and TV cameras around the world had focus on that. The yellow Ferrari car number 83, the AF Corsa entered one, is now out onto the track having changed drivers. Robert Schwartzman has taken that over and he is down as the race leader. But of course we've had the shuffling as others are coming in and out. But a lot to be reported up and down the pit lane. But to be the tyre strategist, the weather strategist at the moment, you've got a lot of responsibility on your shoulders.
That was a long stop for the 50 Ferrari, though. 1 minute and 45 compared to 1 minute and 28 for the 83 car. So they will have given Schwartzman tyres, I reckon, Trussers. Did that 50 car have to take another penalty? 10 seconds. Can't quite explain.
No, well, it may have done because we were speculating, weren't we, that the number 50 actually took a short penalty at its previous stop. You must have been sitting there. You were maybe otherwise distracted. But at its previous pit stop, when it was supposed to take a 10-second penalty, the number 50 did what Johnny and I discussed as being a slightly shorter than pit stop than it should have done. We then got the message on the screen to say the number 50's team manager was required to go and see race control, and then we got that longer pit stop. What we didn't do was get any message on the screen to say that an additional penalty had been issued as a result of them not taking the first penalty properly. That was kind of speculation on my part, but it does explain that longer stop for the number 50.
It certainly does. 17 seconds longer than the time spent in pit road for number 83. So they were right together coming into pit lane, and now the 50 car has rejoined. Initially, it came back onto the racetrack in 4th, and it's got ahead now of Will Stevens' number 12 Hertz Team Jota car. In fact, Stevens loses another spot to Robin Freins in the BMW. BMW have had a tricky start to this race, certainly not helped by Marco Wittmann's early spin, and he also hit the barrier with front right and rear right of his M Hybrid. That was at Forest S's, but the BMW now back up to 4th position in the hands of Dutchman Robin Freins, Bruce.
Yeah, also just looking at who else might potentially be in trouble, and the number 88 Ford Mustang from Proton Competition, that's the black one with the coloured flashes on it, under investigation for a technical infringement, so we'll keep an eye out on that. The messages will come thick and fast through the course of the 24 hours. We've just got to keep on top of them.
Still 21 hours to go. Still a long way, mate.
That's the message to Will Stevens, making sure that they keep his chin up at Hertz Team Jota, because he's lost, as mentioned, 2 places within a couple of corners there for Woko getting by Robin Freins, so up to 3rd and 4th respectively. But the Jota car is a quick one, no doubt about it, and any 963, regardless of whether they're from the Penske awning or from customer teams like Hertz Team Jota, the other customer team within Porsche being Proton Competition, they're the ones that have had horrible luck up until this point. And Neil Jarney is wedged right in the middle of the LMP2s on our timing screen, getting up to what would be 10th in that class now, and Jarney setting his sights on Kiffin Simpson, who's about 37 seconds further up the road from the Swiss.
So on the one hand, we have Hertz Team Jota saying to Will Stevens, who's been in the car since the start of the race, that's the number 12 Porsche 963, keep your chin up, only the 21 hours to go. And the other extreme, you've got the 99 crew from Proton Competition with their Porsche 963, and Paul, it must be very dispiriting, don't you think, when very early on you're sort of out of the group when you should be in and among it, but you've just got to keep your focus and just keep going away. That's precisely what Neil Jarney's going to have to do, and just go pick his way up the order and see what happens.
You just have to keep plugging away at it, don't you? I had exactly the same discussion with Johnny Molam a moment ago, and yeah, it affects the morale of the whole team when you lose. I think when you get off the lead lap, and then when you kind of lose even being 1 lap off the lead lap, then you just have to keep plugging away. But the trouble is, because everything is so close these days, there's almost no way that you can catch up again, having dropped back. Without the BOP, if you had a particularly fast car, and we saw that. Remember years ago when we had the Porsche 919, which was catching up on, funnily enough, Jota cars, which were then running in the P2 class. And they were running in 2nd and 3rd places. In fact, they were leading the race, and they might have even won it, but the Porsche was able to catch them up. Doesn't happen anymore, certainly within the hypercar class. But just looking down at lap times at the moment, if you are in a position where you can see a screen which has lap times on it, don't be concerned that they're so slow at the moment. We do still have this slow zone in place. Up at turn 1.
Rain expected in 15 minutes, but very light, very light. We can stay out.
Message to Buemi in the 8 Toyota. So they're the ones that jump quite quickly in the last short, sharp shower. And maybe they've learnt their lesson at Toyota, but they're expecting lighter rain when it appears in, they reckon, about 15 minutes' time. The Panis Racing from LMP2, number 65 pit stop is now under investigation. That's their last pit stop that happened 20 or so minutes ago. Now a very good run for Kamui Kobayashi in the number 7 Toyota. 7 is 9th, catching Robin Freins in the 20 car, which is on very, well, they did tyres for the Dutchman. They probably didn't actually, because it was a quick stop for the BMW Art car, but nevertheless, very good run coming out of Terre Rouge for the Toyota. Slipstream on the M Hybrid, and through goes the Japanese up to 8th position.
I'd have to say, I think I was looking through the course of the practice sessions. I just really quite fancy these Toyotas this year. I think they're looking good, and I mean, Sebastian Buemi's driven a brilliant opening few stints, but that was remarkably easy for the sister car, because Robin Freins is on an outlap. You think possibly still an old rubber, but maybe hadn't quite got it up to speed and lost a little bit of ground going through the Forest S's and Terre Rouge. But at this point in the race, there was no way that Robin, so much experience, was just going to fight too hard. There was no particular point, because the Toyota was coming. The Toyota has gone. It's already pulled out the best part of a second, even before they've got down to Mulsanne corner.
I mean, there's going to be a little drop-off in tyre temp as it's sitting in the pit lane for probably 40-odd seconds, because it takes 32 seconds to drive through the pit lane, so it's more like actually a 30-second pit stop with the car being stopped, and then the other 30 seconds taken up by traversing pit road into out. So that's the quickest generally that a pit stop can be done, about a minute marker.
Yeah, anything under a minute is they haven't done anything, basically. They've either served a penalty, but they won't have done anything proper to the car if the pit stop is under 50 seconds. Around about a minute would be a fuel-only stop, and anything over a minute and 20 is probably a driver and tyre change.
Yeah.
A lot of wind out there.
Klaus Bachler at Manthey Pure Racing reporting to his engineer there's still a lot of wind out there. Wind speed 14 kph, but I think the fact is it's gusty, so all of a sudden, you know, you get a shot from left or right, a little bit being on like a motorway or a freeway, and you're passing a high-sided vehicle and you get that moment of peace on a windy day, and then you come out from the other side and boom, your car suddenly steers to the right and you have to cope with it. And that's what Klaus Bachler's feeling in his GT car. Probably possibly more susceptible to wind change. I don't know whether they're prototypes, or prototypes are lighter, of course, and aero dependent. So maybe a GT car will be slightly more planted, being 1350 kilos.
Yeah, I think weight's the key. It's a bit, I was going to say, it's even worse if you're riding a small engine motorbike. You go past a truck and you get a gust of wind. A bigger hog isn't such a problem. But just looking down to the LMGT3 class, and I just want to pick out, we've got quite a few debutants, but when you've got the Christopher Mies car on his debut, Proton Competition 44 yellow Mustang, up in second. Hats off to him. But we've got someone who hasn't quite completed the lap, going through the second part of the Ford chicane. Got a prototype sitting.
Frines again.
It's Frines. He's gone off and he's clipped the very end of that tyre wall, literally a little promontory. He's clipped that, so the ARC car is looking quite a different shape. Thierry Tassin on the team BMW M Team WRT pit wall is head in hands at the moment, and
there's quite a big hit into the end of the tyre wall as well. So spinning through the Ford chicane, then hit the gravel. Was it on his own again? Oh, no, I'm not sure whether he got a hit, actually. Very difficult to tell.
I think it was on his own. Still waiting for further images to show. Well, he was quite close to the number 7 Toyota, but we know that was running in front of him. That wasn't an issue at all. They'd already gone past Kamui Kobayashi. I fear it was just for him, and the marshals just behind that tyre wall had to sort of duck down because it really spun around the course of that tyre wall and ended up right in the gravel in that final gravel trap at the end of the lap.
It was on soft Michelin tyres. I could tell that as it was spinning towards the barrier.
Oh, you're good.
And you always got to try and work out what the strategy is as well. And unfortunately, the BMW are going to have to soak this up now. It is running again, but it's missed pit entry. So Robin Frines is going to have to do the full 13.5 kilometres now with the tyres not necessarily pointing in the right direction, of course. And the tyre bale, or the tyre wall, I should say, the very end of it, is now having to be rejigged. So if you're standing on the top underneath the Dunlop Bridge or the S's afterwards, actually the front left wheel of this BMW is in the air because the balance is well and truly out on the art car. That was grabbing headlong, and he can't turn into the left-hander very easily at all. The car very nearly rotating on him. Terrific car control from Robin Frines. But he's having to lick his wounds after that unforced error, it seemed. I thought there was contact because there was a massive change. It was like a thump in the change of direction, and there were no warning whatsoever for Robin to adjust as his teammates watch on from the number 20 car. Let's hope that he can get back and it doesn't start to destroy itself, but no racing car will enjoy being on 3 wheels or 3 tyres in contact with the ground ball.
And another slow zone put in place at the end of the lap whilst the marshals are dealing with the repairs to that tyre wall. You described them having to move the tyre bales, the tyre wall made up of tyres which are lashed together into these bales. But whilst the marshals are working on that, they do need to have a slow zone. So we've got 2 slow zones now, which go from before the Ford chicane now up to beyond Dunlop. So a very slow part of the track and a longer section of track under neutralisation.
BMW mechanics preparing themselves. It's still going to be quite a wait, though, before, and that's an if, actually, if Robin Frijns can get the car back. He's now having to make space for those that do have fully inflated tyres. In fact, the team on the radio was saying, Robin, slow down. You've got no tyre on that. Is it right rear? Yeah, right rear. And I'm sure he would have been able to feel that, but he can't necessarily see all of the damage from his vantage point, so he needed the team to describe that to him. Meanwhile, a CrowdStrike pit lane report, because Joe, you've seen problems for United Autosports.
Yeah, I saw the 23 United Autosports Orica come through, and I thought, hang on a minute, that car's just gone out. I just saw Ben Keating getting into the car. So yes, it is unscheduled. The car was jacked up. It was the trolleys went underneath. It was swiveled round, pushed backwards into the garage, where it's getting a lot of attention. We've got we've got a hammer in there. We've got a hammer knocking an extension or something back into place. So whether or not we've got, from what I can see, I can't really see because it's obviously the back end of the car is where the issue is. But we'll wait and get a full report. At the moment, though, the bottom line is this car is in and being delayed massively with problems at the rear end of the car.
Yeah, and it'll be a few more minutes yet, Joe, but I will keep an eagle eye towards the pit road entry, because hopefully Robin Frijns will be appearing in the not-too-distant future in that stricken number 20 BMW, but he's not yet reached Mulsanne corner at the end of the long straight, doing very, very well to allow quicker cars by at the first chicane. Pit stop for Hertz Team Jota, the number 12 being brought in by Will Stevens, and also stops for one of the Ferraris. This is the 51, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, brought in by James Collado. It's the end of his first stint. He should be staying on board, and at the moment for Ferrari it's looking good. Just before they pulled in, that was Ferrari's first, third and fifth. Porsche's in the mix, and of course that number 8 Toyota going really well, but Sebastian Buemi's just brought that in, and the sister car with Kamui Kobayashi is coming in as well. This isn't a flurry of pit stops because they want to put fresh rubber on because of a change in the weather. This is just regular pit stop cycle.
Let's get to Joe, because the number 6 Porsche, former race leader, remember that was a little while ago. Andre Lotter's just brought this car in, Joe. Yeah, it looks like it's in for... well, it's certainly getting fuel. I was about to say it's in for a fuel stop. Of course it is. We're going to top the fuel up at every time and every opportunity. That's all it's took, though. The number 6 Porsche is already on its way, so only in for a top up of fuel. CrowdStrike pit lane report from Joe Bradley. Paul?
Yeah, can I disagree with you, Bruce, because I don't think this is teams just doing regular pit stops for fuel. I think it's them taking advantage that with 2 slow zones on the circuit, they can actually get in, get fuel, losing relatively less time because these are short stints.
Yeah, in fact, I looked up and misread the top of the screen. I thought it said 36 laps, which would sort of work with the 12, 13 lap cycle and a little bit of give or take. But with 39 laps on the board, even my maths can work out that's slightly outside the cycle. So apologies for that.
Don't need to apologise. It's just, as I say, teams, interestingly, taking that opportunity. What was interesting that I found was the fact that they all chose to do it. So they must have had that plan that said, if we have a single slow zone on the circuit, we won't come in. But if we've done 3 laps and there's 2 slow zones, then it's worth us coming in for the fuel. They'll all have done those sums beforehand.
Paul-Luc Chatin has just taken the Alpine back out into the race on slick tyres. They were taking wets off the 35 car a few moments ago, but slicks and softs, I reckon, on all 4 corners are the better placed of the 2 Alpines. 36 has just done a pit stop as well. Mick Schumacher rejoining in 19th position, but it's Robert Schwartzman who leads in car number 83. This is 91.2 FM around the circuit, Radio Le Mans for 2024. We're around the world on radiolemans.com and live from the Ford Performance Studios. 6:30 at Circuit de la Sarthe. Joe Bradley says it started to rain again in the pit lane and certainly close to the home straight. And as that happens, let's take a Hertz hourly update.
2.5 hours of the race now elapsed, and the leading Ferrari, the AF Corsa, the satellite team operation, is in the lead, having completed 40 laps. Robert Schwartzman, the driver at the moment, car number 83, leading the way. In second place is the Michael Christensen-driven Porsche from Penske Motorsport, the 963. That's car number 5 in second place. And in third place is Antonio Fuoco at the wheel of his Ferrari, the full Ferrari AF Course car, the 499P car number 50. That's in third place. Just moving up to fourth place now is Nick Tandy in his Porsche, so the Porsche Penske Motorsport team placed second and fourth. Number 4 is fourth. In fifth place is number 8, Sebastian Buemi, having had an abortive switch to wet weather tyres, but has stayed out, and whilst others have been pitting around him, he's now moved up to fifth in number 8. In sixth place is the Hertz Team Jota. In fact, Hertz Team Jota Porsches in 6th and 7th places now, with Phil Hansen in the number 38 in 6th place, and Callum Eilert in number 12 in 7th place. In 8th place, it's James Collado in his Ferrari, car number 51. In 9th place, it's the Lamborghini SC63 of Roman Grosjean, car number 19. And in 10th, Kamui Kobayashi with the number 7 Toyota that started from the back of its grid, but is slowly moving up the field. In LMP2, the leading car there is Patrick Pilet at the wheel of the Vector Sport Oreca. That's car number 10. In second place is the Cool Racing Oreca from car number 37, being driven by Ritomo Miata. And in third place is the United Autosports Oreca of B-Joy Guard, car number 22. Into Europol competition, last year's winners of LMP2, car number 34, is fourth with Clement Novalak driving. In fifth place is car number 28, the Edex Sport Oreca of Paul Lafargue. And in sixth, PJ Hyatt at the wheel of the AO by TF car, the Spike liveried car, rounding out the top 6 in LMP2. In the LMGT3 class, the leader there is now the Acodis ASP team Lexus. Esteban Masson at the wheel of the number 87 car. Second is, for Proton competition, the Ford Mustang, still going well, now in the hands of Christopher Mies, car number 44. And in third place, Rahel Frey at the wheel of the Iron Dames Lamborghini Huracan, car number 85. Fourth is Sally Ullock driving the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. So Ferrari's maybe at the top as far as hypercar is concerned, but only fourth as far as the LMGT3s. In fifth place is a BMW, Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel of the WRT car, number 46. And in sixth place, James Cottingham for United Autosports in the McLaren. So I make that 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 places of LMGT3. We said it was going to be wide open, and wide open it certainly is. That's the end of the hourly update. Another one in an hour.
And live down here in the pit lane, the BMW M Team WRT number 20, Robin Frins, who had an incident out there on track, has actually got back into the pit lane. He's at the pits are actually at the end of the pit lane for him, so he still had a little bit of extra way to go. The team have wheeled the car back into the garage. There is damage to the right rear, I can see, as they backed it straight into the garage. They're working on that now, but I think they will probably be in here for some time. They're also adjusting the left-hand side, the right-hand side, shall I say, wing mirrors on the car, but I think that's had a fairly hefty impact at the back. So I will update you as soon as I get further news, as they are working on that, although the driver is staying in the cockpit at the moment.
And just before the update, I mentioned the 23 United Autosports Oreca, Ben Keating, having to bring the car in quite prematurely with a problem. That problem has been confirmed to be a failed alternator. So absolute rotten luck. And while he's been in the garage, we've got a flurry of rain and some really blustery cold wind that took me back to a bad day in November in Whitley Bay. However, that's gone through now, and I think the sun's about to come out. So who can guess this weather? Second guess, third guess, even fourth guess the weather will be on par to quite a success at the end of the day, I think. However, you're going to need a crystal ball for that, I think.
Sounds very Whitley Bay-like. Joe Bradley, and I'm not going to get invited onto the Whitley Bay Tourism Committee, am I really? Stockton-on-Tees, different matter. If you know, you know. Good evening to you. 25 minutes to 7 o'clock Central European Summertime, live from the Ford Performance Studios at the end of the Bugatti circuit. We have had 2 hours and 36 minutes, and I don't know what everybody's been going on about. I left, it was perfectly dry. I came back, it's perfectly dry. Reprimand for car number 88. Paul's just shot me a look that if looks would kill, he'd be doing 8 to life. Mikkel Pedersen in the number 88 Proton competition Mustang. That normally means that they've pinged the output, the power output, technical infringement, the live telemetry that the FIA, WEC and the ACO are monitoring all the time with the torque sensors on these cars, on all of the LMGT3s and the hypercars. Reprimand at the moment, it might have been crossing a curb, but they won't get away with it forever.
No, not quite sure what the technical infringement was. I mean, we're speculating there about it being to do with the telemetry. There are some more serious penalties that have just been issued. Drive-through penalties for three cars for slow zone offences. Those three being one of the Peugeots, number 94 car, a United Autosports McLaren, the number 95 car, and the other one that has suffered is the Proton Orica in LMP2, the car that Bent Pascal was driving, and I think he's now handed that car over. Anyway, they were all offended in the slow zone, one of the slow zones that have now all been cleared, by the way. We're on fully green track. So those penalties have been awarded. We've also had a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop for car 65. That's the Panis Orica in LMP2. That was for a pit stop infringement at its previous stop. That was the one that Johnny told us about. Now we have another pit stop under investigation, and that is for the Andre Lotterer-driven Porsche, car number 6, which is currently in... it's dropped back a bit, actually, as a result of that last round of pit stops. It's actually now dropped to 14th place, Andre Lotterer, with the Porsche number 6.
It's Paul Truswell, Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh newly installed into the centre seat. I feel like I'm driving a McLaren with two of my mates. I was going to say a Matra Murena, but in fairness, I would have had to have been on the left-hand side for that because their 3 seats didn't have the driver in the middle. What a start to the race, Bruce Jones. The weather playing its hand, as it often does here, and baffling some of the teams, to be quite honest.
Clearly baffling some of the teams, but John, the thing that really stood out to me in the first couple of hours when I was watching before I came into commentating was just how good the race was in the final. 23 hypercars going in, hammer and tongs, just some of the best racing I've seen. It was almost hard for the TV director to pull his attention away to the other classes. LMP2 we know is always a fantastic scrap, but some really, really good driving early on in LMGT3 as well. So we're in special times in sports car racing, special years, and then throw in not just this brilliant circuit, but intermittent and very fast-changing weather. That really has kept the teams on their toes. Some have slightly lost out, but we know that rain is going to be a factor at some point, to some degree, for the rest of the race.
The irony for me is that Ferrari, who really should have won at Imola in changeable weather conditions, and they're lost by not changing tyres, have stuck to their guns here, although they did try to ask Robert Kubica to come in, and the highly experienced Pole, who surely would have gone on to be a force to be reckoned with in Formula One, although in fairness he did have a contract in his pocket when he had that rally accident for Ferrari, just as they were about to go into their fallow period, but he couldn't have known that at the time. He's a very accomplished off-road driver as well. He overruled them. He said, no, I want to stay with what I've got.
No, absolutely, and he just seemed not to mind a slippery surface, or what should we say, a slippery surface at certain points on the circuit. And he was quite happy to have the front end of the car really loose, and he was balancing on the throttle, and just that's why it was so exquisite. These cars look great when they're running with normal traction, but when you've got reduced traction, and some of the drivers are not unhappy to have the tail coming, like as we saw with Kevin Escher in his astonishing lap to take the pole position in that hyperpole shootout. And these are great times for sports car fans because the cars just look so dynamic. A bit like wind the clock back about 25 years in Formula 1 where the cars were smaller and you could almost see, well, you could see
the driver's
input.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Hashtag RLM_24H, please, if you'd like to get in touch with us. And don't forget our Insta as well. That's Radio Show LTD. Guy's been working really hard. If you didn't see it earlier on, just before we were going live this morning, there was a little guided tour of our double cabine here in the TV compound, much the same as what most of the broadcasters have got here. Nobody has a view of the track anymore. That was many moons ago, although I did get the brilliant, hang on, here's Kobayashi on the radio.
This lap, track limit, turn 7. Track limit, turn 7, first call.
That's good. That is good engineering. That's engineering the individual, not the car. Last year, watching the start of the 100th anniversary race from our old spot up on that's going to live with me for a very long time. Thank you very much to Bob Dawson for making that work, and also to Johnny and I think it was you, Bruce, as well, for suggesting that I called the opening couple of corners of the race from up there.
We were planning to leave you up there, for the duration.
I was about to throw back, and Johnny just said, no, keep going, we're off for dinner. No, he didn't. Not true. So at RLM_studio and hashtag RLM_24H.
I do actually have a list of track limit warnings here, John, which I won't go through because they are far too many of them. But that is the first one for the number 7 Toyota. So here we are 2.5 hours into the race, nearly 2 3/4 hours into the race, and that's the first, not notification, but that's the first time that he's strayed over. They get 5 tries, they get 5 track limits warnings before they get a warning flag. So to be fair on the drivers there, considering that the number 7 car started right at the back of the hypercar grid, it's been a very good performance from Kamui Kobayashi, keeping it between the white lines.
Yeah, and that effectively is what you've got to do. And we talk about this being a sprint race and people not holding anything back and not saving the cars, Bruce. But what you do have to do is keep it out the wall, which Robert Frines hasn't done with that art car BMW, the very lovely Gilles Meleto designed car. However, that is part of its journey to becoming a piece of art at the end of this. Here's Robert Schwartzman in the 83 AF Corse of Ferrari.
Pace is good. Porsche is lapping in 3:34. Generally all okay.
Pushing but not falling off the track is the key thing.
It's about not picking up penalties, these silly little pit infringements that lead to drive-through penalties, the slow zone infringements that lead to time penalties sometimes. And there was a slight sword of Damocles hanging over the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, Andre Lotterer at the wheel, but they have been cleared of any pit stop infringements, so fans of Porsche Penske Motorsport will heave a little sigh of relief there.
Absolutely right. Interesting that the engineer there telling Robert Schwartzman that the Porsches are doing 334s, because I've got a 329 on my screen from Phil Hansen in the Jota car number 38. So
they are not. Clearly, they are not the Porsches he's looking for, or he's looking at.
That's interesting. A good theory. Michael Christensen in second place has just done a 3 minutes 32 in the number 5 car. So Yes, I mean, Schwartzman is comfortable. His lead, I didn't actually tell you that in the early update, his lead is 21.5 seconds.
And he's just put a lap now on the Peugeot Total Energy 9X8. That was the, I think that was the Mikkel Jensen car. They're both
Mikkel Jensen, yeah.
Mikkel Jensen, yeah, out of that. Not respecting blue flags for car number 25. And that car then is under investigation as it stands. Paul, how many leaders have we had? Sorry, Bruce. How many leaders have we had so far?
Just the 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've had both Ferraris in the lead, the number 6 Porsche and the yellow Ferrari. When I said both Ferraris, I mean the 50 and the 51. Both of those cars have led the race. The number 83 currently in the lead of the race, and the number 6 is the other car which has led. So far, we've had 7 changes of lead across the start-finish line. Those of you who've been out there around the track will be telling me they've had more changes of lead because they've been passing very often, more than once every lap.
Something that you mentioned earlier on, Bruce, and I've been talking to a few of the drivers, of course. I've been here since a week on Thursday, so had the opportunity to talk to quite a few of the drivers. So very relaxed in the early part of the week and down at the scrutineering, Le Passage, in the Place de la République. They're telling me that these cars look like downforce cars, but they aren't. It was Jenson Button that said this to me. He says they're not downforce cars at all. So you can't rely on the downforce. You really have got to tune them for mechanical grip. I'm talking about the hypercars here. There are only 2 slots different between the most wing and the least wing, whereas on a GT car you'd have 12 or 13. So how you tune them aerodynamically is with ride height and rake, and therefore when it gets wet, as we saw it earlier on, you really are, you were talking about the cars moving around, you really are living on what mechanical grip you're generating.
It's a thought, isn't it?
It is.
You know, it is phenomenal, but again...
Formula One, are you looking? Listen, I'm not having a pop.
No.
But you're talking about these cars. These are 200 plus miles an hour cars down the bits of the Mulsanne and from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis Arnage. They look fabulous. They look like they should be huge downforce cars, but they've got less than a third of the downforce being generated as, say, the old big diesel LMP1s and the LMP1Hs.
Long race, long stints, keep the driver focused, give them something they've got to go around, sort of a bit like on a roller skate in some ways, but one with just 2 degrees of ability. Now, we were talking about not picking up penalties, and sometimes when a car has a problem, Paul and I have talked about this earlier in the race. Number 25, the Algarve Pro Racing Orica in LMP2, that has just got a warning for another infringement coming their way. Matthias Kaiser's just taken that over not too long ago. So it's just going to be another setback. They haven't had a definitive penalty yet, but they're under investigation. These are things you just simply need to avoid. What are the teams doing at the moment? They're still looking at the sky. Philippe Sino's been looking up to see what weather is coming the way. We've got blue sky, that's if you look one way.
Christopher Meese brings in the number 44, that's the Ford Mustang, making its, well, not debut here. We've had Mustangs at Le Mans before, but certainly this car is making its debut here in the LMGT3 format. One of the drivers down to drive the car and eager to get in, I would no doubt, is Ben Tuck. Ben, you've just watched Christopher Meese get out of the car. John Hartshorne is getting into the car, but I saw you giving him some advice there. Would you mind giving us a bit of an insight as to what that advice might be?
So the biggest advice for John right now in his stint, firstly I said, you know, that cliche, it's a long race. We don't need an unreal performance from him, just keep it on the track, stay out of trouble, and I'll get in a couple hours. But that's the main advice really, is I hope he enjoys this stint. And then just the typical things that we've been working on all week with the coaching and things like that.
Don't say sorry when the music plays like that, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Great sound. But yeah, just the coaching points over the week, braking points and turning points, just final reminders so that he's not overthinking anything. I just want to make his life as easy as possible.
As the AM driver, it can be, I would imagine it can be very easy to be overwhelmed by stepping out onto that pit apron and seeing that crowd out there.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, that's actually one of the things we mentioned. So he was stood here in the garage a couple of laps ago, and he said to me, he goes, oh, they've put their umbrellas up. And I went, don't look at that, John. Don't worry about that. Just keep your head focused, keep your mind on the game, and just get in and drive it, mate. That's all you need to do.
And from your perspective, Ben, just waiting to get in the car, I mean, give us an idea. What's that like psychologically?
Well, I mean, when you're watching someone like Christopher Mees drive around on slicks in the rain and he jumps up to P2, it's quite nice. So that's he's
not put pressure on you.
No, I'd rather get in the car in a good position and feel like, okay, I can just relax into it and do a decent stint. If I've got a job to do, well, I don't mind it, but it's nice seeing your car go round somewhere near the front.
Good point. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for doing mate. Best of luck.
Crowd Strike Pit Lane report with Joe Bradley. Hello to Moni, who has just started what she says is her last stint back home to the Oregon coast from Seattle. Got the coverage on, presumably on Sirius 137 or XM202. Hello, Monica. I hope you're well. Hope you and Billy are enjoying what we're doing at the moment. I don't see Billy in the car, so that could be a solo trip for Moni. Hashtag RLM_24H if you'd like to get in touch with us. Don't forget Studiovision as well via our Facebook and various other places. So if you are watching pictures, I'll make the same reminder as I did earlier on. This is not television commentary if you're new to this. So if you're watching something and think, hang on, why are they not talking about that's happening right now? Or why are they conversing about someone else? Or they've got a driver in the studio, etc. That's because this is dedicated audio coverage. We aren't slaves to the pictures, and particularly not at this stage in the race. When something happens, we can pick up from it, of course. But if you do want to sync to the pictures, if you use our Studiovision, you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner there is an Omologato logo. In there is the countdown clock, which at the moment is counting down 21 hours, 7 minutes and 40, 39, 38, 37, 36. Use that if you want to sync up, and you can do that quite easily. And I'll do a couple of countdowns as well for those of you perhaps who are listening on RS1 on the player. Omologato racing time. Paul.
Yeah, a couple of, or a change, in fact, position as a result of the pit stops. Earl Bamber in the number 2 Cadillac has come out of the pits ahead of Paul-Luc Chatin. They came into the pits absolutely nose to tail, but they went out of the pits with the Cadillac having done a quicker pit stop than the Alpine, so they've swapped themselves round. But more significantly, perhaps, they managed to do 13 laps on the stint. Now that will be because, of course, we had those 2 simultaneous slow zones. They didn't come in during those slow zones, but it gave them the extra lap on the stint.
I'm with the number 10 Vector Sport. Patrick Hille, you've just jumped out a solid stint there.
Yeah, I restart my Le Mans in P2 with a 4th stint, so it was quite good in the mood. No, the car was good. On the dry at the beginning, it was a bit difficult to overtake with the slipstream. We're missing a bit of top speed, but the car was really good. And as soon as it started to rain, I decided with the team to stay on track, and yeah, I think it was the right call.
How different is it driving this P2 from a GT3 car?
I love it, actually. I love it. I drive a GT car since 16 years, 17 years. But I feel more home in a prototype. So yeah, I really enjoy the P2. It's really nice car, really quick in the corners. It's pure racing, no BOP, no blah blah about everything around. It's pure and it's really fun. But yeah, really happy to be back here.
What's the approach when the conditions get tricky out there, you know, with the stop-start rain?
Sorry, I didn't.
What's the approach when the conditions get tricky on the track out there?
It's always a compromise between risk and no risk. So it's difficult to judge, and that's why experience helps sometimes. My 16 Le Mans for sure helps a bit. Yeah, you just have to take no risk. Honestly, I was surprised that all the others pit for wet because it was difficult, but there is some tricks in the car to make it a bit easier. And I just have to wait. I know that Le Mans, if it's not raining big, is drying up pretty quick. So yeah, experience and age are sometimes good, like for wine.
Exactly, I agree very much. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
And I always like to think I'm doing my bit every time I drink red wine. The Total Energies renewable fuels are made from the waste product of French red wine. So I've been doing my bit this week. Change for the lead in LMP2 whilst Patrick Pilet was talking. Ryan Cullen on his outlap was overtaken there by Clement Novalak in the Inter-Europol competition, last year's race winners, of course, the number 34 car. And into the pit lane for Antonio Fuoco with a, presumably, Paul, that is a planned pit stop for the number 40. It certainly looked like it.
Yes, absolutely. For Antonio Fuoco also in there at the end of a 12-lap stint.
So it is 12s, not 13s then?
Well, that's what I was drawing attention to on the previous, because the Alpine that made its previous pit stop with Paul Chatin and Earl Bamber with a Cadillac managed 13 laps, but Antonio Fuoco, who also stayed out through the yellow flag, the slow zone period, Antonio Fuoco only doing 12 laps, so the energy usage being such that only 12 laps is feasible, even if they've got a slightly slower pace out there, which does mean that Robert Schwartzman with the number 83 Ferrari will be due in at the end of the lap that he's currently on, as will Michael Christensen also be coming in. So we'll get a full round of pit stops. And the only one who won't be coming in will be the number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, who has been in the car since the start of the race. We're now coming up to very nearly 3 hours completed in the 24. So, we're getting through the hours quickly. And Buemi's been in the car since the start, but he'll be staying out for at least, or let's say around 10, 15 minutes after the top of the hour.
Thank you, Paul. Bruce Jones. Got a battle going on here because of that pit stop, as the 50 Ferrari will back out. Callum Eilert with everything up to temp in the Porsche 963. The rebuilt Hertz team Jota stroke Penske.
I really just think that the crew, massive applause and pats on the back for the crew that's assembled effectively a new car, as you said, provided by Porsche Penske Motorsport. But the first few hours in the race, for each of the drivers, when they get their first stint, they'll be listening to things, won't they, in that car, just hoping all is good. Of course, visually, it's going very well. And Callum Eilert running in 6th overall, lapping as fast as anyone at the moment, putting in laps of 3 minutes 31, right on the tail of that Ferrari behind Antonio Fuoco. What's between them? Well, it's a fraction of a second, and a good old battle. Car number 51, sorry, that's James Collado in 51, and Fuoco's in 50, so Fuoco's just ahead of Callum Eilert. So the Ferraris, every time you look in the race, the Ferraris are just rising to the top, but not doing it in a way that I'd expected so much. They had to be supreme on straight line speed, but now they seem to be finding their speed at other points on the circuit. Conditions getting better and better. Having had the rain blowing through, we've got a beautiful French, well, it's an early summer evening, feeling a bit more late spring, but the rain for now seems to have washed away.
17 degrees in the air, but as soon as the sun comes out, the track temperature starts to rise as well. And that track temperature, believe it or not, 21.2 Celsius at the moment, as this battle for what is 5th and 6th position heads towards the Porsche curves. The number 50 Ferrari, just a smattering of people sitting right on top of the Porsche curves there. Great place. I think one of the most underrated corners on the circuit is the entrance to the Porsche curve. You're coming uphill to that. You turn across the crown of the road. It's really bumpy there, but you want to get a perfect entry to this. JMO and I were talking about, Johnny Mollum and I were talking about this during Hyperpole. You get out of sync with the Porsche curves at the start, you're not going to get it back, and it will cost you a lot of time at best.
Very much at best. We have some drivers who get it wrong on the way in. In fact, we saw a couple literally going head on to that deep gravel track, but you can, on turn in, you could just see the point of dynamism in the car, what's really going to happen next. As you say, a lot of them could be then like with a swinging pendulum as they try and correct it, particularly with these hypercars being as loose as they are this year. But yeah, fantastic place to watch the cars at their most dynamic.
Looks like Forecourt is hanging on, and he's now got those tyres up the temperature and pressure. Really interesting talking to the guys who have seen these hypercars up close, some of the LMP2 runners who were doing a joint test with them in ELMS spec, saying even on a shortish circuit like Imola, it was taking 5 or 6 laps to get their tyres up the temperature. We've been talking around the weather. Let's take a full update now as it's on the nosy, 7 o'clock here, Central European summertime. Well, we've had the brief shower or two. Top temperature was forecast at 18 degrees, and we're hovering just under that at 17.5 or thereabouts. Breezy this evening, partly to mostly cloudy with a shower in places. It'll only drop down to 13 degrees as we head into Sunday and the second day of racing. 20 degree forecast high, cloudy with a little rain late, 94% chance of showers on Sunday. And if you're not heading off until Monday, the pack up might be a bit damp, 22 degrees, but with showers in the morning. At the moment, 17.2 Celsius at the end of the Bugatti circuit.
And as I enter the pit lane again, it's a quick aid to sunshine that's quite nice. Just stopping on its marks is the yellow and red AF Corsa 83 Ferrari, the leader, of course. This is going to be a interim service, so it's a clean windscreen, it's a slug of fuel. 14 laps he's done, so he's going to need a lot of fuel to get in that one. A couple of slow zones. Will make those 13 laps a bit better. So Robert Schwartzman just staying on board, finishing the cleaning up, and again these eternally long fuel stops. But of course, one thing that's very obvious is that the soft tyres really are the thing to have at the moment.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane. CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. So 13 lap stint there, Paul. That's bang on the money as we expected from earlier.
Well, only if there's a slow zone out there. And it's because we had the slow zones that Schwartzman was able to manage the extra lap, which we've seen now from an Alpine. We've also seen from the Cadillac. So 13 laps have been done. So Schwartzman has done that, and now Michael Christensen is in. That's moved Sebastian Buemi up to second place, and in fact by the end of this lap Buemi will come through and I think take the lead of the race. So that will be our fifth car to have led the race. Sebastian Buemi then with the Toyota, not having the greatest of qualifyings, but the Toyotas slowly, they're the dark horse both literally and figuratively with their black cars moving up the field.
Expecting rain in about 10 minutes time, coming in from the usual spot. It comes in normally from the Porsche curves, which is where it came from in that early session. I was out sitting in the Porsche Macan GTS and I had my side window down, which was away from that, and it was absolutely teeming and I wasn't getting wet. It was absolutely incredible. Timo Bernhard joins us. Timo, how are you, sir?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for the invitation. Normally I'm listening to your voice to Radio Le Mans, you know, when on the IMSA races and other places like Bathurst and so on and so on. So honored to be here again after a couple of years.
I asked this question before I faded your mic up, so I know what you're going to say, but I want you to tell the listeners what you told me. Do you miss this? And I pointed at the television screen in front of us. Do you miss it?
Yes, and we just see an onboard camera of, I think Kobayashi it is. Yes, 100%. I miss the driving part, and I miss, being in a cockpit and fighting with the guys, but I'm not missing the bullshit around. Let's put it that way.
I mean, you say that, it's a reasonable point, because the drivers have been here for 10 days already, 10, 11 days already, and it builds But just when you want to concentrate on your racing, let's have a listen to Kobayashi, actually, in the Toyota number 7.
Box this lap, pit confirm.
So he's just catching Tonio Fuoco, who's still getting up to speed. And he's coming to the end of his lap. The two Toyotas, the GR Racing GR010s, are off kilter with everybody else. He will pass Fuoco, but dive into the pits at the end of this one. Just when you want to focus on the race from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that's when all the other stuff ramps up, isn't it?
Yes, but I think as a driver you can be really proud and really excited being here. I think there's another era of sports car racing happening or just starting, which is like we always say like a golden era, and I think it's like a little bit, it comes a bit in waves, and the last big one was obviously a couple of years ago with all the hybrid cars and then the hybrid monsters, and now is again like a great era starting. So I think as a driver being part of that, you can be very, very excited.
Have you driven the 963?
Indeed I did, and in January I did the rollout at Weissach at the Proving Ground, the Porsche facility, shaking down both of the WC cars, so car 5 and 6, being in the race right here, and I did it back in January.
Those actual chassis?
I believe so, yes.
Wow, okay,
So,
that's
yeah.
pretty cool. Can you make any comparisons across the years, or is it just a completely different animal?
It's hard to compare because 919 obviously was completely different rules. These were LMP1 days, big hybrid system, so also the front was the front-wheel drive, so you had all-wheel drive. Car was, I think, around 200 kilos lighter and more horsepower, so it's not fair to compare these cars, but it felt like a prototype and it was nice to drive, and obviously I love these cars. For me this is the pinnacle of racing, and also this kind of race, because Le Mans is like me ranking the top 3 of all the races worldwide, and this is amazing being here.
The driving style of these hypercars, whether the LMDH or the LMH cars, I've heard a number of drivers say, and you're perfectly positioned to make this comparison, that they almost drive like a bigger version of the old GTE cars in terms of how you have to get into the corners and get them rotated.
Yes, I believe like the LMP1s with the all-wheel drive, with the hybrid technology, and was just higher grip, was less weight, was more downforce, so probably this was closer to a single-seat car, and these cars are, yes, I would say closer to a GTE car, and behavior-wise. Just
watching a lead change there with the number 8 of Sebastian Buemi, the Toyota, getting by Robert Schwartzman. He's doing a fantastic job in that Ferrari at the moment, but remember that Toyota is much lighter at the moment, and one of the characteristics of these hypercars is they make their best speed towards the end of the stint. It takes a while to get the tyres up to temp and pressure, and they are quite often making their best lap in the stint 4 or 5 laps before the end.
Yes, you see, I mean, the fuel then comes down, the car gets lighter, gets more nimble, tyre wear is not such a big influence here at Le Mans. That's why you can keep the tyre for 3 stints on. I think that's most of the strategy before you change tyres, driver, and obviously refuel the car. So yeah, but I love this kind of racing, and obviously you have a lot of competition here. I also sense there's like differences, strengths and weaknesses of each manufacturer, and that was also spicing things up.
But that's what we want, isn't it? As
Exactly.
spectators. I mean, I can say this to you now sitting outside the car. If we want to be entertained, having cars like the GT cars that look and sound a little bit different, that are going to go better at Qatar than they go at Spa, are going to have different strengths at Le Mans to when they go to, I don't know, Imola or wherever. That's part of the joy of sports car racing.
It is, indeed, it is, and also different, sounds and etc. So for sure, 100% it is. But you do know I'm not neutral, so I'm a Porsche brand ambassador and also part of the Porsche Penske Motorsport program. So for sure, we are, rooting for the Porsche cars. But just like looking from it as a racing fan, which I am as well, for sure you like to have like all these different competitions.
We've got Timo Bernhard in the studio at the moment here on 91.2 FM and around the world at RS1. We talked about the hypercars. I've got to talk to you about the GT cars as well. LM GT3 at Le Mans for the first time. Now these GT3 cars are very, very sophisticated. Here's Schwartzman on the radio.
Okay, Robert, if you can move, brake balance 1% forward, brake balance 1% forward.
1%.
Yes.
That sounds like a very small adjustment, Timo.
But it's a very valuable information from the race engineer to the Ferrari 83, because I'm sure he put the brake bias more rearwards when it was more wet or more rainy, not to have a locking front. And now, as it dries off, that he can, or it's fully dry at the moment, he can move it back forward again, so keep the balance.
So, Seb Buemi, I don't think led across the line there. He's into the pit lane now. I'll leave that to Paul to work out whether that was a lead change.
Afraid not, no. nearly was, as you said, but as you say, he's coming into the pits. Disappointingly, he was coming into the pits at the end of only 12 laps. As I say, despite having had a little bit of full course yellow, 12 laps on the stint for Buemi. Interestingly, we saw Kamui Kobayashi bring the other Toyota in a few minutes ago. He only did 11 laps. Now, my thinking at the time was that perhaps he was being sacrificed to get his pit stop out of the way so that the two Toyotas didn't come in together. So possibly that was the reason for the shorter stint from Kamui Kobayashi, who came in the number 7.
Also in, we've got Ferrari number 51, Hertz Team Toyota number 12, Porsche Penske number 6, and Jack Aiken in the 311 Whelen Cadillac Racing. Are they all about on time?
Yes, exactly. At the end of 12 lap stints. For all three of them, Lotterer having just completed a double stint, Collado at the end of a double stint, and which was the other one you mentioned?
Jack Aiken.
Jack Aiken at the end of a double stint. Yeah.
Kamui Kobayashi goes back out again for the number 7. He rejoins in 7th position. And Nick Damon can give us some news on the tyres that were taken by at least some of those cars.
Yeah, full service of the 51. Collado's got out, and I think it must be... I don't know, the driver's got in. My brain just died on the third driver. Obviously not Giovinazzi, it's his teammate. Alessandro Perguini's got in. And they changed from the mediums, which Collado had on, to the softs. And interestingly, I walked down the pit lane and say, hello, it's lovely and sunny. It's now clouded over. And the major weather thing, and we're English, so we had to talk about weather, is wind. It's really windy, John.
Yeah, I noticed that when I walked in. Perguini just losing the front end, coming out the pits on the 81 and had to shortcut the first chicane. Actually lost the back end there, yes. Timo.
Yeah, we see that. I think there's a good point. You just mentioned that the wind was changing, and you see sometimes you have some gusts coming in, and this will affect these kind of cars, the prototypes. If you have a tailwind, for example, going to the first chicane, where we saw, to Dunlop chicane, you can lose the rear end. And I think that's what the drivers experience around here. The wind is changing, you have some gusts, and the driving will then be unpredictable a little bit.
I want to have a quick word with you about the LM GT3 cars. First time we've had GT3 at Le Mans in the big race, but these aren't the GT3 cars that I remember from 5 or 10 years ago. They have become very, very sophisticated now.
Yeah, these GT3 cars now, you can race them all around the world in different in different championships, and they evolved a lot. So these cars are proper race car, and they're the lead class in GT racing all over the world. So these cars, they have a lot of advantages, I think, because they have many manufacturers, I think 12, 13, 14 manufacturers, and it's a proper customer racing theme, but I think you have a lot of different concepts and a lot of different possibilities to race.
And the Porsche now has the 4.2 engine. Is that the same specification of engine that you used to have back in the RSR in the team?
No, that's a different engine, but it's a 4.2 liter. And actually, this is also kind of a progress, going forward. So you always, for a couple of years, the car is then homologated or built, and you can use it. There's small updates. In each period. So actually these cars, it's a proper customer racing program, but I just like these cars because you can race it all around the globe.
You've got your own team now, of course.
Yes, we race in DTM the last 2 years. Now we race in Carrera Cup Germany, but we have a cooperation with Phantom Global Racing, a Chinese team which is started, and we will be at the 24 Hours of Spa participating there with a stellar lineup. Maybe I can do small advertising with
of course you can.
With Thomas Preining, the reigning DTM champion, and Jackson Evans and Joel Eriksson. So we have an all-pro lineup, and really looking forward to do this cooperation together with Phantom Global Racing and my team, Team 75. I will be there and really, trying to get the program nice together to have a good result.
How much driving do you do now of race cars?
I did a 12-hour race this year, 12 hours of Sepang. So they called me up and they asked me for this Phantom Global racing program, and I say, yeah, no, why not? And it's with the GT3R, so the cars we know, and they say it will be a fun race, but in the end I drove 5.5 hours, and it was very hot and very humid, and yeah, it was very exhausting, but in the end I enjoyed it.
Can we tempt you to come to Bathurst and come and drive with Phantom Global there? They were meant to be there last year.
In fact, this year was the first time there, because it was the start of our cooperation, and as you know, we just lost in a way the podium 5 minutes before the end, and it was a nice fight, and we finished 4th, which was a very good result. And I've never been there before, but I fell in love with that race.
We'll see you back.
If they do a second car, maybe, so we don't know. But I would love to drive for sure. Yeah,
I think that's right up your street. Right up your street. There. Just before you go, I must tell our listeners about that extraordinary lap you did on the Nürburgring Nordschleife with the unlimited 919. A lap that is a once-in-a-lifetime thing to do. That programme was extraordinary.
Indeed, it was. And we took the base of the car from 24 Hours of Le Mans, where we won like 3 times in a row, huge success. WC we won, and it was at the end of the program where we took the base of this car, and it was just unleashed, unlimited, as you said. No restriction on power, on energy, on the hybrid system. In the end, it was 1,200 horsepower, active aerodynamics, special tires, and this was a beast. I mean, it was the most sensational piece of art, I would say, that I ever drove. So it was unbelievable, and it led to this amazing lap. For me, amazing because the memory is still super intense and super present, just of the acceleration, the cornering speed, and the adrenaline that pumped through my veins during that lap.
Timo Bernhard, thank you very much for joining us. Timo joining us here from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane with Calidar Islet.
With James Collado. James,
sorry.
Thanks for hanging around. It's a kind of a weird thing, isn't it? You kind of have that massive intensity of being in the car, and then you're on your phone trying to tell people what happened.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, the conditions are really, really tough. It's a bit of a gamble, which tyres you put on. We made the wrong decision in my first pit stop, putting wets on the car when it was completely dry when I left the box, so that was a bad call. But yeah, not easy then between medium and soft, and with the slow zones, with the medium they cool down too much, with the soft they degrade more, so it's a fine balance. I only ever got into the rhythm about 10 laps from the end when there was clean air, let's say, and the car was good, but we need to be spot on with the decisions for this race.
Yeah, it's like the medium and the soft, it seems very, very close. Is the temperature that we have of the race now completely different from what you thought it would be? It seems to be colder than everyone thought it would be.
Yeah, it's a little bit colder, but we didn't expect so much small showers. We thought there would be 1 or 2, but not until later on, so it took us by surprise. But mate, there's a long way to go. We just need to keep the car clean now.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks for your time. That's James Collado, fresh out of the 51, of course, the Ferrari.
CrowdStrike pit lane report. Sorry, you got the wrong outstanding British driver there with Nick Damon. That was about the only bit I got right. Paul Truswell.
He was pretty outstanding, though.
He was very outstanding. Outstandingly outstanding.
Just wanted to not highlight, perhaps is the wrong word, but draw attention to the fact which cars we've had problems so far. Obviously, we saw the Thomas Floor number 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari from the LMGT3 class. That, having been off and crashed, isn't going to be able to get back, and I suspect, although it hasn't been officially posted as such, is going to be the race's first official retirement. Thomas Floor with the Vista AF Corsa car. They did get another driver in it at the beginning of the race. It was started by Francesco Castellacci before Thomas Floor took it over. The other car which we saw off the circuit was Ben Keating in the United Autosports car number 23. He managed to get it back to the pits, all credit to him, but he's been there now for very nearly an hour. So the United Autosports team have been working hard on that to try and get it back into the race. The other car we saw having an off, but managing to get back on, was the number 20 BMW of Robin Frimes. which had a pit stop and is now out again, albeit right down at the back of the field.
Mikkel Jensen is going to have to drive through the pit lane after the incident with his Peugeot number 93 and the 95 McLaren. That was round about an hour ago, just under an hour ago, MP35, which is the exit of the Porsche of the Ford chicane, I think.
Yeah.
And so that has been deemed avoidable contact.
There's also an investigation ongoing for the Matthias Kaiser car, number 25, which was the Algarve Pro Racing LMP2 car. No information yet as to what outcome that might have. That was a blue flag infringement, by the way, for Matthias Kaiser.
Live from the Ford Performance Studios, with the whole race live on Sirius 137 XM202, which is where Steph is listening at the moment. She says the first time she's listened to RSL Studio on Sirius XM. She's normally at the track for IMSA, so she gets to listen on the PA and on the local FM. Driving up to Minnesota from Florida, I think, is where Steph calls home. Thank you for letting us know. If you're tuned in on Sirius XM, please do let us know. Hashtag RLM_248. All on there. We've been on the air since warm-up this morning, and we'll go on till just after the race tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock Central European Summer Time. Coming round in about 9 minutes to our next Hertz hourly update. But plenty of things going on the track at the moment, Bruce, because of... It's really noticeable to me that the cars that are on slightly different strategies, that particularly at the front of the field in the hypercar class, we're talking about other classes at the moment, that the way that performance is delivered through the 12-ish laps is really different as you progress through the stint.
Yeah, no, it really does seem to be. Sometimes you could say it's slightly masked by constantly just marginally changing weather conditions, and we again had that classic element on this lengthy Le Mans circuit, that certain parts of the circuit are wet and the rest are bone dry. Some of the teams just jumped a little too soon, and that set them on the back foot. But what is unfolding on the track, there's some cracking racing going on at the moment, and you know, around the outside it's always the fabled element, but around the outside into the Porsche curves, you can only do that in a Porsche. No, you can't. You can do it in a Cadillac as well. At number 311 making a great charge, Jack Aitken just sweeping his way past as he just gained another position. Great little battle with Andre Lotterer, swapping the distance left, right and centre.
For 13th position.
Oh, it all matters.
By the way. And this is what we talked about in the build-up to this race. Every metre, every second, every half second matters and will do between now and 20 hours and 37 minutes and 18, 17, 16, 15 seconds.
But when in your memory at Le Mans have we had this much quality that deep in the top class? It's just phenomenal.
Absolutely right. And having said that, what surprises me is that the number 83 yellow Ferrari managed to stay ahead through its pit stop cycle.
Yeah.
Okay, it didn't actually lead the race physically for the whole of the pit stop cycle, but it did lead the race across the line because of the slightly different strategies for the number 8 Toyota, and that car then back out again, but has dropped back to 6th place now, the Toyota. And as I say, Robert Schwarzman doing a great job in the satellite operation Ferrari.
Down at the 23 United Autosports car, this is the car that has had Ben Keating in it, and Ben Keating obviously was on the gravel at one point, but I don't think this is the reason the car's been in for an hour. They are they are most of the way through completing a gearbox change. They are redoing up the, I've now found the most important thing in any rebuild, which is tie wraps. They're tie wrapping everything up. The old gearbox is on the ground looking forlorn, and the new gearbox is come on. I mean, the only thing is I'm saying it's the gearbox, but the gearbox obviously includes the clutch. And I think also, looking at it, I think there's some of the alternate assemblies in there as well. So it's one of those three things broke down, but it looks most likely, as given the way it came into the pits, that it was the gearbox that was the issue.
I just wonder whether that was what caused Ben Keating to go off in the first place.
Your sister, Earl Bamber, about 4 seconds ahead. Go get him, bud. Nicely done. Keep digging.
That was Jack Aitken's team radio coming into him there. Schwartzman by 26 seconds at the front of the field. for Ferrari in the 499P. 499PP for Prototipo, of course. And they have the 499 Modificato as well now, which is their track day version of that car. And we've got a full course yellow. Right, this is the first full course yellow. I look at Paul because I didn't see the first 2.5 hours of the race.
No, we've had three slow zones, but this is the first full course yellow, which is normally to get rid of debris or detritus.
Well, it says full course yellow at 29.15. Then it was cancelled, and then it's been put back in again. So this is an odd one, but this is just on our screens. Beautiful sunshine at the moment. Track temperature has dropped a little bit down to 19 Celsius, but the air temperature hovering around 16.5. And at the moment, I can't tell you why. It will be ending in 27 seconds.
Yeah.
So this was a very quick run out, pick something up and get back behind the wall, I would say, Paul.
Yes, exactly. The race direction before the beginning of the race.
Hang on, Paul. I think we've got a problem for the Inter-Europol car. It looks like it's on 3 wheels there at the moment. Has it got a left front wheel and tyre, Bruce Jones?
Well, not that one can see. It's coming in from 3rd place in LMP2. Absolutely no wheel on the front left. Where has he left it? Maybe that's a bit of the debris they needed to pick up.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Full course yellows will last for 10 minutes at most, after which they'll either go back to green or they'll deploy a safety car. So that was kind of the reason for the full course yellows. You say having to pick up the wheel.
That Inter-Europol car, Clement Novalak behind the wheel, which had taken the lead of the class not too long ago, that hasn't just come out of the pits from my memory, Paul. You can confirm that. Actually, I could confirm that if I pulled the other screen up. I'm woefully short of screens here. I normally work with about 5 more here. I don't...
No, he was on the 5th lap.
Yeah, thank you, Paul.
Sorry, that was the end of his 4th.
Yeah, so that's an odd one. Let's check in with our pit lane reporters. Here's Nick Damon.
Yeah, every single team scrambled to the edge with tyres, thinking this full course yellow is going to give them an opportunity for a cheap pit stop. As it turns out, of the front runners, only the number 4 Porsche and the number 38 Jota car actually came in during the yellow flag period and therefore saved some time. But it seems that others are now committed to go for it, and there's a lot of teams in the pit lane.
The 34 Inter-Europol car that you've just been talking about has come in and is on the pit apron now, but they are struggling with the front left tyre at the moment. They're just putting new softs on there, and they are... So the guys have just run... No, he's gone, and that's stalled before it's got out of the pit apron. It's got away now.
Nick Damon and Diana Binks, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters.
You're not allowed to come into the pits during a full course yellow for precisely the reason that Nick was describing, because it gives you a cheap pit stop. So as soon as the message comes up on the screen, prepare for full course yellow, the pit lane entrance closes.
Yeah. Now, the Inter-Europol car can, because that's counted as emergency service.
Yes.
But I actually think it might have gone green as he was trundling into the pit lane before he tripped. As soon as it came into the pit lane and it was off the track, I think they went back green again. In fact, I can check that out, can't I?
In any case, the Inter-Europol car, as you say, was in the pits for
he was fine.
Safety reasons.
27.14, 18.27 green flag, and they came in at 28.09. At 27.58, excuse me. So who came in during the yellows? It would have been Kiffin Simpson in the number 24 car at the very least. Maybe not, actually.
They're allowed 10 seconds only of refuelling if they come in under the full course yellow. And
Duval got in and out, or at least the number 94 Peugeot got in and out. Nick Tandy and the number 4 came in.
Yes, Nick Tandy was in dire straits because he needed fuel, but they will have only been allowed to give him 10 seconds worth of fuel and so Nick will be back in again soon to top that up. The other one who... No, I think that was it.
Well, we'll let Paul work that one out. It is another half an hour racing completed. Let's take the Hertz hourly update.
Three and a half hours have now been completed in Le Mans 2024, and the AF Corsa Ferrari 499P of Robert Schwartzman still leads the race. Car number 83 has completed 56 laps, and he has a lead of just over 20 seconds over Michael Christensen, who's in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, and in third place, right on his tail and less than a second on his behind, is number 50 Antonio Fuoco in the Works Ferrari AF Corsa Ferrari. So 83 leading 5, leading 50 are the top 3. In fourth place is the Toyota from Brendan Hartley, car number 8. He is a further 45 seconds behind in fourth place. In fifth place is Nick Tandy in the Porsche 963 number 4. And in sixth place is Oliver Rasmussen driving the Hertz Team Jota Porsche, car number 38. They are about 20 seconds or so behind the Brendan Hartley Toyota. In seventh place is Kamui Kobayashi with his Toyota, only a second behind the Hertz Team Jota car and closing on it. In eighth place is the Hertz Team Jota Porsche of Callum Eilert at the wheel, and he is a further 7 seconds behind the Toyota. Ninth is Alessandro Pierguidi in his Ferrari, number 51. And in 10th place, number 63, Mirko Bortolotti in the best of the 2 Lamborghinis. In LMP2, the leader there is still the Vector Sport Oreca, car number 10, Ryan Cullen at the wheel. He has a lead of 41 seconds over Ryoma Miyata in the Cool Racing car, that's number 37. And then in third place in LMP2, but about a minute, in fact very nearly 2 minutes behind now, is the AF Corsa Oreca, number 183, Nicola Verona at the wheel. Fourth is number 22 for United Autosports, Nolan Siegel. In fifth place is Paul Lafargue with the EDEX Sport Oreca number 28. And rounding out the top 6 in LMP2 is Massimo Capietto in car number 9. LMGT3 being led by the Team WRT BMW now by about 11 seconds. That's Ahmed Al-Hati at the wheel of the 46 Team WRT BMW. Number 86, Ricardo Pera, is in second place with a GR Racing Ferrari. That car having just switched over now to Michael Wainwright, who's taken that car over following a pit stop. As I say, he's 11 seconds behind the BMW. In third place is the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, Sally Yoloch, still at the wheel of that car, number 66, and only 2 seconds behind the GR Ferrari. In fourth place now are the Iron Dames, Sarah Bovey now driving the car number 85, the Lamborghini Huracan. In fifth, number 91 is Yasser Shaheen with the Manthey Porsche, the Manthey EMA Porsche. And then sixth in LMGT3 is the Acodis ASP team Lexus that was in the lead of the race in the last hour. Takeshi Kimura in number 87, now sixth in LMGT3. That's the hourly update.
I'm clearly doing something wrong here. Just had a note using the hashtag RLM_24H from John Langele. I think you say that, John. If I got that wrong, I apologise. John has tweeted in. He's a journalist and news anchor at 8 News now, and he is tuned in poolside from Las Vegas. Well, if you can't be here, Bruce, that's not the worst, is it?
You can stay in touch anywhere on this planet of ours. If you cannot be here, maybe you don't fancy the Hotel Horizontalis, the campsites as we know them, but yeah, stay in touch and dip in and out through the course of 24 hours. Just want to bring you some breaking news. We've got another full course yellow period. And also I spotted a problem for George Kurtz in the number... In the crowd straight racing by APR Orica. That's car number 45. It's limping around this long lap. And furthermore, news from Ben Keating. We've had the problem for the number 23 Orica from United Autosports. Sad to say, he reports on Twitter, that I had a trip into the gravel, which we saw very early in my first stint. Later, it looks like a piece of gravel got stuck between the belt and alternator pulley and broke the pulley.
Right.
There is no coming back from this. This is a great team. Bad race for me. And we know that Ben gives 100% in everything he does. And, you know, he's a real detail man. It just hasn't been his race, I'm afraid.
Nick Damon has been watching that, and he was talking about them taking the gearbox off and putting it back on again, and that is why, Nick.
It's because the alternator is actually inside the bell housing. Yeah. So you break the pulley, you've got to get the gearbox off to replace it, and that's what they had to do, which is not a work of a moment.
A moment or two ago, Nolan Siegel in the number 22 United Autosport LMP2 car. Which was running in right up the sharp end, was still 4th position, actually. He has had a little off and banged into one of the Cool Racing cars. I think that was Ritomo Miata.
No, it was DKR Engineering.
Oh, it was a DKR.
It was orange and many coloured stripes.
That's it.
But certainly gave it a clatter up the rear end, and that was bad news for René Binder, the Austrian driver.
As we go back to green, Antonio Fuoco and Michael Christensen are battling for 2nd position, and Christensen gets the power on in the Porsche quicker than the Ferrari on the run down to Indianapolis. They're coming down to that no-named right-hander, which is one of the toughest corners on the circuit. But somehow Fuoco just managed to take up exactly the part of the road that Christensen wanted there. They're into Arnage, and there's a Mustang ahead of them as they round the slowest corner on the circuit. Nick Damon has more news, and is this better news, Nick, that you're reporting, or are you going to be a little black rain cloud?
No, the 45 CrowdStrike car, which obviously Bruce reported going slowly, I think it was going slowly because it was basically out of fuel. So it didn't look, because it was then trundling along at the slow speeds, not too badly because of the yellow. It didn't lose too much time. It's come in, had a slug of fuel, and they literally sent it again. So there can be no other problem. They didn't do anything else to it.
Did that come in?
Yes.
Whilst the yellows were out? Then?
Yes, it did. And,
so
and it's about to come again. They've got the lollipop waiting for it. So I think that thing was very much out of fuel anyway, and in some ways that's why it went so slowly.
Yeah, okay. That's so they took emergency service, and the rule is you can have 10 seconds of fuel, but then obviously you're going to have to come back in again. And was that a change of position there then with the 50 and the number 6? I think it was. As the Ferrari F course, Antonio Fuoco and Christensen were battling side by side. The red Ferrari, or the more red than the red and black number 5 of Porsche Penske Motorsport at the head as it came across the line a moment or two ago. Dinah Binks, good evening.
Good evening. I had to talk about the number 23 United Autosports, but just I'm at the garage now, and the team are still working quite frantically on that car. And Ben Keating is at the back of the garage there with his helmet on. So I don't know. I just heard Bruce say that, unless I misheard what he said, but they're still working on that car, and Ben is standing there waiting. So I think they are going to try and get back out if they can and fix the issue that they had.
Yeah, thank you. They've dropped some, 20 laps or so, 13 laps to the next car, which is the Cool Racing number 47, Naveen Rao, that's just gone back out onto the circuit. I should say as well, Thomas Flohr, with the incident earlier on with the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari number 54, that now showing on the official timing screen with an R next to it, which means retirement. So that one for sure is not coming back. So that is the first official retirement. Here's Alessandro Perguidi.
30 seconds to the leader. We gain almost 30 seconds to the leader.
Wow. Fastest segment for Michael Christensen in his first sector last time around. That Ferrari has got, of Antonio Fuoco, has got the 3 best sector times at the moment. So I presume they've got the fastest lap of a 3:29.208. For those of you who keep an eye on that, that's what, 5 or 6 seconds slower than what we did in Hyperpole qualifying. But you can imagine that. The Binder and Siegel investigation continues. Now that was at 35, so that was further back around the circuit. So that, again, that's at the end of the lap. Contact at Marshall's Post 35. I apologise. I thought that was at the first corner. I saw 33 Binder, and immediately my motorcycling brain, and Nick will understand this. Who was I about to say was the 33, Nick?
South African Brad Binder.
Yes, exactly, baby. Not Brad Binder at all, of course. But that one caught me out. And a drive-through now now this one we talked about a little while ago for the number 25. We saw this being investigated. And generally speaking, a flag offence is fairly cut and dried. And it's the Algarve Pro Racing number 25, Matthias Kaiser, was pinged for it. And he will now have to drive through, not respecting blue flags. Stewart and Sam Cox will be not happy about that.
Refer to previous comments, I think we can say on that one, because it's about not picking up penalties. And I thought Paul made a really good point because of the balanced performance across the cars. Now, if you have a setback, it's remarkably hard to claw it back.
It's impossible.
You'd need not just one disaster for your rivals, but all of them to have one equal to the one that you've had. That just ain't happening.
Oh dear, we're now getting poolside pictures coming in. Marvellous stuff. Hello, Jake. Jake Rubenstein, who's also poolside in the sunshine, watching on Studiovision at the moment. We'll give you, I'm not sure which camera we're on at the moment. Into the pit lane for the number 50, Antonio Fuoco, who was chasing down the leader.
And he popped out. Fuoco out, Big Molina in, the fuel's going in. I'm going to tell you that what they're going to be putting on, if they do change the tyres, they're going to go to medium. So it's interesting because they went to softs on the 51. This is the 50, and of course it had softs on as well. So they are obviously we are absolutely in the crossover period between the two compounds of tyres. But the sun is out now, and there's blue skies in 3 directions. So perhaps we're going to see a bit of a better temperature. Anyway, so this is going to go the whole way. Main change, but they are just putting those medium tyres on, and he'll be away in a moment.
The number 47 Cool Racing came back in again to make it was in just recently, and it came back in again, and they've made a driver change this time, but the driver's gone out the back, so I can't get to speak to him at the moment. But they just put fuel in and changed the tyres on that one. We're just waiting now for the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car to come in. The team are out here on the pit lane waiting to receive that car in.
Sorry, Dave. I shouldn't have. I just put my mic up at the wrong time. Thank you. Leaving the pitch, the number 50 with the Inter-Europol car going around the outside as it rejoined the Ferrari right on the racing line. Interestingly, the Inter-Europol team manager has been called to the race director immediately. Let's go down to Nick Damon and have a word with George Kurtz.
George, that was a complicated end to your session in the 45 CrowdStrike car, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had a good run, and the pit lane was closed. We didn't have enough fuel, and it looked like it was going to be a full course yellow that went green, so we just got caught out and had to basically potter around back on full course yellow just to save fuel. So it was unfortunate the way it went.
How was the rest of the session, though? It's been really strange, hasn't it? We've got glorious sun now. A minute ago it was overcast. Before that it was raining.
Yeah, I mean, it's on and off depending on the weather, and like I said, we had a good session. We had a lot of pace, and it's just unfortunate we got caught out like that. So it's still a long race. We'll see what we can do and see if these guys can get us back in the hunt.
George, thank you.
Thanks.
Well, just hoping when people are tweeting into RSL_studio, photographs of pools are fine as a backdrop. No one eating a full meal with a glass of red wine.
No. Hey, Schwartzman's
Can
video.
you do another stint on these tires? Question.
It depends how slow we are.
Your pace at the moment is very good. Okay, then how is the car 50 catching so quick? At the moment he's 20 seconds behind. They gained 5 seconds in the full course yellow.
If the pace is good, I can continue. The tires are feeling quite okay.
Copy, we go for another stint then.
Wow. Okay, so triple stinting already in the 83 car. Nick Tandy is under investigation for yellow flags. That would be entering a closed pit for that. We spotted that as we went full course yellow. Also, one of the other cars that was involved there was the number 77, Ryan Hardwick, in the Mustang, the Proton Mustang. 24 seconds the lead at them. That's because Michael Christensen's come into the lead in the number 5 Porsche as he jumps out. Who's that getting in? The star on the side of the helmet. That's
Matt Campbell, possibly. Hold on, let me just...
let's have a look. It is Matty Campbell.
Yeah, he's the third driver in that cycle. Very kind of him, a little strap on his, across his helmet. Matt Campbell, Matt Campbell 22 or something.
Yeah, he is at Matt Campbell 22. Also in at the moment, the 46 BMW.
Could that be Valet coming in? Because Ahmed Al-Hati brought it. It is.
Valet next in.
Just wait for the flags waving around the circuit. Hugely popular superstar for motorbike racing.
He's gone about his motor racing career really sensibly, and credit Vincent Voss for that. He had done some fun racing with some of his friends in a GT3 car a few years ago. It was 2 decades ago when, of course, he was offered a Ferrari test. Let's not forget, when he was in his pomp in MotoGP. New set of Goodyear tyres going on there, and the doctor is about to head out. Looks like they might be sorting up a penalty there, actually. No, it was just a frozen... it was just a frozen screen. And he is out and on the track. Superb couple of stints in the dark in Dubai in the 24 hours, and then again at at Bathurst in the early part of this year. And a brilliant win in the European Sprint Championship, where he's been pressed all the way by his teammate Charles Weerts. He's a proper racer, isn't he?
Oh, he's a hugely proper racer. And I remember about 5 years ago, he came to the Goodwood Festival Speed, was down to come up the hill in about 2 or 3 different cars, but he got so excited, I think he just went with his begging hat on down to the paddock, and any car he sort of lusted after while he was focusing on his incredible two-wheel racing career, he said, can I have a go, can I have a go? You can't turn down Valet, so he came up the hill at Goodwood rather a lot of times, having a brilliant time as he did so, and such an enthusiast, John. You can never fail but to have good time when you're in his company.
Got a guest in the studio, and delighted to say that Tomek Young, who's the Global Motorsport Technology Manager of ExxonMobil. First of all, Tomek, welcome to Le Mans and to Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM. And secondly, how big is your business card to get all those words on it?
It's pretty tidy. Thanks so much for having me, John.
It's great to have you here. Mobil 1 with a huge history in motorsport, and particularly at this race, and having been celebrating a big anniversary as well. Gold, we've seen a lot of gold Mobil 1 liveries in various places.
Yes, we've had a number of deliveries celebrating 50 years of Mobil 1, believe it or not. Started in 1974 and tested some technology already ahead of the date. You know, we started in motorsport.
Yeah.
When the product was introduced, the viscosity grade was so different from everything else that was on the market that, you know, people couldn't relate to it.
Amazing. Got the leader in the pits at the moment, and we'll just keep an eye on that. Schwartzman staying in. We know there's going to be no change to those Michelin Pilot Sports soft tyres. This is a triple stint on the soft at this time of day. They will be delighted. Remember, only 14 sets of tyres for the whole race. So a tyre change saved here means potentially new tyres at 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You're saving performance here. The energy is replenished. It's not just about the fuel going in now, and away they go. Tomek Young here from Mobil 1. It's not just about lubrication, though, with Mobil 1. I know from speaking to people who've been in your job in the past down through the years, because of the partnerships we've had with Mobil One. You get benefits, your customers and partners get benefits in all kinds of ways, because if your lubrication is doing a good job, there's an element of cooling with lubrication, and if it's doing a good job and you therefore can have smaller radiators, you get an aerodynamic development on that as well. So this is all about exceptional performance that you're talking about, and not just in the obvious places.
Yes, we took the product racing, as I said, and the product quickly gained a lot of accolades in the racing space, and then people became interested. The car manufacturers came knocking and said, what is that product that you win races with? And it brings a number of benefits, and we as a company try to partner with the teams that we work with. They're engineers, we're engineers. Because we've been in motorsports for so long, we speak the same language. We can help them in a number of places.
Yeah.
And not just with engine oil, with gear oil, greases, coolants as well, including cooling oils for electric vehicles.
Now, well, there you go. There's something that you've had to get your heads around. We've talked in the past with your predecessors about Mobil One being engineering at a molecular level when you talking about the oils, but we're now dealing with very sophisticated hybrid racing cars, and hybrids by their very nature develop heat.
Absolutely. And they also, in some series, the engine starts running almost like a generator. You're running it constantly at high RPMs. You're deploying power, varying that power by using the electric motor. And this creates a completely new set of challenges. The engine's running harder at constant RPMs. How do you solve that issue? You deal with molecules. That's how we do our jobs. And you said it very well.
Deal with molecules.
Bend molecules, choose the right components, and ultimately compound that recipe that works well.
That sounds very easy, but you can't pick out the molecules you want with a pair of tweezers. I'm not expecting you to give away any secrets, but are you literally looking at chemical compounds of the things that you put together?
We absolutely do, and you become very powerful when you start to understand the relationship between the shape of these molecules and what happens in the engine.
The shape of the molecules,
absolutely.
That's what you're talking about.
So some of our chemists, when we talk about a new problem, they will draw this molecular structure on a board and say, this is what we need, and then we go look for a supplier.
Really?
Yes.
That's incredible stuff. There's clearly long-term benefits. As a Porsche owner for many years, I've always had Mobil One in my car. So clearly long-term benefits for racing as well. Fewer engine rebuilds, etc. More performance. And we get that from the track to the road. Do we really get that from the track to the road? Come on, tell me the truth.
We do, John, we do. And there's various ways of the technology transfer. For one, we have a set of products that are good when you want to race your Porsche on a weekend. And you can also commute with that same product. Mm-hmm. We have deployed these with Porsche. We have deployed these with Corvettes. We have the Mobil One supercar product in the US, which you can use in many different makes. We have Mobil One ESP platform in Europe that you can do this with. But we also train some of our talent in motorsport. Right. It's the most demanding application. The world of motorsport is moving the fastest. You can train your people the fastest. And lastly, when we learn about a good molecule, we talk about molecules, we try to deploy it in a commercial Mobil One.
Okay, so what is in race cars 1 year could be in ours. I remember Doug Fiat telling me that actually Mobil One offered to design an oil for the GTE Corvette, but you actually found out that what you could buy from the shelf if you'd gone down to Carrefour or Pep Boys or wherever, that was what they were using in the race car because it worked so well. I find that extraordinary. Is that true?
It is true, and we had a team run out of oil at 24 Hours of Rolex, and they ran to a local Walmart, picked some volume up, and finished the race with it.
Off the shelf?
Off the shelf, absolutely.
Off the shelf product. Extraordinary. Where are the challenges going to come in racing? Formula One, you're heavily represented there. New regulations coming in a couple of years' time. I presume you're already having to deal with the challenges of that.
We have for the last, I would estimate, 2.5 years. We've been working hard with our partner, Red Bull Ford Powertrains, on the solutions that are needed. We were lucky because we started from scratch, both of us. We can tailor this oil
for a new engine, of course.
Yes.
So do you then talk to the engine engineers, with your molecule engineers, and say, right, what's your thoughts on the engine? And you can say, well, we've got a kind of, it's a bit like setting up a car. We've got something we can start with here. How does this grab you? And then so what? Then you're tweaking the compounds and that sort of stuff?
That's exactly right.
No way.
So you go, A to Z, and we go through the letters of alphabet with our prototypes, and we go through these letters of alphabets a few times before we land on a solution. And John, because the oil touches everything in that engine, 1,000 parts, every engineer wants to talk with you about the oil. So
but do you have to
meetings,
now,
very large meetings?
Using a word that obviously you know well, but do you have to filter? Sorry for the pun. Do you have to filter what those engineers are telling you and look at it as a whole? Because clearly someone might say, oh, I want this particular attribute for the valve train, or I want that particular attribute for another individual part of the engine.
Surely we do a lot of translating,
That's a good way of putting it. Very diplomatic, Thomas. Very good. Translating to make it work and getting a whole.
Yes, ultimately, we speak the language of these fluids. Some of these best engineers in the world, they speak the language of hardware, and they develop this sophisticated hardware technology. And we talk about things that are very scientific, which I don't want to mention here during our talk, but that's the translation process.
Right, so everybody's talking about greener technologies nowadays, and whether that is fuels, whether that is cars themselves, and how much can be recycled. I know you guys have a laboratory here at Le Mans, and you take all the bigger races. How much carbon base is the oil, and how much is it's fully synthetic now? So you are creating that. So there's nothing coming out of the ground.
In some cases, indeed, the carbon in the molecules is bio-based, and some of the products could have significant claims. We race and we have won championships with such products. And John, that I find it really interesting, because you often attribute, some of these maybe bio-based product with performance attributes that are different than winning races. Meanwhile, you can win a championship in motorsports with them. How fantastic is that?
So you don't have to give up performance, longevity, long-term gains, cooling, etc., if you still care about the environment. Is that what you say?
Exactly right. In endurance racing, the car needs to perform flawlessly lap after lap, and the product needs to do the same. So if you're creating this bio-based product, it must have these attributes that we're so used to, surviving the grueling race.
How important is it to come here to Le Mans, where the winning car will do something over 5,000 kilometres? All the cars will do something around that. I mean, I said you have a laboratory here, but effectively all of your customer cars are 200 miles an hour test tubes and laboratories?
Yes, it is very important. The next best is putting your oil in a taxi cab that runs 24/7, for example, in Las Vegas.
Yes.
But it still takes a couple years, 2-3 years, to really stress that oil and stress that engine especially, and learn about it. So motorsports cannot be replaced.
I know that I've just had one of my cars serviced, and its service intervals now, road car, is 2 years or 20,000 miles. Within my driving lifetime, we used to change oil at 5,000, 6,000 miles. Do you have a problem getting people to believe that mobile wall funny synthetic will last 20, 30, whatever, 1,000 miles in a couple of years?
I think people believe it, and we test the product certainly way beyond the 20,000 miles. John, I've been a Mobil 1 user since I was a teenager. I learned about Mobil 1 from my dad. I was very gracious and lucky to join the company. I care about my cars deeply, and I replace the oil often. And I think for people who care about these cars, it's not a matter of convincing them that the product can last. They want the best, but they will also change it more often.
That sounds good to me. Tomek, thank you very much for taking time out of what I know is a very, very busy schedule. Good luck to you and to your partners here at Le Mans. Are you enjoying it, by the way?
Oh my gosh, yes.
What a race! What a race! Do you get to watch?
It is the best. Yes, I'm watching when I can. And I think it's the spectacle, and it is a race that I think everyone can enjoy. The visibility is amazing. The opportunities at the track to enjoy yourself are countless.
Thank you very much for coming. Come and see us later on if you need to. It's always a good cup of tea or a cup of coffee here Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
That's Tom McYoung, who's the man at the head of Mobile One, joining us here live in the studio this Saturday evening. Coming up to 8 o'clock, Johnny Morlam has rejoined us. We'll talk to him in a moment after we've checked the weather. Well, it's feeling around about at the moment 17 degrees Celsius, track temperature 22 degrees, breezy this evening, partly to mostly cloudy with a shower and a low of 13 Celsius. Couple of showers tomorrow, high of 21 degrees. Showers around is what it says now for the updated Sunday weather forecast. 22 degrees and rain on Monday if you're heading back to the Channel ports and back to the UK. And the outside temperature at the moment here at the Ford Performance Studios, 17.4 Celsius. Problem for the number 77 Ford Mustang as Johnny Morlam joins us. It's nothing to do with Johnny being with us, but that car's got back to the pit lane with a left front wheel that the steering arm wasn't steering.
Yeah, that looked like I don't know if it being contact or it just snapped. It didn't look like there was any bodywork or anything, or any damage on the wheel. It looked like it just let go, and that would have been interesting under braking. I mean, there's a lot of force, John, going in these cars under braking, especially with the ABS. Sometimes when you hit a pedal in an ABS in a GT3 car or a Challenge car, something like that, you wonder how the brake pedal doesn't just snap off under your right foot. It's quite incredible the forces you put through.
I once snapped a throttle pedal on a Porsche 924 Cup car at Donington because I wanted it to go faster. I think it was dodgy before I got in, honestly, I really did. And what a race we've had so far, Jay Moore. What a race. We've got the Robert Schwartzman car now 40 seconds to the good, triple stinting soft tyres. Now, you know, okay, we've had a bit of rain, and now they made the right call on tyres. Miguel Molina second, makes it a Ferrari 1-2, the number 50. Matt Campbell is chasing him down as they come through the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight at the moment. Then it's Nick Tandy with a penalty hanging over him for coming into a closed pit, I think. We'll see what happens with that. Hertz Team Jota, Oliver Rasmussen. Sorry, I rearranged his letters and his names there for a moment. In the Mighty 38 at Toyota Gazoo Racing, Brendan Hartley in the Toyota GR010 Hybrid. 6 cars at 3 different manufacturers, but Porsche versus Ferrari as it stands at the front of the field at the moment. This is mouth-watering. One LMH, one LMDH as well.
And that just goes back to what we were saying earlier about how the balance of performance, I mean, it's quite difficult if you come up with a car that's one's got four-wheel drive, one's got rear-wheel drive, different access to energy at different times, how they regenerate, everything else, and yet here they are all racing around, you know, a very challenging circuit with literally tenths between them in terms of lap time, and the only thing that's put big gaps between them has been strategy calls like the Ferraris 83 and 50 staying out in that rainstorm on slicks, and that kind of and the Kubica being super brave, John, wasn't it? Which was fantastic to watch, put him into the lead. I know Nicholas Nielsen kind of snuck ahead of him, but that put the 83 right into contention, and now 2 hours later and they've got a 38-second lead.
René Binder will have to come through the pit lane, not respecting blue flags. DKR Engineering, 4th at the moment in, check that, 5th in the Pro-Am part of LMP2. Hello to James Brown. He says, I was watching the Porsche disappearing out of the pits there, wheel spinning away from its pit box. Isn't there a rule at Le Mans where it's not allowed, or am I wrong? Don't ask Ben Keating about that, because they lost the Le Mans, almost lost a Le Mans win. No, they actually did lose a Le Mans win, but not for that, but they got a penalty for that late on in the race. I'll get Paul onto that in a wee moment's time. Fair Use says, thank you for the Mobile One interview. When Mobile One first hit the market, I was much younger, and I honestly thought it was gimmick advertising. Then I researched it. Good stuff. Fully synthetic, the first ever fully synthetic. Amazing to think that is 50, years ago. Now, thank you for that, Faiz. Nice to have Tomek in the show. And we've had his predecessors down through the years. Nick Tandy has pitted from 4th position, the Bedfordshire Bullet, in, or as Nick called him, our Nick called him earlier on, Felix Tandy's dad. Felix, bad news for Nick and Brittany. Felix is really very good in a kart. Actually won first time out. His first competitive karting, and he won first time out. He's had a couple of wins since then at British Championship level.
That's Nick's future pension gone then.
Well, he's not retiring anytime soon, Jim, for sure. There's no talk to Alex Verts earlier in the week. Not sure if you heard that on Midweek Motorsport, but Alex promised all of his 3 sons that they could have a go. Son number 1, older son, tried it, didn't like it. Bad news, 2 and 3 really love it, and they are both climbing the single-seater ladder at the moment. 4.99 pace first and second, as we said. Let's have a look at the classes. Vector Sport, Ryan Cullen leading by again half a second from Cool Racing, the 10 from the 37, Ritomo Miyata. United Autosports, Nolan Siegel. He has got an investigation, at least one, hanging over his head, and a couple of late lunges. Keep an eye on that one. That's the 3rd place car. In fact, he's just come into the pits in the number 22. Kiffin Simpson, Nielsen Racing, another up-and-coming single-seater driver, as is Nolan Siegel. Both competing in Indy Next. Nolan promoted to the big leagues last weekend. Actually had to get out of his Indy Next car to go and race in IndyCar at Road America last weekend. And then it's AF Corsa with Francois Perrodo. Now that's interesting. Francois is the bronze driver there. He leads Pro-Am ahead of Alex Quinn by what? 20 seconds. That's a 1.83 from the 14, and that's your top 6 in LMP2. And then it is Team WRT with Valentino Rossi leading the motor race. Here's Jose Maria Lopez on the radio in the number 7 Toyota.
Okay, I'll say plan for this tire is triple stint. Plan is triple stint.
Copy.
Well, he didn't disagree. He's not long into that car. Have to tell people early on, Johnny, it's like fuel saving, tyre saving. You can't tell somebody 3/4 of the way through the first stint that they're going to have to save fuel or save tyres.
Fuel saving is more important to tell them early on, because if you tell them with 2 laps to go, it's impossible. You need to give them as many laps as possible to conserve fuel and energy, for that matter. Tyres slightly less important, because although you go out, you're going to want to look after your tyres, whether you're going to do a stint on them or 2 stints on them or 3 or triple stint. Obviously, if it's just a single stint, you might be a little bit less careful and a bit more aggressive in your warm-up on the outlap, John, but certainly whether you're double or triple, you kind of want to drive that car as hard as you can without really sliding it, regardless.
Yeah. Let's take a couple of CrowdStrike pit lane updates, and we'll just wait 1 second, because we have got a wee battle going on at the moment for 8th position, with Callum Eilert just ahead of Jose Maria at the moment, Jose Maria Lopez, and they are coming through the Porsche curves with traffic ahead of them. It's the Isotta Fraschini, Antonio Serravalle behind the wheel of the Tipo 6C, and we'll just see how this plays out before we go to Nick. Well, they've settled themselves back in. They're coming into the Ford chicane now. Let's go down for CrowdStrike pit lane report. It's Nick Damon, Snowy to come.
Kamir Kobayashi, fresh out of the number 7 car. How do you, also obviously you're still the team principal of the team, how do you assess these first 3 or 4 hours? It seems you've made some good progress through the field.
Yeah, I mean, this time we shouldn't take any risks. It's just we try, come all through the, the race. I think so far everybody doing great job, and we had no mistaking. So, I think a long way to go. And this is just early part of the race. So, finger crossed for us. Normally we have some trouble, but this time I hope we make it.
With the car number 7, of course, you have a different lineup than you expected for this weekend. How is it gelling with Jose Maria and the team rather than Mike?
Well, I think it's really sad for the Mike to not racing with us. But we luckily we had Jose. He was racing last year, and we knew he had the speed, and he straight away he adapted to our car. So we were lucky to have Jose. But honestly, the missing Mike, it's a little bit sad. But we tried our best. We are fighting for the winning here, so we always do our best.
Very changeable conditions. Are you taking each car individually or using them as a team? So you get a choice about if it comes to a point where it's one or the other, one will go dry, one will go wet, or are they always doing just the best thing for that individual car?
Just respect the engineer. I follow the engineer. I try to always have margin. Try to survive. That's it.
Let's go then. Kobayashi then?
Yeah, down at United, they've got two LMP cars right next to one another, and then of course their two LM GT3 cars. The number 22 just on a routine stop, no driver change, just fuel, no tyres, very slick as you'd expect, and just awaiting the number 59 McLaren is about to arrive with a fresh set of brand new Goodyear mediums about to go on that car, and I imagine it'll be just as slick.
Thank you, Peter. Snowy and Nick Damon there. Hello to Todd Baker at Pixel Boy, enjoying the race at just over 30,000 feet on a flight to San Francisco with the audio from Radio Show Limited. Now that is cool, and he sent me a picture. Look at that, JMO. He sent me a picture. He's obviously at the front of one of the cabins, so he's either, I don't think that's seat 1A, but I think he's up against the bulkhead there, heading towards San Francisco from Minneapolis St. Paul at RSL_studio using the hashtag, which is at RLM_24. That's brilliant. We've had a few poolside shots as well, which is making me feel very, very envious. Paul Trustwell has rejoined us, and here's Brendan Hartley on the phone, complaining about someone not getting out of his way. That would be
Callum Islet.
Yeah, Callum Islet, who they're racing for position, aren't they? Yes, they are. They're racing for 8th and 9th. So he doesn't have to get out of the way as Brendan goes across the curbs significantly in the first part of the Ford chicane. They're out onto the main straight now, and you were looking at Kevin Estre, the pole-sitting car, Johnny Morlam, in 15th position and nearly 3 minutes down on the leader.
Yeah, I can't quite work that one out. I know that they were one of the cars to pick very, very early for wets, but then so did some of the other cars that are significantly ahead of them, including the Toyota. So that seems to have slipped a long way. I don't know if they had a problem at one of the stops or whether that's just on sheer pace and strategy.
Hard to say, but just looking at it, they seem to have lost quite a lot of time through the two full course yellows that we had.
Yeah.
Andre Lotterer possibly affected by those a bit more than some of the competition. But no, what really did for them was was changing onto the wet tyres.
Yeah, that was Nick Tandy to come into the pit lane at the end of this lap. Now, and he'd just been
No,
in.
I hope not. I was just going to ask you about Nick Tandy. So he came in during a full course yellow because he needed fuel.
Right.
He came in at the end of the following lap.
Oh, that's fine.
To make what we can regard as a proper pit stop. But then he only did 9 laps on his stint, and he's now on the 3rd lap of another stint. So hopefully that message you heard was referring.
No, I think that was a penalty. He was being investigated for full course yellow procedures, the number 4 car. So you might want to have a look back.
Yes, he's got a drive-through penalty to take.
Yeah.
So he'll be doing that.
Okay, so that clears that up then.
Another question I have, and I should never step away because I then come back and I lose things. The number 77 Proton Mustang.
Yes.
Has been in the pits for a little over a quarter of an hour.
Left front steering arm damage, if you want to make a note of that, dear listener. And that happened well round the track. We only picked it up at Arnage, JMO.
Yes.
He was breaking into Arnage and front wheel was wiggling around in a way that front wheels shouldn't ever.
No, didn't look pretty.
No, he did well to get it back. It was, I think, was it Ryan Cullum behind the wheel of that car when it came back in? Let me check.
It possibly had.
It won't be Ryan Cullen because
no, that's the wrong car. Yeah, sorry.
LMP2 number.
Zach Robichon, it was who got it back. Well done, Zach. Here's Brendan Hartley again.
I just saw the car smoking from the left around.
Copy.
Oh, guys, don't get like F1 where you grassing on people all the time.
Yeah, but Nick's in front of him and he's not doing anything wrong. I mean,
he's going to pit this lap.
I know.
If you're the engineer, say, don't worry, he's going to pit this lap.
They should say he's got a drive-through. Yeah, exactly.
No, he's done his drive-through. This is his normal pit stop.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
This is his third lap after the drive-through. So they could have sort of calmed Big Bren down a bit there, couldn't they?
They could have done. So one.
Let's go to Snowy, part of our CrowdStrike pit lane coupe. This is Peter Snowden. 1 second, Peter. He's Tandy.
Rear wing is loose. Rear wing is loose. Be aware.
Rear wing is loose, we're being told on that car. Snowy with a couple of updates.
Yeah, it was just a very quick update on the United Autosports 59 car. I said it was sitting here with a fresh set of Goodyear mediums on the apron. Well, it didn't actually take those cars, those tyres on board actually. So more for Paul and listeners as well, that to make sure your strategy is right, Paul, you understand it all, that he didn't take on those new tyres. So just a regular fuel stop as per the LMP2 car for United.
Full service on the number 4 Porsche. Nick Tandy has got out. I think I'm pretty sure it's Andre Lotterer who's got in. Still waiting for the fuel to arrive, but the rear wing deck, the section of the wing, it's not the wing that's loose, it's that whole section of bodywork which they put on, which includes the cheese wedge and everything else just come undone. And whether they're just going to try and tighten it up, no, they're undoing it. As always, when these things have been flapping about, they're not that easy to get off. There's water in the wind again. There's a lot of wind, there's a lot of water. They're moving from softs on the number 4 to mediums as well. On goes the new rear deck. Excellent kick by the mechanic there to make it sit properly. And they are just getting the final tyre on, and the change to the rear deck has cost them no time at all. So well done, boys, and away it goes. Very, very slowly because you've got no grip on the freezing cold tyres. But yeah, so they had to do a rear deck change as the Mountaineer come loose on the left-hand side.
And the rain is starting to fall again. Thank you, gentlemen, down in our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team. And Paul Truswell has this.
Bit of an update on the 77 Zachary Robichon pit stop which we were talking about. Looking back here to some information I'm getting from Info Course, which I'm very grateful, thank you. They had a coming together with the number 81 car of Rui Andrade, who was driving the Corvette from TF Sport at the time. So Rui Andrade and Zach Robichon having a moment together, which ended up in the Robichon car, the 77 Proton car, finishing up in the pit lane. And as I said a minute ago, it had been in for 15 minutes. It's now been in for just over 20.
Thank you, Paul. This from Lachlan Smith. Salut tout le monde, he says, listening in from a beautifully sunny Saturday afternoon in Montreal. Thank you. RLM_24H. Hashtag RLM_24H. Jerry Zapata. Hello, Jerry Z. How you doing? He says, how can work always find the least opportune moments to intervene? At least I have picture-in-picture while I have to watch security cameras. Very nice job. And you can be part of the conversation as well at either at RSL_studio or at Radio Le Mans, but do use that hashtag RLM24H. And don't forget to take a little squiz at the Instagram as well, Radio Show LTD. We're putting plenty on there. It seems that you liked our little tour around the facilities this morning. That's the Radio Le Mans facilities. Through the traffic, Mirko Bortolotti, 8th position for Lamborghini Iron Lynx. I think they'll be quite happy with that in the number 63 car at the moment, quietly going about their business, Jim.
Absolutely, and this is one of those races still where outright pace is your friend, as in any motorsport race, but Le Mans is one of those ones where a bit of luck and just keeping going can still, you're not probably going to win it that way anymore, but you can still have a really good top 8, top 10 result. And I think if they were 8th at the end, they would settle for that if you'd offered that to them at the beginning of the race, John.
Well, and let's not forget, and this year more than ever before when I say this, because people will say that doesn't matter, but this year it does matter. And what I'm going to say is this race is part of the WEC, and it's double points. And for people who know that they aren't in with a shout of a victory, if they've had a bad start of the season and they get a double points, 4th, 5th, 6th position, you only score points down to 10th in the WEC, and there are 19 cars in the WEC. There are going to be people at the sharp end of the field who will not score points in races this year. Get a bag full of points here, even if you're not on the podium, could really either kickstart or turn around your season or substantially make a difference when we get to Bahrain at the end of the year. Now, I know that people want to win this race, of course they do, but there's that to think about as well, more than ever, because there are 19 cars in the top class in the WEC and only 10 can score points.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you, John. And obviously everyone of every speed, everybody comes into Le Mans with that little dream that something fantastic might happen. You've got the cars coming in with a realistic expectation of winning, who will be disappointed if they don't win. And then you've got a load of cars out there that if they got on the podium would be absolutely astonishing, you know, and they would also, there's cars out there who a top 6, top 8, or just a points finish, as you say, would be a huge success for them. And I, you know, don't disrespect the Lamborghini program, but it's still in its infancy. I would put that I would put that down for them as being, like you say, rightfully happy.
They're a year behind all the other cars, effectively.
Yeah.
There's knowing, and you know, we sat and talked about this last year at this time, didn't we, Johnny Mullen, by the way, with Paul Truswell and me, John Idle. Last year at this time, the manufacturers in the championship were still learning the cars. They weren't looking for performance gains. They were trying to optimize systems and work out what went where and which buttons to press, pretty much. I'm slightly over-egging the pudding there. But it wasn't far off that. The performance gains didn't come till the second half of the WEC and the IMSA seasons. And that carried into the first half. Lamborghini are 12 months behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, those cars that have been here before now are working out constantly areas to do regen where they can benefit the most in terms of lap time. I mentioned it before, sometimes coming out of Indianapolis going into Arnage, that might be a really good place to regen, lose time there in order to gain on the run down to Porsche. They're learning all the time and they're gathering data all the time, and so you're absolutely right. The arms race that's been developed a little bit now with all these manufacturers, albeit under a BOP platform that's intended to try and keep the costs down, but nevertheless the arm race that is developing means that if you're a year behind, you could potentially be a long way off.
Can I just point out that the top 18 are all on the same lap, so if we would get a safety car, and we haven't had so yet, but let's face it, at some point before the end of the race it is highly likely we will get a safety car. Those 18 cars would all be bunched up together. So even if somebody seems to have an advantage at the moment, it would be no use to have the advantage at the moment. What you need to have is something that Houghton Ames always taught me. It's no good having a car that's quick at the beginning of the Le Mans 24 hours. You need to have a car that's quick at the end of the Le Mans 24 hours. And if it's going to be raining at the end of the race, as it suggests it might be, then this is all really, I mean, it's a very exciting preamble, but it is just the preamble.
But what it isn't is what it used to be in the old days, which is a little bit of jabbing and bobbing and weaving, and people not really trying. There's people stretching their tyre stints, for sure. We saw this at Daytona earlier on this year as well. But at the moment, we've got 3 cars battling for position, going past Valentino Rossi, who leads in LMGT3, and a cracking battle between Hertz Team Jota, Peugeot with the 9X8, and Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7.
Which is for 6th place.
6th position. Callum Islet, Jose Maria Lopez, drafted back into that squad after Mike Conway fell off his bike while cycling with Jose Maria Lopez.
He was pushed.
Paul Truswell. I can't believe. I did pause for effect there, and Paul jumped straight through the gap. Nicely done. And it's who is it in the other car? Who's the Peugeot? Must be a lap down, of course. That's I think that was Jev in the John Verne in the 93 car. His
Peugeot was not for position.
Yeah, the Peugeot was not for position, is what they've just told Pachito. But that's brilliant, isn't it? We've still got 19 and a half hours to go, and we're battling for position now because, well, not just because they can, Johnny, but because the 5 seconds now could be absolutely crucial later. Here's Lopez round the outside, coming down into the entry to Indianapolis and Arnage, and the Hertz Team Jota machine stays to the right-hand side through the second of the kinks now into that right-hander. Lopez, super pass there, but fair play to Callum Eilert there. He didn't press the points too much.
No, and I think when you're coming into Indianapolis, John, and you're on the outside, that allows you to carry. It's one of those corners you can quite successfully go around the outside of another person.
So you don't have to hit the apex.
No, you don't have to hit the apex there at all. And I'm finding it fascinating, John, when you watch overtakes sometimes, and you'll see a car, an LMH car, follow another one as the 50 Ferrari comes into the pits from third place with Miguel Molina at the wheel. I'm fascinated by the fact that sometimes they'll follow them and they won't necessarily. We saw the pass there coming out of Mulsanne. The lap before, he didn't pull on him at all, but obviously they changed their parameters on regen on that lap, and he pulled him massively when he came out of there. Lopez absolutely pulled on the Callum Eilert, which the lap before he hadn't done between the Toyota and the Porsche.
These are very sophisticated cars. People who think that these are just a tarted up LMP2 car with a bit of bodywork on, absolutely not. The systems in these cars, and a reminder, by the way, that the systems, the ones and zeros, the clever bits for regen and deployment, a private Porsche team doesn't have to use the same programming as the works car. You are free to develop that as you want. And if you've got a software engineer who knows what he's doing, that's where there's big gains to be made.
Absolutely, John. And a lot of the drivers, I was at a dinner yesterday with Harry Tinkmore and the Lenmore Club, and he was saying how many parameters he's being asked to change lap by lap now in these
corner
cars.
Corner
by corner. There's an awful lot going on. It's good, in that sense, it's got a little bit like Formula One. So the drivers are almost having to be, IT scientists when they're driving as well as doing everything else, because there is an awful lot going on and an awful lot that changes, as you rightly say, corner by corner.
Another battle for position at the same part of the circuit, coming down into Arnage, down through the gearbox for the right-hander, the gold-fronted number 3 Cadillac. Renger van der Zande has Mathieu Jaminet up his tailpipes at the moment, following in the wheel tracks of the number 3 Cadillac, the Porsche 963, the number 4 car. This was the car, effectively, that was the 75 team last year for the 75th anniversary of Porsche. Brought across from the States again. Nick Tandy just out of that car, coming into the Porsche curves, and the Cadillac actually pulled away just a little bit there. It looked like the Porsche might have been able to make a move either into or out of Arnage, but the Cadillac will now in traffic. And who's that ahead of them? That's another pass for position, isn't it? That's Raffaele Marciello, who has been absolutely hammered by traffic there in the BMW number 15. Remember the art car, the number 20, had a problem earlier on. That car hit the end of the wall at the driver's left end of Ford chicane. I want to ask you about that. When Robin Freins went into the wall there, should the team have not been telling him, Robin, drive straight across the track and into the pit lane, rather than coming all the way around?
Yeah, you can get penalised for that, though, can't you, if you're crossing the line and you don't enter.
Would it have been any worse than driving slowly round the track for 8.5 miles?
Did you call what he was doing driving slowly? Because I thought he was doing about 100 kilometres an hour quicker than he should have been. But it's a good point. It's a good point. I'm not involved on the inside, so I wouldn't want to.
It doesn't actually extend the pit lane. Although you're going along there, there is a grassy bit that you have to cross. And I've no idea if there's anything hidden in those grassy bits.
That is a good point.
So he could have made it in there because the safety car comes in on the.
There is a safety car
so he could have
area.
come in there, but whether it would have been he could have come in without any problems damaging the car any further, but whether it would have meant a penalty, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the part of it, yeah.
Because normally they say in the driver's briefing you have to treat that white line that delineates the pit lane entry as if
As
it were
a
a
brick
concrete
wall,
wall.
yeah.
So
Schwartzman, meanwhile, in the pits at the end of an 11-lap stint. So he, it's interesting because he's done a triple stint, but because the beginning of his stint was under a period of time when we had the slow zones in force, he was able to do 13 laps. He then did a 12-lap stint, and this is his third stint, let's say a triple stint for Schwartzman, which has gone very well, but only 11 laps on this one, interestingly. So presumably that's actually a tyre wear count, because as I say, there may be some worry about the tyres doing the extra lap.
Let's head to Nick Damon in the pit lane for a crowd strike update.
Yeah, same time as Robert Schwartzman came in the 83A, of course. There in came Matty Campbell in the number 5 Penske Porsche. It was a absolute standard stop, fuel in, windscreen washed, driver staying on board. Interesting, really, because again, the various luck of the myriad of the 6 Porsches in the race has again spread, much as it did in qualifying. So they're all over the field from second down to next to last. It's a really interesting situation about how they're all running in very different programs.
Another hour has gone by rather quicker than it seemed it should have. But honestly, it's on schedule. A little spin for a Lamborghini SC63. Looked like there was another car involved there up at the first corner, or the first chicane, should I say. Second corner, really, it is, after that sweeping right-hander. We'll keep an eye on that and see if there's any lasting damage, while Paul Truswell gives you this Hertz hourly update.
Yes, thank you, John. So we do still have the number 83 AF Corsa Ferrari leading the way. FIA having it taken it over at that most recent pit stop. And the actual extent of the lead is hard to say at the moment. It's about 40 seconds between himself and the number 5 Porsche from the Penske Motorsport team, which Matt Campbell has just brought in for a pit stop. Although I have to say that having had that pit stop, that's dropped him out of second place, and we now have a Ferrari 1-2, because the number 50 Ferrari in the hands of Miguel Molina has now moved up to second place. So a Ferrari 1-2, 83 from 50 are your top 2. Third is Matt Campbell in number 5. In fourth place is Nick Tandy with another Porsche, and right, okay, so we'll go from this screen. In fourth place.
I'm not sure that's right, Paul. I think Brendan Hartley's leading at the moment from Alessandro Perguidi, and the Jose Maria Lopez in third position at the moment.
Yes, because the pit stop cycle hasn't actually unwound itself yet.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, so
and we've got a heck of a battle going on between the number 5, Matt Campbell, on his out lap, and Miguel Molina. This is for 6th and 7th position. So it's...
He just passed him.
He's just had a bit of a go there, hasn't he?
Miguel Molina's just passed him.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is all down to the fact that we've joined to do our Hertz hourly update in the middle of the pit lane cycle. So the timing screen changing as we're looking at it. Might be worth starting in GT3, Paul, and letting the hypercars settle down a bit.
Indeed. Leading LMGT3 then is Valentino Rossi, as we were saying a few moments ago. What number other than that could be than 46? It's the Team WRT BMW M4 in the lead of the race, the lead of the class, by 18 seconds from Yasser Shaheen, who's in the number 91 Manthey EMA Porsche. And we said earlier on in the race that Manthey knew what they're doing, because they're also now up into third place as well with the number 92 Manthey Pure Racing Racing Porsche, with Joel Stern behind the wheel of that car. In third in LMGT3 is, that's his third place. In fourth in LMGT3 is Nicola Pino in the United Autosports McLaren. And then behind him in fifth place, the Iron Dames with their Lamborghini Huracan, Sarah Bovey, still behind the wheel of that one. Fifth, and then in sixth place is JMW Motorsport Ferrari. We did have Ferraris up at the top, but now Giacomo Petrobelli is in sixth place in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. In LMP2, that's still being led by the Vector Sport Orica, number 10, Ryan Cullen at the wheel, and he has a lead in the class there of 50 seconds back to Lorenzo Fluxa, who's at the wheel of the Cool Racing Orica, number 37 in second place. Third is Nolan Siegel in the United Autosports Orica, number 22. Fourth, Francois Perrodo for AF Corsa in number 183. Fifth is Fabio Scherer for Nielsen Racing in car number 24. And sixth is number 9, the Proton Competition Orica of Jonas Reed. And at the front, well, it's John was just saying, it is now established as Brendan Hartley, but by a gap of just 8 seconds between himself and Alessandro Pierguidi in the number 51 Ferrari, who's second. Third is now Jose Maria Lopez in the Toyota, number 7. Fourth, having had that pit stop where Robert Schwartzman handed over to him. And it was a slightly earlier pit stop than was expected for the number 83 Ferrari. He's fourth. Fifth is Callum Eilert in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963. And sixth, number 50, Miguel Molina for Ferrari in the 499P. And that's your hourly update for now.
Hello to Neil, NGR Auto Art, listening in. Having to take Mrs. NG out in the new car for a while. Oh, yeah, very nice Mazda MX-5. There you go. Neil, our artist in residence, Neil Gardner, with the new missus. Oh, slapping the wall for the gold-fronted number 3 car. That is the gold-fronted Renger van der Zande-driven Cadillac. Just coming out at the end of what I still call the Forest S's, and he almost kept it out of the Armco, but not quite. You'll have to bring that car in for a check over, surely.
Well, we'll see what the steering looks like. If it's still straight on the straights, he'll probably keep going. He'll be looking really hard at his left front tyre pressure and his TPMS monitoring system as well. But coming out of those S's, John, when you get onto the grass there, because the corner actually still kind of goes to the right, you can't get on the grass there and bounce along the grass in a straight line and get back on, because the corner kind of turns, and so you always end up at the absolute minimum glancing the Armco.
Jose Maria Lopez is in the black and gold, black and silver and red. That looks fairly standard. Who's down there for us in our crowd state?
Me, I'm pitting. So I change over with Joe in 22 minutes time.
Not that you're counting.
But hey, it's dinner time. Yeah, it's full service for the 7. It's a clean up. It's a brush. Oh, here comes the Isotta Fraschini, which in fairness to itself is doing all right. It's running reliably. Yeah, it's a couple of seconds lap slower, but they are doing all the laps as they should. A quick visual check around. Well, it's actually quite a good looking. I'd say about it's the first time I'd seen it. What I'd say about it is, I think it's a good-looking car in the carbon. I don't think the paint job does it any favours. I think the paint job needs to be significantly more dramatic. It's very swoopy machine, the Isotta, but it's a full-service driver change. At the moment, they're going to do tyres next, and they will be going from soft to soft. Just wait to see that Toyota's left. We now wait, of course, for Brendan to come in second place. In first place, sorry. Oh, tyre fire. There's a fire on the brakes. They're obviously burning some excess rubber on the Isotta there. So it's really surprising the mechanic takes that wheel off to find the fire, but there we go.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon, CrowdStrike Pit Lane Report. Dave Alcock says, I'm seeing in-car footage of Porsche 963 with more buttons, paddles and dials than I can count. A display that would put a laptop to shame. Probably more computing power than the Space Shuttle. And all of this whilst driving the Mulsanne. Your comment about drivers being IT engineers in car resetting regen levels on the fly, really hit home. They do 200 plus miles an hour, passing slow traffic, defending positions, and tweaking car settings simultaneously. It's not just about tweaking the steering wheel and pressing the pedals anymore, JMO.
No, those days are long gone. The last 10 years, this motorsport has changed dramatically. In the last 20, 30 years it has, but in particular in sports cars with this whole system has really, really changed. So you're absolutely right, John. So much more to it than just driving and pushing the brake pedal and the throttle pedal.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, for that. In to the pit lane, Renger van der Zande after that drive down the arm court just before the turn into Turk Rouge. They're not looking like they're going to put it back into the garage. We'll keep an eye on that, courtesy of our CrowdStrike Racing pit lane reporting team.
He was due in anyway at the end of the lap, John.
Okay.
So he didn't have a choice to carry on because he'd run out of fuel.
Still the fastest lap by Ferrari number 50, 3:29.208, as Brendan Hartley comes in from the lead at 20 minutes past 20 minutes to 9. 19 hours and 20 minutes to go. And Nick Damon is standing waiting for Brendan.
Yeah, it's the first year of the Toyotas being all in black, and the effect it's had is to make the car look rather more compact. In many ways, it's a much more attractive car all in black than it is in the white, as the beneath my feet goes the 51AF course of Ferrari up to get service with Peter Snowden. Well, Snowy's not doing the service, obviously, but he'll tell you about the service. That car came in from second, the top two going in. It's very interesting, this rotation of leaders we have due to the previous showers a couple of hours ago. Brendan Sopp's going very, very nicely, no problem at all at the moment, no chance of any tyres. He's a clean up and go. Fuel takes a very, very long time, and I think it's up the other end with Peter.
That is a change of driver. Antonio Giovinazzi getting in. Alessandro Pagidi getting out of that car. Fairly standard. As standard as it can be, trying to get in and out of a prototype racing car. Getting out of a GT3 car is not that easy with door bars and such like nowadays. Essential safety equipment, of course. But the door openings for these make the hypercar class very much a young man's game, Mr. Molam. A young lithe man's
LMP
game.
was a lot easier when they had open cockpit in terms of the driving changes, because you could literally sort of stand and just almost submarine into the seat once you'd put your insert in. It's much harder when you're getting in and out of these coupe prototypes, and they're almost like getting into a small fighter plane because they're quite narrow, and you've got the belts and maybe on bungees and everything, but just getting them over and getting them in the right place, getting it all to click in, there's a real rhythm to it, and these guys practice and practice and practice because it is a skill.
Well, effectively, it's only the window-sized door that you get in because it doesn't open on the side pod. It's not like you're opening a door. The Porsche in the pits now for Kevin Estre, Paul's sitting car. Looks like he's staying in. He's on the mediums, and he'll give those another go. They've got a huge, great air exit there. I mean, I can see myself making a right Horlicks of getting into that and catching me foot in it. Nick Damon, we maybe can find out from Zachary Robertson how easy it is to get in and out of cars. He's a GT3 driver for Proton and Ford Mustang.
Zachary, it's a difficult track when all the wheels are connected properly. How was it bringing that car in with one of them not pointing in the right direction?
It was a little bit scary, and at first, when it first happened, going through the Dunlop chicane, you know, those curbs are a little bit nasty, and you got to run them here to be quick, and it kind of just popped off with the steering rack. And then after that, yeah, I got a little bit overconfident coming back down the back straight, because if you're going straight, it was okay, and then when you hit the brakes, it definitely made your heart rate go up. So, yeah, luckily we got it back and did my best to stay out of everybody's way, and it's unfortunate because the car was fast, but it's racing.
Yeah, it seems like it's turned out to be more major repair than expected. We just thought you'd change the steering arm, but the thing's in lots of pieces, and there's a new rack going in.
Yeah, we weren't sure what it was. All I knew is that we obviously didn't have connection to both wheels, but the actual steering rack itself broke. So it's a fairly major job, but the team actually, they're already putting the new one in. I don't think they've ever done it in less than like 2 hours, and now we're working on 40 minutes. So it just goes to show the work they put in. And yeah, it's tough. Obviously, our race is over, but we'll probably get back out there, and it's still a development car, so it becomes a very, very long test session.
Great stuff. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, it just shows you. I think that's the number 6 Porsche, isn't it, gaining a position there?
Just on the middle part
the Wheeling
of the
Cadillac, yes. So just going back to that interview and just talking to you, John, about these races now are sprint races.
Yeah.
They're hitting those curbs really hard every lap, and if they hit them so hard that they can break a steering rack, it just shows you how much pressure these cars are under. So the fact that they all pretty much remain reliable until the end of the race is quite astonishing.
In fairness, you said that when we saw that. You said, I think that might have broken. I can't see any damage or any scuff marks on the side.
Yeah.
That's curb strikes. This is it is Kevin Estre and Filip Drugovich who are having the battle. They're both on an outlap. Although I don't think either of them changed tyres either. So they are multiple stinting the tyres. The 311 is Filip Drugovich with the Porsche having just gone by, but he's in the draft now. No pass flaps here, of course. You've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Get really, really close, and he's dragged up to and alongside, and now the heavy cars striking the ground as they come into that right-hander through the Indianapolis corner. Great driving by both of them. These are wide cars, more than 2 meters wide, these cars, and that was super driving by both of them on tyres that would have cooled down a little bit, but full race fuel there.
Yeah, Kevin Estre did well there because he didn't dive down to the apex of the left at Indianapolis. They went side by side, Filip Drugovich as well, really showing each other respect. And when Kevin Estre went through the left, he wanted, trust me, he wanted to close to the apex because it's cambered there, but he knew if he did, there'll be contact. So they did a really good job there because he just managed to get in front of him, but obviously he needs to break away now, and he's pulling away through the Porsche curves to get enough of a gap, because to me, on the straights, the Ferrari we've established looks to be the quickest in the straight line.
Still the quickest, it was last year.
But the Porsche, to me, looks to be one of the slowest in a straight line.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Here's Estre. What's he saying on the radio? Oh, no. And we have an Alpine that's gone straight on at the Arnage. It's a 35 Alpine, and that is Ferdy Habsburg, and he's out. He's getting out of that car and moving away. There must be fire. He must feel there's fire in that car because he got out very quickly, and you only do that. That car's now done. He's more than 10 meters away from the car. That is abandon, and he must feel there's fire. There could be a full course yellow here. Habsburg wearing the fabulous throwback Renault helmet. He's worked really hard to get fit again after the testing accident at Aragon. Had to sit out a couple of races. And yeah, there's oil smoke coming out, and that is an unplanned engine disassembly. There.
I wondered what word you were going to use, John, then. Yeah, that was definitely unplanned when the engine explodes.
Now, it's not going anywhere. Slow zones coming at that part of the circuit with 19 hours, let's call it 19 and a quarter hours still to go.
I don't think they need to do a full course yellow for that, John, because he's very, very close to
being pulled
in behind their Arnage. So I think a slow zone will be more than enough.
Yeah, it all depends how much oil there is down, really.
Well, that's a good point.
If there is oil that needs to be treated, then there'll have to be more than just a slow zone. But
he pulled over very, very quickly, Paul. So
it looked to have happened.
He ducked over just as it happened. I couldn't see a lot of oil down there, if any.
It seemed to fail as he came out of Indianapolis.
Correct.
On that little squirt down to the right-hander at Arnage.
They were having a good run, Alpine. They've been there or thereabouts all this week. Habsburg, the less well-placed car. Just a word, well, I'm not going to get the onboard audio, but he's fine in second, and then it all goes wrong. He didn't even get the change up to third. He's gone back down to first to slow the car down, and he can obviously see in his mirrors that there's smoke and flame coming out the back, and he decides, not unreasonably, to get out the car as quickly as he can. Something happened to me once where I've seen a lick of flame, and it was in front of me. at Snetterton. Underneath the bonnet I could see a fire. And it catches your attention, that.
Well, I've actually been in a fire at St. Petersburg that time.
I remember.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
No.
It gets very, very, I know it sounds stupid because you don't really, you're obvious, but it gets really hot.
Really quickly.
And I mean really, really hot, to the point you think you're going to melt.
I was very lucky, actually. I turned the engine off and turned it back on again and floored the throttle, and it was blowback in the trumpets, and it actually sucked it back in the engine and restarted. 19:11 to go. The car being pulled away with the teleloader. Onboard camera still working. And our hard-working marshals. Let's remember how many of them there are around this circle. Hundreds, been here for quite a long time.
It's about 1,500 altogether.
Sorry?
1,500.
1,500, yeah. From all over the world. And they give us their most precious gift, that of their time. So thank you very much indeed. Also got to say hi to our security guards, particularly here at the TV compound, who've been brilliant this week. Steve, who's been on the door most of the days, has been mega. Thank you very much indeed. Always difficult balance to get, to allow people to get their job done, but make sure that everything is running quickly. Somebody tweeted to me, I think it was Jonty, who said, I'm convinced there's a white and blue toilet brush on the run into the pit road, and I've just seen what he meant. I have no clue what it is. I presume it's a bollard. Same to you. But I'm not entirely certain about that. I'll get that cleaned up as well. Good work by the track services. We've got Morlam giggling now. This could all go horribly wrong very quickly.
I just like the way you said we'll get it cleaned up.
Yeah. Did you like that?
I like that.
Yeah. Ife, or Ife actually, leads a Ferrari 1-2 at the moment with the Curie Francorchamps car, if you will, the yellow and red car, the number 83 from Miguel Molina, the leading factory car. Then it's Matt Campbell in a solid third position for Porsche. Then the two Toyota Gazoo Racing, Brendan Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez, 8 from 7. I absolutely agree with what Nick said earlier on. Those cars do look a lot more compact in that sort of satin black colour. Really different look to those cars. The Ecodis Lexus, the same, and the WRC cars as well, all running in very similar colours. It's changed how those cars look. Paul?
Yeah, the number 8 Toyota is quite a long way ahead of the number 7, although they're, as you say, running in 4th and 5th places, separated by over a minute, those two. But the number 8 car, certainly running as quickly as it is doing, and on a slightly different fuel strategy, is able to get longer on its pit stop, so will be up and snapping on the heels, if not leading the race again by the end of the stint.
Front end change on the 296 Ferrari number 155, and a beautiful job done by the Spirit of Race cars. Conrad Lawson came into the pits in that car, didn't see whether he jumped out. We saw this at the Nürburgring last year, Johnny. That 296 has been designed in terms of its serviceability like a prototype. And the back end and the front ends come off with the minimum amount of fastenings. They're all clips that you can just flick. And Frickadelli, part of the reason Frickadelli won the race last year is when they dived into the pits, they had to change a rear end. And they had one ready, and it's slot off, slot on, and disappear.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that, because Nick Damon was explaining to me, or describing to me, exactly what we just witnessed with the front end, which is why he said that is his car of choice when he buys to start going racing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is he coming to Red River Sport when he drops the lotto?
Maybe.
Or he's when
he
telling us something about.
I think that's the point that needs to be made in all of that.
I may have to have a word with the responsible adult if he's considering buying a 296 race car. We're going to have to check back through his invoices. I would say. Slow zone has been will end. No,
it's cleared.
It has cleared. Yeah, we're back to a green track all the way around.
And as I say, the lap times will improve accordingly, dropping down into the last few laps we had were over 4 minutes, 4 minutes 44 for the leading few cars.
And that's interesting, Paul, because you mentioned before about people taking advantage when there's 2 slow zones. So you're talking there about 1 minute and 15 seconds slower, and another one. And then it really does make a difference for you to be able to take a pit stop there and use that. You've got to be on that all the time. Side-by-side action. This is Peugeot and Lamborghini. Peugeot number 93 in 17th position, just having gone past the 19 Lamborghini. Both Lamborghinis had a spin, actually, in that last stanza. The 63 got, which was the Grosjean car, got turned around or had its own spin at Dunlop Chicane, and then the 19 car spun going into Tertre Rouge, pretty much on consecutive laps, I think, Jim.
Yeah, it looked that way. It looked that way. So we were just bigging them up about being 8th, and they suddenly slipped to 16th and 17th, and now they've slipped a little bit further now that John-Eric Vergne's got past Matteo Caroli in the Peugeot.
We've just seen the Spirit of Race car in the pit lane for that quick nose change. Peter Snowden is down there and can give us the reason why in this CrowdStrike Racing pit lane update.
Let there be light, and that is the problem. It's a precaution, actually. The right-hand side lights are not working at all, so they're aware of that already. So before they get into darkness, they've just swapped it out to one that does work, and they're now busy preparing this one to the one that's been in the race so far. Is now the spare front end.
Yeah, very good. And that's why you change the front ends in nighttime practice, Paul. We were talking about that. Make sure all the lights are set up to point in the same direction and such like.
Exactly right, yeah. Possibly even they have an extra set of lights wired into them. Not quite sure if that's feasible, but it certainly would be allowed to put in some extra lights. Number 7 Toyota, Paquito Lopez, is under investigation for slow zone procedure offences, as is number 66 Giacomo Petrobelli. And we also have the Soto Fraschini. Carl Bennett is under investigation for a slow zone offence. So we'll see if those lead to any penalty. If so, it'll be a drive-through penalty. But as I say, they don't always ratify whatever is investigated. Sometimes they find reasons why the report was given and don't dismiss it. Other times you get the drive-through.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. Hello to Brody, an 11th to 4th in the HSCC today. He was telling me, now back home as well. Brody, thanks for your coverage. Good to see you at the event at Mr. Heritage a couple of weeks ago, and a nice photograph of his white Porsche transaxle car with the Hertz Team Jota machine. Now this is again side-by-side action, and again a Cadillac going past the Porsche. This is what you were seeing, Johnny Morlam.
Well, even more so, John, because Estra just got past Palau in the number 2 Cadillac earlier on in the lap where the Porsche is strong, and then he didn't even fight it that time, Estra, and Palau literally just drove straight past him on the run out of Mulsanne down towards Indianapolis.
James Brown asking, do the cars still carry a toolkit and a mobile phone in case of breakdown? Well, certainly some basic tools, because only the driver can work on the car if it gets stranded out in the country. Radio communications tends to be a bit better nowadays than it was in 1999 when Peter Dunbreg had to ring back to the pits to tell everybody that he was okay, although he has no recollection of that whatsoever. But basically, nowadays, you can get radio communications all the way around here.
The problem is working on the car, because you're in a place of danger.
Yeah. Iron Dames have had a spin, and big witness marks with Sarah Bovey, Belgian driver in the 85 Think Pink car. Every dream matters. And she's gone off backwards, and that car's dead stick there. They'd been gently working their way up. They were well inside the top 6. Just, in fact, Joel Sturm just went by in the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche to take 5th position from her. And ding ding, seconds out, round 2, as Kevin Estra and Alex Palau are at it again in the early part of the lap. There's no doubt in my mind that the 963 is a little more nimble, but through the faster stuff, the biggest engine on the grid, the Cadillac, does pull away. And rain lights are allowed to be turned off now, but I think Palou's still got his on. You don't flash on these hypercars when you are harvesting, not like Formula One. So that is the low intensity rain light that's still on Alex's car. I'll be honest with you, I've always find those flashing rain lights very, very distracting. I'd much prefer just a single bright light.
Yeah, they are, but you can see them when the conditions are
when
really
there's a lot
bad.
of spray.
Yeah, because it means it's something that attracts your eye because
it's flashing.
Right,
yeah.
But it's probably the fact that they are distracting is probably why he hasn't turned it off when someone's following him.
Sarah Bovey has got back to the pits and they are going for a service. She was on her own. Oh, she got hammered. Now that looked like it might have been a Toyota. She got no, it was a Porsche. It was a Porsche, and it was a 963. And wow,
the number 4 maybe.
4 or 6.
It wasn't 6 because 6 has been battling, hasn't
good
he?
point. Yes, you're right.
With Alex Palau in the number 2, so it definitely wasn't 6, but it might have been 4 or 5. Yes.
I didn't see the black stripes, which probably means it was the black stripe car. If I've said that, my goodness me,
that was.
Well, they got kicked out of the race, or hit out of the race. What, a couple of seasons ago in the LMP2 car, when somebody bumped into them at almost that exact part of the track, actually. Eyufe still leading the race and has 17.5 seconds on Miguel Molina. Matt Campbell in third, another 6.5 seconds further back. 83 Ferrari from 50 Ferrari from 5 Matt Campbell in the Porsche. Then the 2 GRO 10s, 8 from 7, Hartley from Lopez, Antonio Giovinazzi, as he asked me to say, the big E. And that Ferrari is another 8.5 seconds further back. Hertz team, Jordan Mikey 38, Oliver Rasmussen in 7th position. Time to look at the weather, and then we'll have some updates from the pit lane just after 9 o'clock here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Well, what a beautiful evening it's turned into, the vagaries of the weather in this part of France. And as we go through the evening, partly to mostly cloudy with still a chance of a shower in places. Looking at the weather radar, that's not going to be for a wee while. As we go through into tomorrow, the lowest temperature we should see tonight is 13 Celsius. High of 21 tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a few showers. Rain late on Monday night into Tuesday morning, along with a thunderstorm. We were expecting a thunderstorm actually during the race, but I think that has been delayed getting to us, if you see what I mean. Currently, the outside temperature here on the bottom of the Bugatti circuit, 16.1 degrees. There's your weather on 91.2 FM. Stand by, Snowy. Snowy, pick up off the back of this. Stand by. Started with CrowdStrike pit lane update.
So another CrowdStrike pit lane update for you from Algarve Pro Racing number 25 entry. If you remember, this car had a little bit of an incident very, very early on. Ollie Caldwell was at the wheel when the car got hit by a gust of wind and moved it sideways across the track, and he just clipped the barriers. I've just had you on their last pit stop, very routine. Apart from in 30 seconds, if I hadn't blinked, I'd have noticed it. They changed the rear wing. I've just gone and found out why. Apparently there's a little bit of a balance issue in the car. So rather than putting a bit on or turning a flap or whatever, and John will be fully aware of this these days, how technical and easy these cars are to service, they just take the rear wing section off and put the other one on with the correct amount they want on and just swap it over. And I think it was 30 seconds, quite literally.
Thanks, Snowy, for that CrowdStrike update. Still leading in GT3. Valentino Rossi has sharp end of 24 seconds on Manthey Pure Racing and Joel Sturm. Yasser Shaheen in third for Manthey EMA. So Porsche, 2 Porsches chasing the BMW of Rossi, who looks every bit a racing driver behind the wheel. He's very relaxed, always has been, and looks like he's just getting on with business.
Well, first and foremost, he's one of the greatest sportsmen there's ever lived in terms of motorbikes, arguably one of the greatest ever. So he's got the right mental mindset, but just watching him in car then, I bet you he finds driving a car so much physically less demanding than driving a MotoGP bike. So for him, he's just literally just sat there like he's sat in an armchair just driving it.
Yeah.
Because he's got the mental capacity by miles. So physically, this isn't going to be that demanding for him.
I wonder what would have happened if he'd had that F1 test when he was at the height of his, or he'd followed through on that when he had the test.
It's difficult to say, isn't it? But then he wouldn't have, you know, he was still.
Oh, he was right at the height of his powers.
He needed to stay in bikes at that point. I don't think he would have been able to come into Formula One and do what he did in MotoGP and Formula One. It would have been very difficult.
He still sells.
I'm not saying he wouldn't have been good, but I think it would have been very difficult.
He still sells more merchandise at MotoGP than any 2 or 3 other riders together. And that feud, of course, between him and Marc Marquez towards the end of his career, the Italians have never forgiven Marquez for that. And even though he rides for Ducati now, he was booed Marquez was booed on the podium a couple of weekends ago, despite the fact he was riding a Ducati. They've never, in Italy, they've never forgiven him for that. And he said, look, and Rossi's lovely. He's really smashing, makes himself available to everybody. He's gone about this very cleverly indeed. Let's take another couple of updates. We heard from Snowy a moment ago. Let's go to the other end of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporting team.
Evening all.
It's Bradley of Dock Green.
Yeah, where's that rain gone?
What rain?
Well, there was rain coming when
There's never been any rain while I've been on the air, mate.
Has there not? Well,
no.
You need to stay on the air, then we'll have a clean race. We've got broken skies up towards the Dunlop chicane, turn 1. Beautiful blue skies in Broken Cloud. However, when I turn around and look back to the Ford chicane, it's a little bit iffy. And there is some rain coming by, I think, my satellite weather app said about 10 o'clock. So we might still be a little bit off here.
Just a reminder to everybody as Joe comes into the pit lane that the official sunset time this evening is 10 o'clock and sunrise is a minute before 6. So even my basic arithmetic says that's 7 hours and 59 minutes of official darkness. We've not got the full moon this year. It's a waxing gibbous moon this evening, 65%. Next weekend will be the full moon. And normally Le Mans takes place on a full moon weekend, so we're actually a week in advance of that. More penalties, all drive-throughs, Paul, for a raft of cars coming through for slow zone infringements a moment or two ago.
Well, we've had 3 infringements, one of them being the number 7 Toyota, Paquito Lopez currently at the wheel. The number 11, Soto Fraschini, is also going to be in for a drive-through penalty. As Nick was saying, it's had a relatively trouble-free run, but it's also done a lot of track limit offences, and I think they're going to be up for a penalty fairly soon for track limit violations. But anyway, we'll come to that when it happens. And then the third car, which is being penalised for a slow zone infringement, is the JMW Motorsport Ferrari car number 66. Then under investigation at the moment is the incident which you saw there, which saw the Iron Lynx Lamborghini number 85 Sarah Bovey spinning off circuit. The Porsche involved was the number 4, the Mathieu Jaminet driven car, and that investigation is still ongoing at the moment.
Johnny Moore, I'm very happy he got that one right. Well, Ife has been here before. He has already, in his relatively short sports car career, the young Chinese driver who was picked up in French Formula 4, I want to say, actually, and brought into sports cars think it was Sasha Masson who spotted him first of all and took him to Porsche as a Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific selected driver. Moved across to Ferrari at the start of this season, but he led the race last year, remember, in the Hertz Team Jota 963. That didn't end so well for the young man. And here is the result of the investigation. We are going to have a drive-through penalty for Porsche 963 number 4. This is Mathieu Jaminet. He's down in 15th position, some 3 minutes away from the leader. So almost a full lap. So that will cost him the lead lap, Paul, when he comes in to serve that penalty.
It will, yes. If Ye, meanwhile, just picking up on his credentials, remember back to 2021 when the WRT LMP2 car stopped on the last lap. It was Ye in the car at the time.
And who was his teammate? One of them? Robert Kubica.
It was Robert Kubica, yes, with Louis Deratraz as the third driver.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he may be a relative newcomer, but he's no stranger to being up at the pointy end of the field. He
still talks about that and how it's funny actually the difference between talking to Yves about that and to Robert Kubica. He clearly Yves is still hurting from that. He got so close to victory that the team still took the victory and were running 1 and 2, if you remember. They got just beyond Tertre Rouge on the final lap and literally
didn't even get as far as Tertre Rouge.
Did they not? No, coasted down.
Down the hill.
Here's Kevin Estre on the phone.
We can see some late front lockup. Recommend 1 click rearward on Bilat.
Wow. See, there you go. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Light front lockup.
So what they're doing is they're just telling him, because the regen changes the whole brake bias of these cars, so they're just getting him to adjust his regen so that effectively it won't hurt the fronts.
It's the end of that story. So Yves still feels hard done by that, but understands that there's no such thing as a racetrack or a race owing you anything. And perhaps understandably, given what he's been through, Robert Kubica, I said, "Oh, that was awful when you didn't win that year." He went, "Yeah, there's more awful things than that."
Exactly.
You know, and it's just like, okay, yeah, that's I completely understand that. Yeah, very good. At the moment, though, it's leading the race, that car, with the young driver, newly minted factory Ferrari driver.
By 23 seconds, John, but on his way into the pits. Miguel Molina is in the pits at the moment in the challenging Ferrari, so the gap was 20 seconds, but it's now going up. But Ifie is, in effect, a lap later on his pit stop. And will be joined by Matt Campbell, and those three coming in, Molina, Ye and Campbell coming into the pits, will promote Brendan Hartley, if not into the lead, then close to it for another 2 laps.
It's Snowy, I think, at that end of the pit lane. Who is watching that? Oh, was it Nick? Joe, sorry. I forgot,
It was me. I've had a few interesting callers. So the number 50 Ferrari in from second place. Molina just took on a fresh tank of fuel and he's left. I've also had the doctor was in the house. He's now left. It looked like just fuel for the number 46 BMW, Valentino Rossi at the wheel. And we had the number 2 Cadillac. That car came in, and perhaps one of the questions when I reflect back on this week will be what happened to the Cadillac pace after such. All right, it's over 1 lap pace, of course, from qualifying and into Hyperpole, but that car was going backwards from the very outset this afternoon, wasn't it? And a little bit disappointing because I think I had that car in the sweep.
Snowy at the other end of the pit lane. What have you seen in the last few minutes?
Yeah, nothing too outrageous, but the Proton Competition 44 Ford Mustang in the LMGT3 class has just had a fairly routine stop, and its sister car, the 77. I just had a quick chat here. This is the Ben Barker-driven car that's been in its box for quite a while now. And I've just been told, very reassuringly, that yes, it's going to work. It'll be approximately an hour before this car's back out again, but that's all they said. Just another hour and be it ready again.
Another hour? Because it's already been in for an hour. So,
That was the one with the steering rack change, yeah?
Yes, as a result of some sideways contact.
I think we said it was on a curb. That
curb.
Yeah,
Yes.
It was a curb strike.
Okay.
So you may have to revise your notes.
Well, no, I was going off the notes which were given to me by somebody else. So
it was
the driver said
Roman D'Angelis, wasn't it?
Yeah,
no, Zachary Robichon. Was that
Robichon? He actually mentioned hitting a curb, didn't he?
Yeah. We're going to welcome a guest in just a moment, and whilst we swap out Jay Moore for said guests, Joe Bra has the leader.
Is that what I look like on the timing screen? Is it Joe Bra?
Yeah. Jay Brad.
So the 83, the Ferrari, the leading car is in, and it looks like fuel only. So quite routine what we're seeing at the moment. Just fuel, double stinting, tyres. We haven't seen triple stinting yet, though. That might come in the night.
Yeah, I've just spoken to the one of the mechanics or engineers on the Proton 77 Mustang, and they have just confirmed 100% it was just a curb strike, nothing else involved. I did ask where, and he said somewhere over that way at the back of the circuit was the quote, but it was just a curb strike that broke the rack.
Somewhere over that way, pointing. Yeah, okay.
Adjustment appropriately made. Just a note on the number 50 Ferrari, which has had those pit stops. As we've been hearing, Miguel Molina staying in for a triple stint, which is what Nielsen did at the beginning of the race. He did 3 stints, but Antonio Fuoco, when he was in the car, only did a double stint. Now, that may have been a plan, or it may have been that tyres were going off, don't know, but Molina is staying in for a 3rd stint on this set of tyres, and then he'll be in at the end of this 12-lap stint to hand back to Nicholas Nielsen.
Paul Truswell, and here is Brendan Hartley.
Pitted again. You are in the lead of the race once more.
Not sure I want to tell him that, to be honest. Don't get overexcited, Brendan, but you're leading the world's greatest motor. Oh, sorry. Did I distract you there for a moment?
Well, Brendan's been there before.
Well, true
Done
enough.
it, been it, got the shirt.
Yeah, got the T-shirt. Yes. Yeah, he fair out and chasing him down. What I've got to work out is what that cost him when he comes through the next timing. He was ahead by, what did we say, about 25 seconds?
Yeah, just under 23 seconds.
And he's about 1 minute and 40 down. So it's 2 minutes, isn't it, just for a splash of fuel?
Well, the actual time spent in the pit lane was 1 minute and 14 seconds.
Okay, so this will be again 12 laps.
That was 2.
Was that me telling him, or was
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
I didn't see your lips move there, Paul. That was excellent ventriloquism. Just want to know where your other hand's going. But yeah, 12 laps for Ifayette. We've mentioned the drive-through penalty for the incident with the Dames for the number 4 car. I think they've actually taken that, haven't they? Yes, they're in the pits at the moment.
Yes, that was an unrelated penalty. They'd already made had the penalty assessed.
Correct.
Just on the where were we? Yes, it would be interesting actually to see with Miguel Molina being on his triple stint, Ifea only going off now on his 2nd stint behind the wheel. What the lap time comparison is, and what the drop-off of tyre degradation is, because they don't have to triple stint the tyres. Obviously, if they can, it saves time in the pits, not having to change them. But in terms of the tyre allocation, double stinting the tyres will be enough.
That's a good point. There are no tyre warmers here this year. We did have tyre warmers because there was worries about potentially extreme cold temperatures overnight, but this year it was decided pretty early on that wouldn't be repeated, as AF Corsa's Francois Perraudot, one of the smiliest men in the paddock and a man with a phenomenal collection of prototype and other racing cars. He has a Toyota GT1, which is one of my all-time favourite Le Mans cars.
Me too.
That looked like it should have been hung below a hard point on some kind of fighter bomber. It looked like a weapon, that thing.
One of the prettiest sports cars out there, I thought.
Yeah, totally agree. Should have won. Only a puncture stopped it winning, with Kaz Nakajima behind the wheel, if I remember rightly, later on in the race. Do you know, I can't remember where I put my socks yesterday, but I remember that as if it was just happened 5 minutes ago. Porsche, number 92, circulating at the moment in the second place. Actually, no, that is just taken over the lead for Joel Sturm after the pit stop from Valentino Rossi. But obviously owes us a pit stop, that car. And just 2 seconds, and Valle has target acquired as he goes through Tertre Rouge, and can see the white and yellow car ahead of him. Blue flags for the doctor being waved at him as one of the Ferrari 499 goes through.
Did you notice there when we were riding on board with him that his radar was already beginning to point to him as to which side the car was going to overtake and everything? And at night, I can't tell you how useful that is.
You can't see anything at night. It's just a blur of light, isn't it?
Watching this race, you'll see the hypercars in particular flashing an awful lot as Valentino really flirting with track limits on the right-hand side. Even for, they all go wide there, but that's the widest I think I've seen anybody go coming out of the first chicane. But going back to the flashing, you'll see them flashing all the time, trying to make sure that the car in front knows. But at night when they flash, John, it makes the whole screen white out in front of you. So at that point, the only way you've got of knowing which side you're being passed on is because of your radar.
I mean, I've only done a couple of nighttime races, but even just through your mirrors, you've got no clue of which side a faster car's coming.
No,
it's
so
just
bright.
a massive. Lights are so good nowadays.
It's like the sun going off, John.
Yeah, it is.
Literally.
Yeah,
just behind you.
You're absolutely right. I know some some teams actually put a decal on the rear window to help you with the flare. I found it very distracting. I wasn't expecting it to be so distracting.
Well, one year in the drivers' briefing, we actually had the GT drivers we got together and we had to sort of say to all the prototype guys, flash us, but don't flash us when you get within sort of maybe 10 car lengths. Yeah. Because if you flash us from a distance, we can see, we know, but don't flash us when you're really close, because it's actually making it harder for us to get out of your way when you do that. And actually, to be fair, they really were good about it.
That puncture, by the way, for the Toyota GT1 TSR10 was Akio Katayama in the car. Of course it was. The TV was on board at the time. I was in the booth, and it was incredible because there was a camera pointing back at his face, and his expression never changed. You saw his arms move. And the puncture happened on the run down, I think, from Mulsanne to Indianapolis, so one of the fastest parts of the circuit. And he lost the front tyre. And his expression never changed. You saw a bit, but you didn't know what had happened because you were watching the onboard. And then when you saw what had happened to the tyre, you thought, how did he keep that out of the wall? Cost them the victory, though, Paul, didn't it?
It did. Well, yes, it was going to be a close race anyway, and it wasn't necessarily going to be a win for him because he was catching, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Whichever car it was, he was catching. But he wasn't necessarily going to win, but it was going to be a very close finish, and that kind of spoiled the grandstand finish that we were going to have. I'm just looking at that GT3 battle that you were done. LM GT3 battle that you were talking about. Joel Sturm it is who's driving the 92 Manthey Porsche at the moment against Valentino. Rossi in the car for his third stint at the moment, and they've just and Joel Sturm lapping more quickly, still on the coming towards the end of the double stint. Interestingly, they were one of the cars, the Porsche, that pitted during the rain shower that we had earlier in the race. And I think, as far as I can work out, that's the only car that's benefited from an extra pit stop.
Yeah. Katayama just set the lap record, and it was the BMW of Martini, Winkelhock and Dalmas that he was chasing down. That's Rob Lomas, our London producer, telling us that. Hello to Paul Dunk. It's been too long, Dunky. I can see you've got Studiovision on. And you've got the telly on in the background with some coverage there as well. Are you finding the Omologato racing time feature that we've got this year handy for getting that together. If you don't know what I'm talking about, get onto our Studiovision via our Facebook pages. There's a number of places that are syndicating as well. It's 3 blokes pointing at screens and getting excited, but it gets a ridiculously high number of people watching. And as we've said, this is not TV commentary, this is radio commentary. We're trying to look beyond just what's happening now and predict what's going on in the future and try and look back into what's been important in the past, like that nugget that Paul's just given you. Here's Brendan.
So you can tell Rio, I prefer to be more close on DC. I didn't really like it when I opened it more. And if you lock rears on the slow speed corners, you have more, like you have less traction. So try not to lock the rears on the low speed.
Brendan Hartley giving good information to his teammate. So Studiovision with the countdown clock on there so that you can sync with whatever you are watching. And go ahead.
That's Brendan Hartley going on to a 4th stint in the Toyota number 8, and giving the information to co-driver Rio Hirakawa, who has yet to be in the car. Now, nearly everybody else has cycled through all 3 of their drivers and are looking forward to putting their first driver back in at the end of this stop, or at the end of this stint. What we're seeing from the number 8 Toyota is ridiculously long stints, not ridiculously, but very long stints. Boemi was in the car for over 3 hours. Brendan Hartley is going to have been in the car for very nearly 3 hours when he gets out. So, you know, I mean, poor old Rio Hirakawa. The race started 5.5 hours ago, and here we are coming up to 9:30 in the evening. It's going to be about 10 o'clock by the time Rio gets in.
Into the pit lane for that leading car. Brendan Hartley then hands the lead back to Ifeye. And what we're going to do now, because I don't want to get into that situation we did before where we're in the middle of pit stops. We've got a guest to bring to you in a moment, and it's none other than Aussie Grit himself, Mark Webber. Long time since I've seen you, Mark. How you doing?
Been a while, mate. You look good. You look good, mate.
It's Le Mans week, mate. I've been here for 11 days already. I looked better when I arrived, put it that way.
Are you not counting by any chance? I saw Valentino Rossi posted the other day and he said day 8 of 10. So I think he's counting as well.
Yeah. Don't go away. We're going to do a quick update with Paul Truswell. And we're just starting another cycle of pit stops at the front of the field. And then when we come back to live action, Mark Webber joins us here in the studio on 91.2 FM.
So we've got 87 laps on the board now, with just under 5.5 hours of the race elapsed. It's Ifeye leading the way in the AF Corsa satellite operation Ferrari in car number 83. He has 20 seconds of an advantage over Miguel Molina, who's in 2nd place in the car number 50 Ferrari. In 3rd place is the number 5 Porsche, that's being driven by Matt Campbell at the moment. He is only 9 seconds behind the second of the 2 Ferraris, though. And in 4th place on his outlap is now Rio Hirakawa, who has taken over from Brendan Hartley. I suggested that he was not going to get in the car till the end of this stint, but he has taken the car over now, and Rio Hirakawa is in 4th place in Toyota number 8. In 5th place is the Ferrari with Antonio Giovinazzi at the wheel, car number 51. In 6th is the Hertz Team Jota Porsche with Norman Nato driving. And just moving up into 7th place as a result of the pit stops now is Jensen Button in the number 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche. 8th is number 7, the Toyota with Paquito Lopez driving it. In 9th place is the Porsche with Kevin Estra behind the wheel. That's car number 6. And in 10th place is the Cadillac with Alex Palou driving car number 2. In the LMP2 category, the leader in LMP2 is still the Vector Sport car. I think that's been leading for most of the race now, certainly after the first couple of hours. Number 10 now is Stefan Richelmy driving. In second place is the Cool Racing Orica, number 37, in the hands of Lorenzo Fluxa. In third place is the United Autosports Orica with Norman Siegel driving it. That's car number 22. And in fourth place in the class is David Heinemeier Hansen driving United Autosports Orica, number 22. And in fifth place is the EDEX Sport car, which has Richard de Garouz driving it, and that is car number 28. In LMGT3, the leader is car number 46, Valentino Rossi, who's got the lead back again now from the Manthey car of Joel Sturm, who's just been into the pits. So 46 leads 92, BMW leads Porsche. In third place is the second of the Porsches, car number 91, Yasser Shaheen at the wheel. In fourth place is Alessio Rivera in the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. In fifth place, that's number 55 by the way, in fifth place is Nicola Costa driving the United Autosports McLaren, number 59. And in sixth, Ollie Milroy in the Inception Racing McLaren, car that started on pole position, number 70, had a bad start and dropped back, but is now beginning to move back up the field. And in fact, they've just gone through a driver change as well, because Milroy has handed the car back now to Brendan E. Reeb, who restarted the car about 5.5 hours ago. That's your hourly update with 5.5 hours on the clock.
$18.5 hours on the nosy, and a bit of fairly robust defence by Renger van der Zande, who's defending 13th position from Dries Vanteren, both the 3 and the 15. Not had the cleanest of runs coming down into the braking area at Mulsanne Corner. Mark Webber is alongside me.